Yeah. Yeah, sorry. We can see. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Hereby calling to order this meeting, or excuse me, this public hearing of the Government Administration Elections Committee. Item number 1 on our agenda is bills for review. Thank you. And first on our testimony list is Angelica Espada, I believe will be joining us remotely. Okay. All right, thanks. So just generally, everyone who's on the line, if you're remote, you need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to testify. We'll try to accommodate any technical issues as we go along, but please do be on the lookout for that prompt you're going to see on your screen, accept it, and that's how we're going to be able to get you to testify today. So I'm assuming Angelica Espada is still not on the line. All right, so next up will be Isabella Bailey.
Hello.
Oh.
Are you ready, Bella?
Great, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right, go ahead, Bella. Hi, my name is Isabella. I oppose House Bill 5554. I can't believe we are here again for my safety of all residents of CT. I keep having to come back to this place to fight for me and my community's basic freedoms. I thought this state, country had freedom. It is my mom and dad's responsibility to make decisions for me, not you. You are not my parents. I got kicked out of public schools because of you and your dictator policies. Now, you want to restrict private schools and homeschooling? We have rights
to make our own decisions.
to make
our
our
decisions
without
government
government interference. I thought this state
was a
free state. Stacking the last
bipartisan
community is not right or good government policy. Clearly, you have no issues with bullying people to follow your agenda. My life is not your business. No kings, no queens. Let freedom prevail.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony today and for being with us to share your perspective very articulately and forcefully. Next up is Jonathan Goldstein, followed by Laura Niemczycki. I hope I didn't mispronounce that, followed by Kate Diaz. Sorry to interrupt. Just please hit the button in front of you to make sure that it lights up red. So, or the other one. Yeah, that one's best.
There we go. Good morning, and thanks for having me, Chairman Blumenthal and Flexer, and Ranking Members Sampson and Mastro Francesco. My name is Jonathan Goldstein. I'm from Greenwich, and I respectfully oppose HB 5554. This Legislative Regulation Review Committee is one of the final safeguards in our regulatory process. Its equal bipartisan structure ensures that decisions are made with balance, not just majority power. This reflects a core principle of American governance. Our House is based on proportional representation, but it is intentionally balanced by the Senate, where each state has equal representation. As James Madison reminded us, the accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. We sometimes see this balance here in Connecticut, with House reps from one party and a state senator from the opposing party. That structure ensures all voices are represented, not just the majority. HB 554 also removes this balance. By shifting to a proportional control structure, this risks turning this committee from a check on power into another extension of it, reducing the guardrails, limiting deliberation, and increasing polarization. There are many in our state today who feel unheard. On one hand, you have parents and homeowners fearing state interference, whether it's in decisions about vaccines, education, zoning, and other issues. And on the other hand, there are those who fear federal overreach and intervention in their communities. These concerns are real and they're felt deeply on both sides. These are chilling effects that cut both ways. And this is precisely why perspective and balance are essential. Government must be structured to ensure that all voices are heard, not just those of the majority at any given moment. We should not rely on federal intervention to restore balance in Connecticut. That responsibility belongs here within this legislature. When we remove those procedural safeguards like equal bipartisan review, we risk further silencing the underrepresented and deepening division within our state and in our country. Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1788, "The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground." And as President Barack Obama reminded us, the most important office in a democracy is the office of the citizen. Connecticut is the Constitution state. We should preserve structures that promote fairness, balance, and accountability. And as President Kennedy reminded us, let us not seek the Republican answer or the Democratic answer, but the right answer. I respectfully urge you to reject HB 554 to preserve critical bipartisan safeguards. It is the right answer, and the right answer is not always easy. Democracy requires some discomfort because common ground demands consensus and compromise for the greater good. Thank you for my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Massimo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for coming in. I just really wanted to make a comment that your testimony is well said, very well written, and certainly I agree with you. We have, when I talk to my constituents a lot, they're always concerned that there's not a lot of bipartisanship in this building, and I obviously believe that one committee is really important to maintain that integrity for us. So just a comment, well said. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Angelica Espada is apparently on the line. So Angelica will have you go, followed by Laura Niemczycki, followed by Kate Diaz. Angelica, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Angelica Espada. I'm from the town of Meriden. And basically, I just want to oppose HB 5554. This proposal wants to alter the membership and leadership structure of the Legislative Regulation Review Committee. They would require annual agency reporting on a regulatory review progress. At its core, this bill affects how regulations are reviewed and who holds oversight power over state agencies, if I'm correct. The concentration of power is what I'm really opposed to, right? This raises a serious constitutional and governance concern because it reshapes a key oversight committee without guaranteeing bipartisan balance. So the risk of a one-party control, which kind of gives communist vibes from a lot of the legislators who support this, mind you, we live in America. It undermines the checks and balances, legislative neutrality, the public trust in regulatory oversight, and the Regulation Review Committee exists specifically to prevent executive overreach, not to reinforce it. So a bipartisan committee ensures that there's diverse viewpoints in regulatory decisions. So there would be reduced risk of politically motivating rulemaking and more rigorous scrutiny of agency actions. So without bipartisan structure, agencies might face less meaningful oversight, enabling rubber stamping of controversial regulations such as vaccine mandates or the homeschooling oversight situation that we have, which I also strongly oppose, and politically aligned decision-making rather than evidence-based review. The constitutional principle of balanced governance, while not explicitly mandated in all cases, bipartisan oversight reflects separation of powers doctrine, due process principles, and the spirit of representative democracy. Courts have historically recognized that fair process matters as much as outcomes, especially when regulatory decisions impact business, public health, and civil liberties. One-party dominated oversight body creates the appearance and risk of bias, predetermined outcomes, and political favoritism. This erodes confidence in regulatory decisions, legislative integrity, and government transparency. Politicization of regulatory oversight by modifying committee leadership and composition, HB 554, may centralize authority and leadership here in Connecticut aligned with a single majority, and it will reduce minority party influence in reviewing regulations. This transforms the committee from a neutral review body into a potentially partisan enforcement mechanism. And also, this would expand administrative burdens without accountability. So we don't like that. The people don't like that, okay? The bill also mandates annual agency reporting.
Sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes has elapsed. If you could please briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Sure. So in conclusion, this proposal risks concentrating regulatory oversight, weakening the checks and balances, and undermining public trust, as you've heard already. Properly functioning regulatory review must be balanced, transparent, and accountable. So without explicit bipartisan safeguards, this bill moves Connecticut away from fair governance and toward politicized control of regulation. So please oppose this bill, or we're all coming for your seats this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Laura Niemczycki, followed by Kate Diaz, followed by John Erlinghauser.
Co-chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Laura Niemczycki. I live in Berlin, Connecticut. Today, I'm testifying to oppose HB 5554. While the impulse to align committee seats with chamber proportions is understandable in a traditional legislative context, the Legislative Regulation Review Committee is not a traditional committee. It's a vital check on executive power, and dismantling its bipartisan structure risks undermining the very transparency and accountability that the voters of this state expect of you. I urge you to reject this bill for several critical reasons. The first is protecting the legislature from executive overreach. The Legislative Regulation Review Committee ensures that unelected agencies do not exceed the authority granted to them by the legislature. By maintaining a 50-50 split, we ensure that regulations have broad, bipartisan consensus before they carry the force of law. This ensures agencies remain accountable to all citizens, not just the party in power. The second is public trust in good government. At a time when public trust in government institutions is fragile, the Legislative Regulation Review Committee stands as a beacon of how government should work, through deliberation, compromise, and mutual oversight. A move to make this committee proportional will be viewed by the public not as an administrative update, but as a consolidation of power, particularly because it also consolidates power by removing the minority party from the co-chair position, ranking position, and appointing authority. Remember, it's an election year, and the largest voting bloc in Connecticut is unaffiliated voters. How does it appear to unaffiliated voters when Democrats try to brazenly seize power in this way, rather than debating competing ideas to arrive at the best possible regulations for the state? Please keep the Legislative Regulation Review Committee a balanced, bipartisan body that works in the interest of all Connecticut residents. Do not advance HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up, Kate Diaz, followed by John Erlinghauser, followed by Jennifer Liddickson.
Good morning. I'm actually going to change this up a little and testify with respect to HB 5548 regarding the Freedom of Information Act. I've been before this committee a number of times talking about the need to protect the personal home addresses and phone numbers, which, by the way, is not addressed in this, and I'd love you to amend to add that.
What we have seen is an increase in uptick in actual threats and violence against public individuals like educators. Things where people have online said, let's go to our teachers' houses and protest and show up at our homes and harass members of my membership who are really just doing their jobs. We follow the curriculums that our schools provide. We present the education that we are tasked to do. And occasionally we have people who get unhappy with that. And we're more than happy to have those conversations. What we are not happy to do is have those conversations come to our front doorsteps. We are not elected officials. We do not offer to put ourselves out there in that way. Neither do any of the other public employees, and many of whom who have this protection. But for some reason, we've still let the door open for individuals through the Freedom of Information Act to obtain our home addresses and phone numbers, which subject our educators to harassment that is neither productive nor necessary to the freedom of discourse that we believe is appropriate and relevant about the work that we are doing. We invite, keep our professional access points available. Keep our public information about where we work and even our school emails. We're totally fine. Those are the subject. Those are the things that are supported through tax dollars. Absolutely. We encourage people to engage with us in those spaces. Go to our Board of Educations. Go to those spaces that are absolutely accessible. But leave our families, our homes, and our privacy out of it. We have a right to that. We should not have to give that up when we choose to become a high school math teacher, a fifth grade teacher, like my colleague Jocelyn Delancey, who's joining me here today. We just believe that the time has come. It's unfortunate that the time has come. I wish things were different. I wish educators weren't seen as people that are subject to attack, but we are. And since that's the world we live in, we have to respond to it accordingly. So we do respectfully ask that you move this bill forward. We also would ask that you amend to include our phone numbers. Let's keep our families, our personal lives where they belong, protected, and allow us to continue the public discourse that is appropriate to the work that we do. And so I thank you. I certainly hope that we can see this through to the finish line this year and look forward to celebrating that victory with you all.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee. Representative Master-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for coming in, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. And I will agree with you on a few things. It's unfortunate that the climate that we live in these days, that people are being bullied and so forth. I'm just reading your testimony. Just a comment, maybe you can respond to this. In your testimony, you said that in recent years, there's been an increase in harassment and bullying, obviously directed at your educators. People have to endure hateful messages, threats of violence, false accusations, and so forth, which I think that's unfortunate. I would agree with you. But I'm just curious as to your testimony in making that statement. How does that differ from the time that you and your organization sent out an email about me and Senator Sampson with a picture of a rotten apple to the core and saying that we were rotten apples? So I want to know what the difference is, that it's okay for an educator to do something like that, but yet in your testimony, you're condemning it.
I would argue that as public officials, you have put yourself up to a level of scrutiny that my educators haven't. Putting yourself into an elected position, you're inviting people to critique the choices that you make and the decisions that you vote for and the policies that you stand by. And so in that space, I think that there's an invitation, much like myself, I am an elected official from my body, and they are absolutely welcome to invite criticism of that. I think the difference is that when you get hired as a third grade teacher or a second grade teacher, you haven't invited that level of critique as an elected official does.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I would, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would come back and say that it's okay as an elected official that we're maybe criticized on policy. And I would agree with you on that particular front on policy. But what you did was not policy. You basically were trying to bully us and calling us rotten apples. And that really goes to the core of what you're saying in your testimony. So I would disagree with you on that particular front. You know, we are elected officials, and we do put ourselves out there, and we hear it all the time, right? But they are also state employees. They are being paid, not state employees, teachers are being paid by the taxpayers. And I don't want to see any teacher bullied anybody like that. But I think conversation with them is okay when they talk about policy. So
I would concur. I had no issue. As we said, we certainly want to engage in meaningful policy discussions through the appropriate channels, through our boards of education, through our school administration. There's no hesitation on our part to engage in meaningful conversation about the public education, because public education is a public good that receives public funding. All we're asking for in this case is to close off our private lives and keep them that way.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So in your testimony or in your response, I'm assuming that what you're saying, that it's okay for an elected official to be harassed because we're elected and maybe be called names like a rotten apple, like you did call me and Senator Sampson, that's okay because we are an elected official. Is that what you're saying through you, Mr. Chairman?
I think that harassment is absolutely not okay. I would argue that suggesting somebody came down on the side of policies or decisions or statements, quite frankly, that are in conflict with the work that we propose and that we are proponents of, I don't know that I believe that that's harassment, but I will tell you that we did take into account people's responses. And if you've noticed that we have backed away from some of the rotten apple statements, and we have reserved those for extreme circumstances. Certainly in probably the last 2 years, we've been really trying to navigate that much more cautiously, recognizing that we want to ensure that it's when people cross into a space where we feel that there's harm being caused to our members that we will stand up and make that claim.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Just through you, just one comment. Appreciate your testimony. Appreciate the debate going back and forth. I am disappointed in the behavior, obviously, of the rotten apple comment, and I just think as educators and teachers that you should be setting an example. And I think doing things like that actually promotes more hate, I guess. But I thank you. I enjoyed the conversation. I thank you for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Just with regard to this issue that Representative Master-Francesco raised, were Representative Master-Francesco or Senator Sampson's home addresses involved at all?
No, we would never disclose personal information or contact information. It's not in our practice to create a target of that specific nature. I will say that I have been doxxed by a member of the legislature where my personal information was posted publicly, and that was by a member who's no longer a representative, but certainly that's been a part of my reality as an elected official and was done by a member of the legislature, I would add. So, I think bad behavior kind of goes on, and we understand that. We certainly don't want to propose that should be an ongoing practice, and certainly we would not want to do that in any way.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that happened to you. Clearly inappropriate, and I think we're all used to receiving colorful criticism in this job. I think that some of it we agree with, some of it we disagree with, some of it we find appropriate, some of it we find inappropriate. But ultimately, we signed up for it as public officials, as elected officials, and certainly I'd like for our political environment to be different. But I don't think that simply signing up to be a teacher, which is something we need more people to do, and it's hard enough as it is,
Precisely,
should come along with having your private information, particularly your home address, shared. And I think it really is unconscionable that we as the government would do it. So I am also hopeful that we'll be able to pass this legislation this year. Again, there should be accountability. There should be public conversations about all these issues. There's a time and a place for them. And except for us, I don't think that people should have to have them at their doorstep or fear having them at their doorstep in a way that could be threatening or fearful for them.
Nor, by the way, should any of you. Wish the world was a little different.
Fair enough.
Certain.
Well, appreciate it very much. Seeing no questions from the committee, we thank you for being here, contributing your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is John Erlinghauser, followed by Jennifer Liddickson, followed by Kimberly Ferris.
Good morning, Chairman Blumenthal, Ranking Member Master Francesco. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP here in Connecticut. And we have over 550,000 members here in the state of Connecticut and approximately 38 million members nationwide. And we come before the General Assembly to advocate on issues that are of importance to those age 50 and older, including supporting aging in place, financial security, and livable communities, amongst other things. And we have small group of our volunteers who represent those 550,000 members with us here today, advocating on a few issues, and this being one of them, gift fraud, and the Judiciary Committee being another, gift card fraud rather. Again, as I said, I'm here today to testify in support of raised Senate Bill 491, which we also testified last week on House Bill 5001. And this is an act, today's bill is an act concerning the Secretary of State's recommendations for the implementation of no excuse absentee balloting. I would like to also note that I spent 16 years, and know a little bit about these subjects. I spent 16 years as the Registrar of Voters in the city of Ansonia. And I know a lot about the absentee ballot process and how it works and what does and doesn't work. We do believe at AARP the right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights, not a privilege, one of the most fundamental rights that exist, granted under the Constitution. And we know that there have been a lot of different issues that have presented barriers for people to vote and making it more difficult, including challenges with registration, long lines, inadequate polling place resources, and language access issues. We do support modernizing Connecticut's voting system, and in 2024, approximately 58%, I don't know when you get 58% of the public to agree on anything anymore, overwhelmingly approved no excuse absentee balloting, removing the prohibition in the state constitution. Our volunteers, many of the ones that are here today, actually called up AARP members throughout that election process to encourage our members to understand it, what it meant and how it was beneficial to them. And we found that our members were overwhelmingly in support of removing that prohibition. We do think there are many good points in both 5001 as well as 491. And we want to make sure that there is a holistic process and that it's put into place, hopefully, for this November's election. Again, there's only one section. The Secretary of State's bill has a section that deals with the ability to track and cure votes that are incorrect. And as a registrar, I could tell you how many people have no idea that when you do cast an absentee ballot or a mail-in ballot today, if there is an error in that ballot, and could be a signature on the inner or the outer envelope, that ballot is just rejected and not counted. So we want to make sure we have a process so that we can ensure that at the end of the day, everybody's vote is counted for, no matter whom they voted for, so that they're not denied their franchise. So I do just note in that one, in the Secretary of State's bill, that section on that process does not go into effect until the beginning of 2027. We think it should hopefully, I don't see any reason why it couldn't be put into place for this current election cycle for November. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we do appreciate the fact that you took this up both last year and this year, and hopefully we can get it over the finish line this year.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Representative Osborne.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Quick question regarding that ability to cure an errant absentee ballot. You testified you were a registrar yourself, is that correct?
I had been. I am no longer a registrar, but I had been for about 16 years.
So I've had many conversations with the registrar as a voter in my town, and I know how arduous the early voting process has been for them. If you think, do you think that if we were to implement this sooner, as you have asked, that with the early voting mechanisms that are still in place and the additional requirement to attempt to cure these errant ballots, what kind of impact do you think that would have on the burdens for
I
registrants?
certainly think, I mean, Connecticut is a very unique state. We believe in home rule. We have 169 cities and towns in the state, and so that means we have 169 boards of elections, both a Democrat and a Republican in each town administering elections. And it's almost crazy when you think about that we have as many days as we do. So for example, in a place like Scotland, Connecticut, or someplace where they're, you have to have, 14 days and so forth. I would not recommend any changes to the in-person early voting process today until, one, we have the chance to go through several cycles, all of which are different. We did one big cycle. We've done a municipal cycle. We had a presidential primary cycle. We have different experiences. I think until we go through all of the cycles and see what the experience is there, I wouldn't recommend any changes. And until we then go through the process of whatever we implement for no excuse absentee balloting, I wouldn't recommend making any changes until we at least have that on the books for several cycles. Would we be open to making changes to the current in-person early voting process? Yes, but without having all of those other experiences to see, how it all fits together, now wouldn't be the time to make those changes.
I apparently asked my question inartfully because I didn't make my point clear. So I apologize for that. But my question
Maybe a
was,
long answer.
but it was all very relevant information. So I thank you for that as well. But my question was, I know that the early voting has really been arduous on the registrars and on the towns. And if we add on to that a component of having to early implement, move up in implementation, the obligation to also try to cure the incoming absentee ballots that may have had an error on them, how arduous would that additional layer be when they are also dealing with the additional
I get
early
it.
voting mechanisms?
I think the answer for me would be that I think it would make all of those other processes easier. So there would be less of a burden on the other processes involved in elections if there would be more people voting by mail. And, the process, again, it's going to be hard to tell until we really know what the final process is developed by this committee. And I know you have some good people working on it to determine whether or not it's going to be an arduous process or not. The Secretary's bill foresees an software program that will be able to track and allow registrars. So, for example, if it's a one envelope system and there's no signature, that's not a really arduous process of being able to put into the system that there is no signature on the outer envelope for John Doe, come down and sign your ballot or get a new ballot. It wouldn't be that arduous of a process, in my opinion, to be able to do. Now, again, you're accurate. We've added a lot to the registrar's plate over the last several years. But again, we've gone from the back of the pack when it came to people's ability to have options to vote to finally moving up into the, mainstream of elections in this country. I would say that we're headed in the right direction. You will hear this from registrars. I was always one of those that said, I will take it all on, same day registration, early voting, no excuse absentee balloting, because I believe that, the person's franchise is the most important thing in the world. And I always tried to do as a registrar everything I could to ensure that everybody was able to exercise their franchise and would take whatever steps I could to ensure that. The job shouldn't be looked at as, putting people in a position to deny them the right.
Well, thank you so much for your perspective on that. That was actually very helpful for me.
I appreciate your question.
And for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Further questions from the committee? I don't have a question. I'll just say comment, which is thank you for being here. Thank you for all your advocacy around these issues, and especially on absentee voting for all. I think, in line with Representative Osborne's concerns, we have put a lot on our registrars and our town clerks recently. We've been way behind the curve for a very long time, and that's required an accelerated change to catch up. One of the things I think was a downside of how we did this was that we kind of delayed on absentee voting for all while we did go forward with early voting. And if we had gone forward with both of them at the same time, we'd have data right now on how people are using it, what the administrative burdens are, and we'd be able to kind of allot and harmonize the systems in the best way. And I anticipate that we'll be able to do that in the future once we get data back on absentee voting for all and how people are using it and how it's affecting how our elections are run. And for all the election administration officials who are out there listening, we do thank you for all the work you're putting in. We understand that it's a burden, and I am hopeful that in the future we'll be able to harmonize these systems in a way that provides maximum access to the people and also maximum efficiency as soon as possible. And so I'm hopeful that passing this legislation will help us do that very soon.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee for all the work you've done getting us to where we're not in the back of the pack anymore.
Thanks very much, John. It's good to see you. Next up is Jennifer Liddickson, followed by Kimberly Ferris, followed by Donatella Fino.
Good morning. To the Government Administration and Elections Committee, my name is Jennifer Liddickson and I am from Bridgeport. I oppose HB 5554. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in the regulatory process. I do not support changing the structure of this committee. It should remain an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans, as it has been since its establishment. Voters are watching. This is an election year. Concentrating more power in one party's hands is not good for transparency or accountability. Please honor our request to preserve this bipartisan safeguard and vote no to HB 5554. Sincerely, Jennifer.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for being here today and taking the time to share your thoughts with us. And
You're welcome. Thank you.
you're welcome. And next up, we have Kimberly Ferris, who will be appearing remotely. Kimberly, are you here? She's not online. All right, so we're going to be passing over Kimberly Ferris and moving to Donna Telefino, who will also be appearing remotely. All right, next up we have Jason Bowsza, who will be followed by Susan Zabohonski and Rebecca Rooney. Is Jason here?
Yes, ma'am.
Jason, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 5551 and Act concerning proceedings of the Siting Council and other requirements concerning certain utility expenditures. My name is Jason Bowsza. I am the first selectman in the town of East Windsor, which you may or may not be aware is now the home of 25% of the state's cited renewable energy in Connecticut. And all of that without any involvement from the local government in deciding what or where those projects go. Because of the inundation that we've seen in my community, I'm here to support the contents of House Bill 5551. And I want to highlight a couple of the points that I think are particularly important for my community and for the reconstitution of the Siting Council. First of all, in Section 9 of the bill, it would allow, in certain circumstances, a moratorium to be put in place on the development of grid-scale solar projects in communities that either have or abut more than 100 megawatts of cited renewable energy. That is a tremendous amount, a significant undertaking, and a large subsummation of our prime farmland. So in our case, that would help the spread of this that my community opposes and that we can't do anything to affect at this point. The Siting Council's propensity to cite these projects specifically in East Windsor, despite local objections, is really becoming a little bit reckless. We had an appeal before the Siting Council that was adjudicated on March 5th. We had 2,100 signatures on a petition, 7 or 8 different parties to the application, letters from our legislative delegation, our planning and zoning, our board of selectmen, expert witnesses that were impaneled, and the Siting Council effectively discarded all of that. So I'm very interested in seeing some reform there. One of the things that I think could be reformed is included in Section 1 of the bill, which addresses the need for the absence currently of municipal representation of the Siting Council. Under current law, there needs to be at least 2 members who have a background in ecology, but there is no requirement that any of the members have a background in municipal government. And I'm not suggesting that this should be the municipal CEO gets a temporary seat on the Siting Council. I actually don't think that would be terribly effective. What I do think would be effective is making sure that there is a permanent voting member on the Siting Council who has served as a chief executive officer in a municipal government, whether that's a town manager or a town administrator or a first selectman or a strong mayor. Somebody who understands what the implications are going to be on the municipality where these things are foisted, so that part of the conversation can happen. Section 1 also addresses how conflicts of interest are addressed. In that same petition that we just recently had, there was a member who lived in East Windsor who was told by staff for the Siting Council that he needed to recuse himself. If that had been on the hazardous waste side of the siting council, that recusal decision would have been brought to the appointing authority. In this case, it would have been brought to Speaker Ritter, and the speaker would have decided whether or not there was a conflict. And if in fact there was a conflict, would have been empowered to seat a replacement member for Speaker Ritter's appointment for that
You may
hearing.
not have heard, but the timer has gone off on your time. Could you please summarize what you have?
I'm
for us?
sorry, I didn't hear any of that.
It's difficult here. If you could
So
thank you.
in summation, I wrote very lengthy testimony on 5551. My community has had way more experience with this than we ever could have wished on ourselves. There needs to be some meaningful reforms to the siting council, and I think this bill does that. I included in my testimony, and I won't summarize, but I included in my testimony a number of different language changes that I suggest. And if the committee would like to take a look at that, I'd be happy to work with you as you formulate the bill.
Thank you for your
I'll leave it there.
If you'll just hang out for a minute while we see if we have any questions from the committee. Questions from the committee? So I have a couple of questions. Are you still with us, Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
So specifically with respect to the 100 megawatt limitation that you were talking about, do you know how many communities in Connecticut already qualify for that designation?
So in the draft bill, it's a municipality that has 100 megawatts or abuts it. So there would be 1, 2, 3, probably 6.
So 6 existing municipalities already qualify for that. So this is really a very narrow exception that this bill is asking for, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, also with respect to, you did use the word reckless about the siting council. So other than the citing of many, many projects in these targeted municipalities, are there some other examples that you think, and I'm not asking you to share more instances of reckless behavior, but are there instances in this bill that you think this bill would solve? And if not, are there other ideas you have that should be included to rein in this behavior of which you speak?
Well, yeah, there are a number of things in my testimony and in the bill that I think would kind of rein in some of the abuses that we've seen affect my community. As an example, there is a section in the bill that allows for the siting council to bring on expert witnesses to aid in their evaluation process. And I asked that the criteria for what they can bring those expert witnesses in for to be expanded to include noise mitigation. We have a project in East Windsor. It's about 30 acres and 3 megawatts. And it's located, the inverter is located 124 feet from somebody's front door. And it has been since 2021 emitting noise at a high pitched buzz that is absolutely affecting their ability to enjoy their home. And the siting council has not done anything meaningful to address that. And so if they had the ability to bring in a sound engineer or a noise mitigation expert at the expense of the project owner, maybe that gets us a little bit closer to addressing that problem.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we believe that number 9 has actually returned. We're going to go back to Donatella Fino. Is she online here? Donatella, if you want to testify today, you do need to accept the invitation to be a webinar panelist. All right, moving on, we're going to Susan Zabohonski, who is here with us apparently in person. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Chairwoman Flexer and Chairman Blumenthal and members of the GA committee. My name is Susan Zabohonski. I'm from Plantsville, Connecticut. I'm here today to express my outrage regarding HB 5554. This bill is a blatant attempt to strip the Legislative Regulation Review Committee of its long-standing bipartisan balance. For decades, the committee has served as a critical check on executive overreach by requiring an equal 50-50 split between both parties. The Legislative Regulation Review Committee was established to ensure proper legislative review of proposed agency regulation. because administrative regulations have the force of law. A closer scrutiny and control by the legislative branch is clearly in the public interest to ensure that regulations do not contravene legislative intent. HB 5554 is clearly a bad faith attempt to change the rules, especially after constituents exposed the dangers of centralized power at the public health hearing last week. The public came out in enormous numbers and rightfully revolted against the attempt to strip authority from this bipartisan committee and hand it to a single individual in last week's hearing. Yet here we are, the majority party, doubling down with legislation that attempts to shift from a balanced 50-50 split to a lopsided proportional model. This is a spineless power grab designed to silence the minority by eliminating the nonpartisan check on executive overreach and shift even more power to the majority party here in Hartford. It's egregious that even when recently facing enormous pushback from the public about this very same topic, you would still press forward with this legislation simply to gain even more power. I urge you to reject HB 5554 and stop this assault on democratic transparency and bipartisan oversight. And I'd also just like to mention that I know there was an instance within the last couple of years, I can't remember exactly when this committee actually overturned a Democrat legislator's bill that had to do with housing. And in that bill, they were trying to convert commercial housing into residential, where there would only need to be one staircase if it was 1 to 4 floors, which is a huge safety issue. And I know that committee overturned that bill, and I'm wondering who proposed this legislation. Obviously, the chairs put it through to this committee. So I have a question for you, in which I know you're not going to answer, but I'd like to know who actually proposed this bill, because I think hiding behind a committee is disgraceful to transparency.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Any questions from the committee? Representative Master Francesco.
It's a mouthful.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming in. I truly appreciate your testimony. And I do absolutely agree with you. I think this committee is highly important to make sure that it's nonpartisan, and they do, for the most part, I think they get along. They do the right thing. But there are times when that committee is extremely important. There's checks and balances need to be in place. You mentioned something about they stopped a housing bill. Would you elaborate on that a little bit more? I'm not really sure about that.
So there was a bill proposed, and pardon me, but I don't know the bill number, but I recall it vaguely because it was a little bit ago, and we've been inundated with so much legislation. But there was a bill proposed by the Democrats, one in particular, we won't name names, but it was they were trying to convert commercial buildings into residential. And the requirement, obviously, for residential buildings is to have 2 forms of egress, 2, staircases or whatever, so people could safely evacuate in the case of an emergency. Well, this legislation was attempting to bypass that and to just have 1 staircase, because a lot of these commercial buildings only require 1 staircase because obviously there's less people in it. And this review committee decided that 1 Democrat voted with the Republicans and it was squashed. So it makes me wonder why this bill is before us today and who proposed it. Because, it just to me is disgraceful to not have transparency and for bills in the election year to be hidden behind a committee and not have someone's name on it. Because we need to know who's responsible for trying to grab more power. I mean, I don't know why the Democrats want to grab more power. They're already in control. So to just grab more power is, no kings. I thought we were no kings.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just one more question.
Certainly.
Just actually a comment.
Comments followed by question marks?
Question mark, yeah. I'm not sure where this bill came from, to be quite honest with you. I have no idea. I know there is a lot of outrage about it because I believe transparency is extremely important in this building and bipartisanship. And I believe that committee does do good work on a bipartisan basis. So I think it's really important. Not only you, but for many, just looking at the testimony, people are very upset about it, as they should be. It's the only thing left we have in this building for bipartisanship. So thank you so much for
Yeah,
coming
and
in.
I would have to assume that the chairs agree with it because they put it forward today.
Yeah,
So
I'm not sure, but thank you for coming. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rebecca Rooney, who will be appearing online, followed by Liz Gustafson, and followed by Representative Gary Turco with a guest. Rebecca Rooney, is she available?
Oh, yep, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't know I had to unmute it.
Good morning, Ms. Rooney. Thank you for being here. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Rebecca Rooney from Wellington. I strongly oppose HB 5554. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place since its inception for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in regulatory process. It's obvious that this bill was raised to try to appease the overwhelming opposition against HB 5044 and SB 450. However, if you remove the bipartisan part of the regulatory committee, then you are just tipping the scales in your favor to get exactly what you want. That is not what this committee was created for. It was created to review regulations fairly rather than make policy. We need this committee to remain as equal bipartisan representation so that we have proper checks and balances on regulation review. We absolutely need transparency in this state and fair representation of both parties. The public written testimony is overwhelmingly in opposition to this bill. I had checked at one point yesterday, and there was only 3 pieces of written testimony that supported this bill. However, when I opened 2 of those, they actually were in opposition. So it looks like they accidentally clicked support instead of oppose. I also looked up the results of Governor Ned Lamont's 2024 election, and he won by only about 8%. So 42% of the state voted for someone else. Our votes and voice matter too. You may disagree with us at times, but it is your job to represent us as your constituents. The residents of Connecticut are paying very close attention to those currently elected. I do not support changing the structure of this committee. It should remain an even split of 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats, as it has been since it was established. Please honor our request to preserve this bipartisan safeguard and vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liz Gustafson, who will be joining us today. Is she online?
Yes, I was also going to be doing a panel with Dr. Ayanna Lyles, who's on the Zoom. There she is.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and distinguished members of the GAE committee, my name is Liz Gustafson, and I'm the Connecticut State Director of Reproductive Equity Now. Thank you so much for giving both of us the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5555. As a state and regional organization, Reproductive Equity Now works in Connecticut and across New England to make equitable access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care a reality for all people. As violence against clinics and healthcare providers has increased in recent years, Connecticut has the opportunity to further strengthen protection for abortion and gender-affirming care providers, clinic staff, and volunteers and their families to ensure they feel more safe, secure, and able to confidently provide compassionate and essential care to their patients. By expanding eligibility of the Address Confidentiality Program, HB 5555 would offer an additional layer of safety for these providers and volunteers who have faced threats or harassment due to their employment or affiliation with providing or assisting in access to this care. And as providers continue to show up for their patients and provide this health care, Connecticut must do everything it can to show up for them. And with that, I will turn it over to our partner in this work, Dr. Ayanna Lyles.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Lyles. I'm a board-certified OBGYN licensed to practice medicine in our state for the last 11 years and the vice chair for the American College of OBGYN Connecticut section, which represents 1,068 physicians and women's health partners in our state. I'm here on behalf of CT-ACOG to support HB 5555 as well as 5552. Since Roe v. Wade, there have been more than 11 murders, 42 facility bombings, and more than 200 facility arsons, with thousands of documented incidents of other criminal activity. We know that anti-abortion activists try to intimidate reproductive health care providers by disseminating providers' personal identifying information online and urging others to harm them, as equally important, their families. The murder of Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband with a list of potential OBGYN physician targets was sobering for our community. Meeting some of those fortunate OBGYNs recently was a reminder that in this current time, our job is perilous. Despite having to care for women during the most intimate times of their lives, we are forced to consider our safety at work and at home. Unfortunately, evidence-based healthcare, including abortion, gender-affirming care, and publicly advocating for people, is being highly politicized and leading to targeted attacks. I have personally heard from CT physicians across our state who don't want to make themselves publicly known or practice various aspects of reproductive care for fear of being targeted and putting their family or themselves in danger. To protect access to this care, we must ensure that providers feel safe when providing evidence-based medicine. With the passage of legislation like HB 5555, it would also encourage recruitment and retention of physicians in our state as we continue to build the safe haven for reproductive choice and access. In these times of physician shortage and burnout, simple measures like these help move the needle and keep all women in Connecticut safe with comprehensive care compared to other parts of the country. And luckily, this body has worked diligently for years to protect access for care. So we can need to build on Connecticut's history and pass 5555 to bolster our shield laws and reduce future risk for providers and their families. Our job is to provide the highest standard of care for our patients, no matter who they are, where they are from, where they live, and how much money they make. Legislation like this ensures that we are able to do our job safely. And with HB 5552, Connecticut can take stronger steps toward protecting patients' information from anti-abortion activists outside of the state through ensuring that contracts with ALPR entities have provisions to protect gathered information and prevent charging pregnant people with crimes related to pregnancy loss, or birth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for being here, and thank you both for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you, Ayana and Liz, for being with us today and for contributing your testimony and also your work on behalf of the people of the state. Next up is State Representative Gary Turco. You with us? And I believe if you just make sure that you each introduce yourself before your testimony so we have your names in the record.
Gary Turco, State Representative for the 27th District of Newington and New Britain.
Marilyn Melendez, a resident of Connecticut.
Thank you. It's great to see chairs, ranking members, vice chairs, members of the GA committee. I am going to give the time for the testimony to my constituent, Marilyn Melendez, because of her expertise and her advocacy on this legislation, House Bill 555, an act expanding the address confidentiality program of the Secretary of the State, and specifically the shielding of real property records for program participants. This is the area of the legislation that Marilyn came to me a few years ago and asked me to start working on, and I'm so glad that the GA committee raised a bill that includes it in it. So, Marilyn?
Thank you. For many survivors of domestic violence, leaving is only the beginning of trying to stay safe. Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Marilyn. I am a Connecticut resident, a mother, a survivor of domestic violence, and someone who has spent over 30 years working with at-risk youth, families, and within the court system. I have spent much of my life working in a system designed to protect people, and through both my professional experience and my personal life, I have learned how complex those systems can be to navigate and how easily they can sometimes expose someone to further danger. For 13 years, I lived in a marriage where control and manipulation slowly stripped away my sense of power. My body, my mind, and many parts of my life were controlled. Over time, I lost pieces of my identity, my confidence, and my sense of self-worth. Leaving the relationship did not immediately bring safety. For almost a year, it was difficult for me and my children to stay in one place without fear that he would find us. Each time we tried to create stability, something would happen that reminded us how vulnerable we still were. He would make it known how easily he could locate us through records, through places we trusted like schools and medical offices, or even by running my license plate. Living like that means you are never fully at peace. You're always wondering if today is the day someone will show up again, or if the next piece of information in a public record will lead someone to your door. And when you have children, that fear is not just for yourself. It is for them too. Even when I had a restraining order in place, my former partner came to my workplace and later called me and said, "I thought you could stop me." At times, when other attempts to maintain control failed, the court system itself became another place where pressure could be applied. Because he would locate me, he would bring matters to court, forcing continued contact and conflict. As I slowly rebuilt my life, I wanted something many people took for granted: the chance to own something of my own. After years of having my power taken away, owning something represented independence and dignity. But I learned that property ownership can also make a survivor easier to find because those records are public. Programs like Connecticut's Address Confidentiality Program are critical. They help ensure that survivors and their children can be located through public records. Raise Bill 5555 strengthened these protections by requiring the use of a program address and allowing real property records to be shielded. Because leaving abuse should not mean spending the rest of our lives trying to stay hidden. It should mean finally being safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, for sharing your story. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I had one quick question, and I'm not obligating you to have a definitive answer right now, but one of the concerns that we've heard from the town clerks, I'm assuming we'll hear them later, is about the feasibility of removing people's names from like physical deed records. And I guess would it satisfy most of your concerns to have the online records protected, but maybe the physical records in the town clerk's office still have the names on them? You know, I wonder if there's a middle ground on that specific issue. And I'm not looking to put you under any pressure to respond here, but I'm just curious, based on your experience and expertise, personal experience, if you have any insight on that.
I know that someone for later will be discussing it further. However, in regards to my personal experience, it would still put you at risk when you have children with, unfortunately, the perpetrator, and they know the town that your child goes to. They know that even if they can't find it online, they can go to the town clerk and obtain your address, in which that has put me at risk as well.
Okay. And again, not putting you under pressure. What if we did something like we said, there's a flag on this file because they're in this program. The records are still there, but you can't share them with anybody unless, for instance, you're selling the house or something like that. Would that help, or would that not be enough, do you think?
I don't know in regards to the complexity. I know, however, for example, me registering my cars, they have never had an issue sending me my taxes in regards to paying it. But when you run my license plate, it does have the address confidentiality address to it. So they're still able to find it in their avenue to obtain that information. I just feel it's safer not to have it in the town because to take that risk of the perpetrator or someone finding it.
Okay. Well, I definitely appreciate you being here today to share your story and your insights on this issue. I'm really hopeful that we can find a way to figure this out so that we can protect folks, because certainly they deserve it.
I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Leela Peterson, followed by Aaris Flores, followed by the Secretary of the State.
Maybe it's this one. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name's Leela Peterson. I live in Norwich, Connecticut, and I'm here to very strongly oppose this legislation 5554. We absolutely need partisanship, bipartisanship in this committee. To have things stacked so strongly against the minority party, it's really unfortunate. So that's really why I'm here. I'm just here to just ask this committee not to pass this legislation. We need balanced partisanship. We've had it balanced for 50 plus years. I don't know what the compelling reason is to suddenly make it unbalanced. I'm wondering if it has anything to do with some of the other legislation that's on the table, very controversial legislation that kept us here past midnight last Wednesday. That's where my brain is going. Maybe this is being passed to kind of, twerk things in that, tweak things wrongly. Did I say twerk? Wow, on public TV. That's not why I'm sweaty. I'm sweaty because I ran almost a half mile to get here because there was no parking. But anyway, we really need partisanship in this committee. And so I'm just asking that this bill not be released out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Carpina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for being here. I have my own concerns with this bill before me. As the current House chair of this committee, I see no reason for it to be gutted. And I will say gutted on TV, if that makes you feel any bit better. This committee, as you know, has worked well for decades. Frankly, I think we are a model for the rest of the committees in this building. We get our work done. We are diligent. And I have worked with multiple co-chairs of the other party, as well as multiple ranking members, having served on this committee for a number of years. We are a bipartisan, diligent, detailed, organized, again, so I think other committees could learn from us. And I see zero reason for this bill. Clearly, whoever submitted this bill has some motives. No one has come forward to me as a chair of this committee to even discuss concerns. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here and that I agree with you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Aaris Flores, followed by Secretary Thomas, followed by Senator Hardin.
Hello, I'm Aaris Flores. Please excuse me, I woke up not feeling well today. So I'm just gonna make it very short. I oppose House Bill 5554. I do not support changing the structure of this committee. I believe it should remain an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans. And that's all I'm gonna say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Further or any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas, and you can feel free to bring any staff from your office up that you brought with you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, good morning, co-chairs, ranking members, vice chairs. I'm so happy to be here to speak today. I'd like to focus my remarks on SB 491, which contain my office's recommendations for implementing universal absentee voting. At its core, the bill is about making sure that expanded access is implemented in a way that is secure, transparent, and workable for the municipalities. Several provisions in the bill are designed to address operational challenges that election officials have identified over time. First and foremost, this bill establishes a ballot curing process so that voters who make minor correctable errors, like a missing signature, have the opportunity to fix them rather than having their ballot rejected. Second, it creates a ballot tracking system allowing voters to follow their ballot throughout the process. This adds an important layer of transparency and helps build confidence in the system. Third, the bill allows for earlier processing of absentee ballots on election day, which will help local officials manage increasing volume more effectively and support more timely counting. And finally, it transitions Connecticut to a simplified single envelope system, which reduces voter confusion, minimizes avoidable mistakes, and makes the process easier to administer at the local level. Just as importantly, the bill recognizes that absentee voting has to work in coordination with our early voting system, because I think we want a system that is clear for voters and manageable for towns, one that doesn't create duplicative processes or unnecessary costs. My position is that these administrative improvements should be in place before full implementation, but at the same time, I recognize that the will of the voters have already spoken, and for many, they've already waited too long. For that reason, we've outlined a phased approach that allows us to expand access while also doing so responsibly and sustainably. I've also submitted written testimony on HB 5544 and HB 5555. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good morning. Nice to see you. Just saw you over at the Bushnell.
Yeah.
So we both raced back over here through the cold to make it to this meeting together. And I'm delighted that we have this opportunity, since I didn't get to see you. I guess it was earlier.
Passing.
Yeah, the last week we had a public hearing.
I was
And
here, but you were not.
Oh, you must have been here at the end of the meeting.
I was at a poll worker appreciation event in Brookfield, and I could not cancel, so I showed up later.
Yeah, I had competing meetings as well, but I was watching intently, waiting for my opportunity to have you on the stand. But I have you
The
now.
day has come.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
The witness stand. Yes, exactly. So I have a few questions today, but starting with the bill that I think is probably the most important one on the agenda, with Senate Bill 491, which is all about implementing the constitutional changes into our statute. And obviously the people of Connecticut have chosen to expand no excuse absentee voting. I don't know that they had the proper question put in front of them necessarily, and I don't think that the results were overwhelming necessarily. But if this does mean that folks will have ultimately more access to voting, I'm in favor of it, as long as we preserve the integrity of the vote. So I noticed one of the things you mentioned, and a major component of the changes that are going to be implemented, is the elimination of circulators. And I'll let you respond, but I just say I appreciate that, because it's an issue I brought up year after year, which is that if you empower political campaigns and different third parties to distribute ballot applications, effectively, they're going to target the people they think are going to vote for their candidate or their position, right? And that means that other people are left out of the equation. But what my concern is that by doing this, are you enabling a state entity, Secretary of State's office, or municipal governments to take the place of those entities and actually, much like during COVID, send out all the ballot applications to all the registered voters through you, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you for the question. We have not outlined a specific measure, but we have had discussions with various people. Although I was not present for the earlier part of Friday's hearing, I did listen to the testimony from the Town Clerks Association, from the State Elections Enforcement Commission, and I thought it was interesting that SEEK had some concerns about how they felt the application process created evidence for them in some cases. I like what the town clerks had to say about political parties and candidates getting involved in the process in a different way, such as by sending postcards with a QR code or something that links directly to the application. To my way of thinking, and I'm in disagreement even with some in my office, I believe that in year one of an absentee ballot program, we should, as a state, send some sort of explanatory text notice. I would also use that opportunity of spending money on a stamp to explain like where people can go to find their polling location, etc., and that we offer voters an opportunity to opt into a permanent AB list. Permanent is a bit of a misnomer. In many states, permanent means 2 years before you renew. Sometimes it's 4 years, and sometimes it's until the like equivalent of a registrar gets a bounce back of an insufficient address. But in any case, I do believe the state needs to communicate this change in year one. When we've discussed this, I remember in 2024, my concern was that it has been such a historic precedent in Connecticut, and judging on how voters were so confused around the rollout of early voting, absent that voter education campaign, I would be reluctant to implement such a broad change if there's no voter education without that required mailing. So let me go back. So I think states should do a mailing in year one, allowing people to opt into a permanent AB list. Subsequent to that, I think the town clerks could handle the application phase. And I believe CTCA testified something similar. I definitely do not think we should allow non-governmental entities. Through you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the answer. And I'm certainly sympathetic to your perspective. I do have a few concerns with it. And I agree with you that I think voter education is certainly extremely important, especially when we're going to make what I consider to be significant, really, I mean, like sea change kind of adjustments to the way our election process works. You know, the massive expansion of early voting, I think created tons and tons of confusion. I think in the first primary election, there was almost no turnout anywhere. Maybe because the candidates that were on the ballots for both Republican and Democratic primaries, there was not a lot of action. Maybe had something to do with that, but it seemed like a lot of energy and expense and people involved in putting on this process, and very little, 5 people voted, but yet we had the whole town hall modified, people being restricted from access from certain doorways, and all kinds of things going on. And of course, tying up the people that are involved in our elections for a considerable amount of time and commitment that maybe they hadn't even planned on when they ran for that office that they served in. So there was a lot going on. I do think that it was much better in the most recent election. The early voting process seems to have taken shape in a more effective way. I still think the length of time is far longer than it needs to be. But I am pleased to see that there is at least something going on. And I do appreciate the advantage of early voting in the sense that it's still in-person voting. And I guess that leads me to what my questions are, which are your recommendation. Well, and let me just, so I asked you whether or not you thought that the state would be sending out unsolicited ballot applications. And it seems to me you're saying no. I'd like to hear that more unequivocally if I could. But the second part of that is you're talking about creating a system where people can, you're going to educate the people of Connecticut at the expense of sending them all a piece of mail to say that they can sign up to become permanent absentee ballot voters. Am I correct about that? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
On the first point, maybe happily, I don't get to pass laws. So I won't be determining that. My recommendation to make any sea change, as you describe it, although, I think there are a lot of people already who think we have no excuse because of the ballot referendum. So I think people have been thinking about this for a couple of years. But my recommendation is that the state send a first-time mailer explaining the new program through you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that answer. A few things. First off, I would point out that back during the pandemic, the Secretary of State didn't need any legislation. She took it upon herself, and presumably with the input from the governor and other folks high in our state government, made the determination to send out those ballot applications to everybody on the voter rolls, even though it was quite clear at the time that we did not have universal or no excuse absentee voting. And effectively, and this is something I've argued many, many times, they created it out of thin air. And I don't want to take this committee hearing down an entirely different path, but we do have universal absentee voting with or without this bill. The modification by the Connecticut legislature and what I consider to be a somewhat suspect Supreme Court decision redefined the notion of sickness to basically change it from some individual's sickness, allowing them to vote by absentee, to the mere fact that sickness has existed in the world or might exist in the future, whether it affected the voter individually or not, creating no excuse absentee voting. That's where we are today. That's what we have. And with the addition of the constitutional change, I don't think there's any question that there's no even need for this policy to be before us, because everyone understands that we have no excuse absentee voting. My concern is that, and I think you've acknowledged this yourself, which is that in-person voting is always more secure than absentee voting. What protocol or security will be in place to make sure that the identity of the voter is confirmed at the time that they sign up to be permanent absentee voters? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, sorry, I just jotted some notes. I just want to make it clear that my concern about unsolicited absentee ballot applications has to do with voter confusion. Every time a voter who has not requested an application receives one, they get confused. Registrars get a ton of calls, town clerks get calls, our office gets calls. That is why I'm suggesting that it be localized to the state doing a first-time mailing. Subsequent to that, town clerks would handle it. Because since there is no central coordination, sometimes people get like 3 or 4 applications. I also want to be very clear that people often confuse applications with ballots, right? But an application is just that, and it is the job of the town clerk to make sure that one voter gets one ballot. And I also just want to make it clear that I don't think my role is to relitigate what the voters of Connecticut already said they wanted. Like, it's not upon me to say they were wrong. What I am trying to do is create a system that makes it workable and that provides the same safety and security that they expect. In terms of a permanent absentee ballot list, and I just want to make it clear, this is something that exists in many states. I think someone said this earlier today. Unfortunately, Connecticut is very behind how most states run elections. So we are very much in catch-up mode. So most of what we hear in this group is nothing groundbreaking that hasn't been done before, etc. So permanent absentee ballot lists exist in many, many states, and they exist securely. I feel like, is there anything specific from a town clerk perspective that? And just identify yourself. Thank you. Is the mic?
Sorry, you just had to hit your mic.
There you go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you Um, can look. Perfect.
Anna Posniak. I am the Assistant Elections Director and former town clerk. So from a perspective of a town clerk, when you're ordering ballots, it's very difficult to know how many people would turn out for absentees versus early voting versus at the polls. By having a permanent list, this would help assist town clerks to know ahead of time when they're ordering ballots how many absentees they need. So it will essentially it will assist the municipalities with the funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anna, for those comments, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for your comments as well. I appreciate a lot of things that you said, because I agree with much of it. You know, that when folks do receive an unsolicited absentee ballot application, that they're confused. I will tell you that they are even more confused when they receive absentee ballot applications for people that are not them, or for people that have passed away or moved out of state, or people that lived in the same apartment years in the past. And that's what happened in 2020. And that's why I was asking the question about security and verification, because as you pointed out, Connecticut is very behind, I think you said, and that we're playing catch up. And I would agree, but I don't think we're behind in playing catch up on access to voting. What we're behind in playing catch up on is voter integrity protection. You know, other states that have a significant amount of mail-in voting, they have a process for signature verification. They go through the trouble of actually developing a registration process where they capture someone's signature so that it can actually be digitally analyzed at the time that the person votes to see if it's the same signature. And I asked a pretty direct question, which I didn't hear an answer to, and I'm not trying to be hostile. I just want to make sure we come back to this. And that is, what protection is in place to make sure that it's actually the person that is signing up for that permanent absentee ballot status? And the reason why I asked this question is very straightforward, and that is that we had, during a debate on the Senate floor, I think it was probably in 2022, when Senator Bradley was with us, a Democrat senator from the city of Bridgeport, and he declared on the record that he was aware of whole communities of fake voters participating in the process. He said that on the record, and I wish I had grabbed the quote. If I had known, I would have prepared for this conversation. But he said something to the effect of, after his election, he went back and looked, and he found on the voter list a number of people from a singular address that voted in the election. And then he went to that address, and it was a vacant parking lot. So things like that raise concerns. Now, I mean, I didn't experience that. That is the testimony of one of my colleagues, who I presume he was being honest with us when he described that situation. But I can tell you from my own personal experience that I heard from countless constituents saying that they were receiving absentee ballot applications for people that they did not know, even though they had lived in their address for many, many years. That to me is a concern, because the problem with absentee voting, and this is a quote from Senator Martin Looney, who's the Democrat president pro tem of the Senate, the most powerful man in our state government outside the governor, I presume. He said that and again, I wish I had the quote, but he said on the record that you just never actually know who's filling out an absentee ballot. And in my view, we should have absentee voting for certain for people that truly need it. People in our military, people that have a legitimate reason. But when you start opening up the system to any person, regardless of having an excuse, which we have, and the voters voted for it, what you are also doing is you're opening up the opportunity for mistakes to occur, legitimately or illegitimately, and you're opening up the door for fraud. And I believe that it is in our interest, and it is incumbent upon us as the Secretary of State and as the Government Administration and Elections Committee to make sure that as we are following along with the will of the people of Connecticut to expand access to voting, that we're also making sure we put the proper security protocols in place. Is there a mechanism to identify who is completing that form for a permanent absentee ballot status? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, what I know for sure from doing this work the last 3 years is that most of the conversations that we read about and we see in the news or hear about are usually spoken by people who are not part of the election workforce. I spend my time speaking to other secretaries, election administrators from around the country, and AB does not mean automatic ballots, right? It's an absentee ballot application. And every state has processes in place to make sure those applications, when received, are vetted and they go out. You mentioned signature verification, but interestingly enough, in the election community, that's seen as old hat because everyone is starting to switch to ID, unique identification numbers, because it requires less training for the election workforce. I'm sure I remember when I was on this committee, whatever it was, 5 years ago, there was a lot of talk about people's signatures changing over time and people, election workers, were denying someone access to the ballot based on an incorrect signature. So it was opening states and jurisdictions to lawsuits. Uh, People, seniors were, some of the groups were against it because as you get older, that's when your hand gets a little shaky, so signatures weren't matching. So the identification numbers are seen. So depending on the state, they might use something like a driver's license number or some other unique ID because it's something that stays with you for life. It doesn't change. You don't need the same types of training as you do to verify signature. So, and again, I'll turn to Anna to talk about like what the town clerk process is, like whether it's a permanent absentee ballot list or just someone applying under our current system for an absentee ballot. But there are processes in place.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Within our state statutes, there are many checks and balances for the absentee ballot process. There's the serial number envelope that is assigned to the absentee ballot application, which follows through the entire process. From my experience in 2020, we were not getting applications back as much as saying this person didn't live there. It was more of notes saying they weren't happy that they were getting this application. So, coming from a town of 22,000 voters, I don't have a recollection of receiving one of those back. But there are many security measures within the absentee ballot, in addition to signing the applications and then signing the envelope. So within our state statute, we do have some protections already built in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the town clerk, president, is right? Former president of the association, yeah, and the secretary of the state for their answers. I have a few things to say. I mean, first off, maybe your a very excellent town clerk in your town, which might have led to the fact that your voter rolls were in very good shape and you did not have a lot of people that didn't belong on the voter rolls. But I can tell you that I heard from, I can't say thousands, but certainly hundreds of people, because I put numerous social media posts asking people about this and they responded. People sent me the actual ballot application documents that were sent to them that they did not request for people that don't reside in their home. There are countless examples And I actually went through a plethora of them on the Senate floor during one of our debates to point out that that was an issue. I certainly appreciate the Secretary's comments about signature verification and how people's signatures change and so forth, but that's never happened in Connecticut. Because in Connecticut in 2020, during that election, when the then Secretary of State sent out all of the ballot applications during the pandemic, the town clerks, as far as I'm told, were instructed to basically accept them all, even without a signature or a simple check mark on the outside of the envelope. So there was never a signature verification process in effect in Connecticut. And I will go back to my question, which is, I appreciate the idea that there's a serial number that follows the ballot application throughout the process. But all that means is that at some point, a ballot application was sent to someone, and that person, whoever they are, whether they were the actual voter that was supposed to be returning it or not, filled it out and sent it in. And yes, it follows the process. And if they requested that ballot application, then they are going to receive a ballot too after the process occurs. What is in place to make sure that the person requesting the ballot application is actually the voter? And I'm asking because it's especially concerning when you start to create a program that creates permanent absentee ballot voters that are going to get a ballot application and presumably a ballot automatically going forward. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not, so are you positing that if I received an application at my home that was addressed to Rob Sampson and I opened it, filled out, I somehow knew your information, filled it out, came up with what I thought your signature would look like and sent it to the town clerk, what happens? Through you?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about even before that, actually, which is what would actually generate that ballot application coming to your home with my name on it. And who's to suggest that that can't happen?
Through you, I mean, the good thing is I was not secretary in 2020, so I have no idea what happened, right? And so I can't talk about that process, but what I'm recommending for an expanded process is sending that communication that would tell people how to apply, not to send them an application. So I'm not sure I follow the question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. And again, I mean, I don't want to get us too far in the weeds. I mean, I think my question's pretty simple. What is the protocol? What protection do we have from someone requesting an absentee ballot or to go on a permanent list to verify that's actually the person? Given the understanding that people across our state are concerned about the integrity of elections, they genuinely are. I hear from people constantly, and I will also acknowledge, for the sake of this hearing and for the Secretary of State, that most of the concerns I hear are exaggerated, and I don't believe they're happening. But to suggest that somehow people who were sent an absentee ballot application for their elderly parents or for their child that's away in another state at school, in every case, didn't fill one out for that person and send it in and receive a ballot and vote for them? I know it happened. I don't know how many. I don't know if it's one. I don't know if it's 7. I don't know if it's 700. But I also know elections are often decided by one vote. We had an election in the town of Southington, state representative in 2022, I think it was, decided by one singular vote. And that's my concern. So, and when I hear from Senator Bradley on the floor that he's talking about whole imaginary buildings of people voting in an election, I get concerned that, well, maybe to walk us through it. What is the process? How easy is it to register to vote in the state of Connecticut? Can you just go online and put in your name and address and indicate that you are a eligible voter and suddenly you're registered?
No.
What is the process?
Through you. Let me answer your prior question, and then I might kick it to Anna to give all the details. But so what we are recommending, again, is that the state send a mailing to let people know about the law change and how to apply for an absentee ballot, not sending an application. And then I also believe in the ID number system. It makes a lot more sense to me than signature verification, which has been proven again and again to be so flawed. Something like an ID system where it's a unique identifier that stays with someone throughout their entire voting life. I love that idea. In terms of registering to vote, and please fill in any gaps that I miss. Yes, your name and address. The other fields are either if you're doing it online, obviously your Connecticut driver's license number, our last four of your social security number. I think there's one more piece of information I'm missing, but if you are not doing so in person, then when the registrar is processing that paperwork, they are required to send a mailing to the voter. And if there is any other type of ID required, that is requested in that letter before someone is sort of made active on the voter roll. I know this committee already knows there's a difference between inactive and active. So there will often be people on a voter roll that are inactive, but before they are able to vote in the next election, they may need to do something else. Did I leave anything out?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Just to add to some of that, when a person registers to vote, as she mentioned, they supply their driver's license number or the last four digits of their social security number. And when the registrar enters that into the central voter registry system, it does send out a message to either the DMV or to the Social Security Administration saying, this is Anna Posniak, this is her date of birth, and this is the information given. And it sends back a message, if you will, to the registrar that there is a match there. And if there is a match, then a notice is generated, and this notice is then mailed to the individual at that address. If the post office successfully mails that piece of mail to that address, then that person is registered. If the post office returns the envelope back to the registrar saying no known person at that address, then they have to make that person inactive on the voter rolls. So additionally, if no identification is supplied by the voter, through the Help America Vote Act, the first time that they go to vote, they do have to present their ID. And that also does include absentee voting. So the voter would have to make a photocopy of their ID and include that when they're returning back their absentee ballot to the town clerk.
If they don't do it in person.
Yes, that's it. Go ahead.
Hi, Gabe Rosenberg. I'm the Chief of Staff and General Counsel for the Secretary. The one thing that I want to add to that very able explanation is that the overwhelming majority of registrants today now are either through the online system or through the DMV. And both of those require a driver's license number. So it's hitting it's either in the DMV database or it's hitting the DMV database before they are registered.
And I did get that data for 2024. I believe it was somewhere between 83 and 87% of anyone registered in Connecticut are through the DMV.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I appreciate the answers. That's very encouraging to hear. I just want to confirm that this requirement for the driver's license number and or social security, are those required fields on the online system? Are they the person I'm gathering they're put in the system unless they're kicked out based on a mismatch or some feedback from the motor vehicle department or Social Security Administration is the way I'm hearing it. You guys can clear that up with me in a second. And What about same day registration? What about somebody who comes in without identification at the polls and simply swears that they are John Smith from Wolcott, Connecticut, and they wish to vote, they just moved to town? What about those people? Do we have a mechanism to verify who they are?
So driver's license or last four are required for any type of registration online or on paper, or as Anna outlined, you have to bring your ID if something is a mismatch, etc. There are methods by which you can vote, such as like a provisional ballot type of thing, or signing an affidavit, I should say, if you don't have your identification with you or something like that. But those ballots are sequestered until that information is verified. For same day registration, part of the reason anyone who has tried to register on the same day often is like, I was at my polling place. Why can't I do it there? Why do I have to go back to the registrar's office or the designated place in your town? And that is because they have to be looked up in the voter registration system, and you need access to that to verify all the information that Anna mentioned. But again, I will lean on my very confident assistant director who spent many years doing this work to walk through the entire process.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So in addition to what Secretary Thomas had mentioned, there is also a process that passed, I believe it was last legislative season or the season prior to that, where there's an affidavit process for an individual who may not have identification, and they have to bring with them another registered voter who has identification to swear an affidavit that they know who this person's identity was. And this was intended because I believe it came from Waterbury, if I'm not mistaken, where a homeless person wanted to register to vote, and there was no mechanism in place for an individual with no ID.
And would you mind walking through the SDR process?
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So an individual who wants to vote by or use the same day voter registration on election day would complete a voter registration form, and then they would present that registration form and their identification either to the registrar of voter, or if it's on election day, often they will have special registrar of voters to assist them with the process. And very much like how they register a voter, they will enter all the information into CVRS. I should also back up that they will also run a check on CVRS statewide to make sure that name and date of birth does not come up in another municipality. If it does, they have an obligation to reach out to that municipality to confirm that that voter hasn't already cast a ballot in that municipality. And then to go back, they would fill out that application, the ID, the registrar of voters would go into CVRS, enter in the name, and it would come back to let them know that this, is the individual in front of them through the DMV or the Social Security Administration. And once that's done, they are able to cast a ballot, which then goes into an envelope where they sign under the pains and penalties of perjury that they are the person who is on this envelope, and that ballot is held to after 8 o'clock, just in case the municipality comes back to say that, they did cast a ballot. Maybe it was through the absentee ballot process or something like that. But, it's kind of, as I had mentioned earlier, there are many checks and balances within our state statutes to prevent fraud.
Three, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all of that. And I do know that the letter of the statute does include a number of checks and balances, as you mentioned. I'm not certain those things play out as they are described in every municipality in every election. We had some circumstances, place in Eastern Connecticut last time that was kind of overwhelmed with same day of voters, a lot of UConn students. And I don't know that those folks had in every case some verification done at the point of sale, for lack of a better term, to make sure that they hadn't voted in another jurisdiction or another state, or that they were even citizens or from America or eligible. And we don't have a good mechanism to adjudicate that, frankly, in Connecticut, unfortunately. But I want to just also clear up, by the way, that, when I mentioned signature verification, I'm not necessarily speaking specifically of signatures. I'm just speaking of a process, which I'm fine with a unique identifier, but we don't have that in Connecticut. We should, but we do not have that type of system. This has been somewhat illuminating, and I appreciate it. I think we could go back and forth for quite a while, and I know there's a lot of people to testify today, and the chairs are probably getting frustrated with me going on and on about stuff that we've hashed out many, many times. But I do want to make it very clear that we do not, I did not hear an answer to what is making sure that we have the identity of the person who's signing up for a permanent absentee ballot. The identification that's been referred to over and over again is not necessarily photo identification in Connecticut. I'm also pretty certain. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I have a couple of other questions, which I did not get to ask on the other bills that we had last time. So I hope the chairs will indulge me just to ask a couple quick questions, which is there was a bill that we had in the last, are you going to interrupt me, Mr. Chairman?
I was just going to say, we try to keep the questions to the bills that are before us. I think one question you could ask the secretary is whether she'd be willing to sit down with you and answer your questions on these other bills, which I'm sure she would be.
I appreciate.
I would be, I would say, I think we had 11 bills I testified on Friday. We also submitted, I believe, 13 pages of written testimony. I do not think I am reliable to go through all 11 of those bills today, but I would be happy to sit down and have those conversations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I can appreciate that. And I do want folks watching to know that, I mean, both me and my colleague, Representative Mastrofrancesco, monitored this hearing through the entire thing last time, except for maybe the last several minutes, which I understand you were the last person to testify. You're usually the first person to testify.
It was not my choice.
Madam Secretary, I mean, so for me to not be able to ask the questions that I want to ask on the record for the public, I think is a real problem. And you don't have to answer the questions, but the topics were, I need to understand why we are concerned about having ICE agents near the polls if there is no concern about people that are not voting illegally. And I'm also really want to hear your perspective on the SAVE Act. But again, I understand the chairman's restricting my ability to follow up on questions that are not on the agenda. So
I would love to sit down and talk about how the SAVE Act would increase costs in Connecticut.
Well, I think we have a commitment from the secretary to have that discussion.
Yeah, if I could though, go back to the bill at question. Senator, you had just mentioned something about having no recourse. I said earlier that Connecticut is behind the rest of the country in a lot of election reforms, but in one area that we are ahead, because I've heard this again and again, we have this independent body, the State Elections Enforcement Commission, and it's quite unique in the country, or it's rare, where every citizen has a private right to action to, if they suspect something is malfeasance, to go to seek, and it will be investigated. That is hugely important. It's an added safeguard in our system that we should recognize does not exist in most other states.
through you, Mr. Chairman.
You.
I'll just, my reference was to the fact that there is not a court in this land that will adjudicate a claim about an election or election fraud before your office has the chance to certify an election. And that is because our state constitution is quite clear that it's the legislature that decides those determinations about whether or not an election is to be redone or something to that effect. We've had a number of instances. There was an issue in Stratford a number of years ago where people were provided the wrong ballots, and that election was in question. And the majority party could have put that on the floor to adjudicate that situation, but they've never bothered to take the vote, presumably because they were happy with the results. And I know that in the last election cycle, there were candidates that expressed significant concerns and filed complaints with SEC, but that didn't stop your office from certifying an election, even though those complaints are out there. And we don't know if those will ever be addressed, resolved, and certainly it won't have anything to do with who's serving in that office. So I have significant reservations. I'm not putting you responsible for that, Madam Secretary. That's the way our Constitution's written. But unfortunately, what it does is it makes it a political decision. So whoever's in the majority at that time, if they're satisfied with what the result was in a election that may be in doubt, they don't have to do anything. They can just let it go. And the courts don't want a part of it because of the constitutional requirements. But I wanted to just thank you for your time today. And I know you have more questions coming from Representative Mastro-Francesco.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, it felt like a little bit of that was slightly incorrect.
I wouldn't say incorrect. The only thing that I would add is that is specific to state legislators because it is in the Constitution. So it's not for every race. In fact, it's not even for the majority of races, just for state representative and state senator.
Thank you.
And I think only after the election has been certified, correct? So if there were, similar to the primary that we saw in the Bridgeport mayoral race that was overturned, if there were a situation like that, a court could intervene.
That's correct. And that's in statute. There's a procedure for that, when you have to file by, when it has to be decided by in advance of the certification.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Further questions from the committee? Representative Mastro-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming in. Always pleasure to see you.
Likewise.
Couple questions. I won't be too long. I just had a couple for clarification, but so here we are talking about the constitutional change that voters voted on for no excuse absentee voting. And I've always said that I think when people went out to vote for that, they figured that, yeah, why do I need an excuse to vote by absentee ballot? I should just be able to do it. Not realizing all these other changes that are behind it because it put that power into the legislature. I think if that question was held today with more clarification, the outcome might be different, but here we are. A couple, just for clarification, when Senator Sampson was talking about the online registration to register to vote, I think he asked if those social security number, last four digits, or driver's license are a required field. And I believe that you said yes. So does that mean that if they do not fill that information in, they can't go any further and they cannot register online? Is that accurate through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, your first point, what I've learned as secretary is that we never actually know why people vote, but like the reasons are myriad. But and through you, driver's license are last four of social, not, you don't both. Oh yeah, feel free to.
Sorry, specific to online voter registration, it has to be a driver's license because the way that system works is it reaches out to the DMV system to make sure that person exists.
Okay, thank you.
But on the hard form, it's one or the other.
Thank you. I understand that it's one or the other and it has to be a driver's. My question is, if they do not put that information in there, do they stop? They cannot go any further to register online through you, Mr. Chairman.
That's correct.
We do one thing that to make it easier for the voter is that you can fill out the entire voter registration form and then print it out. So you don't have to go find another one if you get halfway through the process and hit that snag where you don't have a driver's license. You can fill in all your information at the end of the process. It obviously won't let you register, but you can hit print if you have a printer, and you'll have the voter registration form that you can then bring to your or mail to your registrar to finish the voter registration process.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chairman, question on the permanent absentee ballot list. So if I'm understanding correctly, Madam Secretary, is that your goal is to send out information to educate voters how to be put on a permanent absentee ballot list. Once that list is created, and I'm assuming the way this works is that every election, these people will automatically get a ballot, not an application, a ballot, an actual voting ballot to vote in the election. Is that correct through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, first to clarify, the mailing that I envision would outline the 3 means by which people can vote in an election in Connecticut. So election day, early voting, absentee ballot. And it would tell them how to do those things. So in the absentee ballot section, it would say, here's how you apply for an absentee ballot. And sorry, the second part of your question was?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other question I have, once they request to be on the permanent absentee ballot list, will they automatically just get a voting ballot at the next election and every election going forward through you?
Thank you for that. It's a good question because this is something we hope the public hearing will help nail down, if you will. It is done differently in different states. I'm trying to recall if anyone on my team recalls. I believe there is still an interim step that is not just the ballot, but I'm not 100% sure. Do you remember?
Madam
If
Secretary.
not, we'll get you information after this. Yeah.
Presently, anyone who is a permanent voter fills out the application once. And with this process, one of the things that we were intending is that they would check that box, which would make them a permanent voter rather until either they move or we receive anything from the NACOA list indicating that they've moved, or through the canvas at all that they've moved. And presently, a permanent absentee voter does receive the ballot automatically. The town clerk is required under state statute for retention to keep that absentee ballot permanently until it's no longer required, meaning the voter no longer requests a permanent absentee ballot. So yes, they would get a ballot, but we would be putting in some regulations in place too. So that would there's still a process to determine if there should be additional checks and balances built in.
Yeah, and if I could just clarify, we do have a permanent absentee ballot list right now in Connecticut for certain voters with disabilities, for example. I would rather get back to you at what our program would look like. I did read a lot of data about I always want to look at what states are doing it successfully, who's undertaken the best practices. And I apologize, I don't remember off the top of my head what there were a couple of different states I was looking at, but I'm happy to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm getting 2 different answers here. You're telling me that they will automatically get a ballot. And you're telling me something different, I think. I understand we do have that in place already for people with a disability, but now we're talking about expanding this to every resident in the state of Connecticut, should they choose to be on that list. So,
which is why you're getting a slightly different answer. Anna's talking to you about our current process. I'm talking to you about our future process, given the scale. That is why I want to double check the data to see exactly. There were a couple of states that I thought had a best practice, have been doing it longer, and I don't want to misspeak. So I would like to go back and get that information on exactly how they do it. Part of the reason I'm here today with a different bill than the one that was raised on Friday is because as we expand an absentee ballot program, I want to make sure there are more security features built in because our current system was not built for a broad scale.
okay, thank you for that. And so through you, Mr. Chairman, if I'm understanding correctly, Madam Secretary, if this bill passes as is, you do not need to come back to the legislature to implement the process that you are going to use for mailing out those ballots. You can just simply do what you're doing right now for those with a disability that are on the list that automatically get a ballot. That is something that your office will look into and figure whatever the best practices are. You do not need to come back to the legislature for approval. Is that correct, through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, yes and no. We would write regulations, but there are processes and laws in place that require that to go through public not public hearing, sorry, public comment, etc. My attorney looks like he wants to say something very detailed, so I will let him fill you in on that process.
No, I was going to say exactly what you just said,
okay.
that through the regs review process.
Yeah. Do you want to outline what that is, just?
Okay. Okay, thank you. So you basically, through you, Mr. Chairman, you're going to be going through regs review
Correct.
from this. So really, the legislature is not going to have any say in it. It's going to go through regs review and
No. Meaning, so let's take early voting as an example. The legislature wrote a bill that included a lot of the details. There were some details that we had to write that didn't need to go through regulation review. Every time a law passes, I don't, is there a good way to explain what needs to go through review? I don't know how to explain it in words.
Formal regs go through the reg review process. Only where it says that the secretary may or shall promulgate regs related to whatever section. Filling in the details is through our manual making process, where we create the processes that are a little bit more detailed than the statute is to actually make it work.
okay, thank you for that. So this is the concern through you, Mr. Chairman. This is the concern I have with this, is that really the goal really is to, I can't imagine you're doing it differently. And I know you're probably going to look into other states, but if I believe most of them that have that permanent absentee ballot on file, they're mailing them. They're just mailing them. So let's just say, for the sake of it, that's what's going to happen, because that's what I assume is going to happen. I can only assume based on history in the building and what you're doing currently right now with people with a disability. All these people that signed up for get an absentee ballot, they send it in. And I know you talked a little bit about a unique identifier, which to me personally, I don't agree with. How do we verify who the person is that's mailing in that ballot, that that's the person that's voting? There has to be some process in place. What would that process look like? And listen, this stuff is important to talk about now, as opposed to let's pass it and then we're going to talk about it and put some process in place. I think these are important questions that people really should know. Do we have any process? Will we have a process in place to verify who that voter is once they send in that absentee ballot? Because they are going to be getting a ballot in every election. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Not every election, and these are questions that the legislature have to consider. Right now, the bill is silent. For example, is the permanent absentee list 2 years, 4 years, forever? Oh, sorry, is it in the bill? Line 6, 7, 8. Oh, we did do every 2 years. And that is, thank you. I thought we left that out because I recommended every 2 years because every 4 years seemed too long to me. And it felt like every 2 years, it's less likely that you will have so many people who have moved, etc. But in terms of verification, do you mean how would we verify beyond a unique identifier, or like signature verification or something like that?
Yeah,
I'm
through you,
not
Mr.
sure I understand
Yeah,
exactly.
through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. So the ballot comes back. How do we know? And I guess maybe signature verification or something needs to be on file that you can match with that ballot as a, different than a unique ID, because that's just an ID. Anybody can use that. How do you really verify that that's the person that sent in that ballot that is actually voting without having some sort of signature verification or a driver's license on file that matches their something? There has to be something in place besides a unique ID.
I
Through you.
mean, in some ways it's the same thing, right? Like I know how to forge my mother's signature, right? So like verification is verification. I'd be happy to send you whatever data has been submitted about the differences. Like unique identifier is newer than signature verification, but there are studies done on both. I can forward those on. But otherwise, I would yield to the process that Anna described earlier today.
Okay, thank you. And just one more couple quick questions, Mr. Chairman, through you. You mentioned every 2 years for doing the campaign. And if I understand you correctly, it's every 2 years you are going to make the public aware of signing up to be on the permanent absentee ballot, or are you contacting the people who signed up to verify that they're still at that address so you can purge everything through you?
None of the above. What I'm recommending is the one-time mailing, and I mean that one time as a state cost, and then you would be on the permanent list for 2 years, and then they would need to reapply.
Okay, that's clarification. And in the meantime, if they're on the list and a year goes by, and it's not within that 2-year frame, it's up to that person to obviously contact the town clerk's office to be removed. I'm assuming that would be the process through you.
No, for 2 years, they would be on the permanent list, and then the process that Anna outlined, they will know who was on the permanent list, and assuming there hasn't been any other changes to their record, they would then most likely receive the ballot.
Okay, thank you. And through you, if there was a change in their address, would they have to notify the town clerk or the registrar of voters that there's a change? Or how does that work? Will maybe they moved within that 2-year time frame? Will they still get a ballot at that old address? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
It's a good question. I really don't remember the details, but go ahead if.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So when you mail out any piece of mail, the post office, when they're delivering it to that house, if that individual has moved and has indicated that, they filled out the form with the post office saying, I moved, please, direct my mail to this new address, the absentee ballot will come back to the town clerk's office as undeliverable. So there is, and it creates almost essentially inherently a checks and balance, because it's another part of the canvas where we're then informed that that voter 1 year into the process has moved, and then we can go and clean the voter record rolls even further. So in addition to that, the registrar of voters every January through April 30th have to conduct a canvas. And so they look at records from NOACOA and also from ERIC, which will show where, if any voters have moved to different states. We have an agreement with the states in the ERIC agreement to indicate when a voter from Connecticut, there is a match now maybe in Florida or maybe a match in another state, and we'll be informed, and our registrar of voters then have to act accordingly to clear up the voter rolls.
And yeah, I thought what you were going to say, and I think you did, any of the ways that we get list updates now would still be true. So if someone passes away, for example, like they get removed. If like when people change their address, and the registrars look at I always said NCOA. Do people say NCOA? Okay. Through the NCOA lists, etc. I was just checking. I thought I've been saying it wrong my whole life. So all of those things don't change. So if someone is always free, and I wish I'll use this as an opportunity for a public service announcement. If you move, call your registrar and let them know you moved. So all of those things don't change.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, just a couple more quick questions, 'cause I know we have a long day here. I'm assuming that the process right now, if somebody passes away, does the town clerk or the registrar of voters automatically remove them from the list? And would they automatically have to remove them from the permanent absentee list? For you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, yes.
Okay, thank you. And one more topic I want to just touch base on in your testimony about the ballot counting. So are you proposing that ballots be counted, absentee ballots be counted earlier during the day?
Oh,
on election day, not on early voting every day, but on election day, that they start counting and tallying those ballots, not just feeding them through the machine earlier. For you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, we're just simply suggesting that we align absentee ballots with early voting ballots like we have the last couple of years on election day. Current law, you don't have to deliver the absentee ballots until between 10 a.m. and noon, but in anticipation that the volume may be larger, I would like to say you can deliver them as early as 6 a.m. so that if there are a lot of absentee ballots, they can start being processed, counted, etc. We had this problem, you may recall, in 2024, when we were still using the envelope system for early voting. There were towns who underestimated how long it would take and didn't start counting until like noon, 1 p.m. And then they got crosswise, up until midnight. That was such a big election. So it's a simple shift from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, thank you. You're just assuming just putting them through, delivering them, not actually taking a total count of the results is what I was checking on.
No, I mean, much like now, everything gets tallied. Right now, it's 10 a.m. It would move to 6 a.m., but you don't get the results until after polls close.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you. I know there was a lot of questioning, but it's a big bill. And obviously I do have a lot of concerns with it, but thank you for coming in, Madam Secretary. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Just had a couple of my own for a little cleanup. Thank you, first of all, for all those very informative and fulsome answers. I know you were not Secretary at the time in 2020. In fact, you were on this committee with us. We miss you. Although you're doing a terrific job where you are. The situation at the time was with the Secretary at the time is or was, by my understanding, that the governor issued an executive order which had the power of law at the time related to the pandemic, allowing for a mailing of absentee voting. There was an appropriation through the governor, as I understand it, and that the allowance for everyone to vote absentee was due to the sickness exception, which obviously there was a sickness going on through the pandemic. Is that your understanding as well?
That is. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And I'm happy Gabe is the only one at this table who was in this office at that time. So feel free.
Yeah, the appropriation was through the federal government. It was CARES Act money. But you're right, the governor issued an executive order that said that one of the possible excuses under sickness was COVID, like the existence of COVID. Then the Supreme Court validated that.
Thank you very much for the answer. There was some discussion about the voter rolls, and I seem to remember that we did require you to cross-check the voter rolls, I think yearly through at least two mechanisms in 2024. Is that your understanding as well? And did we give you any funding for it?
Um, uh, yes, we are required, and we undertake that. I do not recall receiving any funding. Yeah,
You
no.
didn't. So
We did not. I felt certain I would remember that.
yeah. So another emphasis for, we're not the appropriations committee here, obviously, but the secretary the secretary's office has a very important job and deserves to be adequately funded and is doing a lot often with less. And we appreciate you doing these cross checks without additional funding for it. And they do help to maintain the voter rolls. Let's see, a lot of what I was going to ask you has been addressed. One question I did have related to the bill was, in your testimony, you mentioned that you thought that the permanent absentee voting changes should happen in kind of phase 2 of the implementation. In the bill as we currently have it written, the effective date is from passage. Do you have any, counsel on whether we should move that effective date? Do you think it's practicable as it currently is, which would be from this year?
No, my recommendation is that everything happen at once. I believe it's doable with the current effective date. It would be, it's a push. It's a push. I would love this bill to pass in April to make that push a little easier on our staff. But yeah, ideally, everything would happen at once, just to reduce voter confusion, if nothing else.
Appreciate that. And I guess I would just close with more of a comment. So mentioned that elections are often decided by one vote, or not often, but they can be. And that's certainly true. And on the one side, if you have a vote that is improper, which happens very rarely, that can certainly be a problem. On the other side, there's very commonly the instance or situation where someone who is eligible to vote cannot or does not because it's too inconvenient or there's obstacles that we put up as the state. And so I think that's something that we have to keep in mind as we're addressing all these systems, that security is certainly important. There's never been a perfect election. We certainly should take every reasonable measure to prevent anyone from voting improperly, however rarely it does happen. But we also need to make sure that we're providing proper and complete access to the people of Connecticut and ensuring that their voices can be safely, securely, and accessibly heard. And I think one more thing I just did want to mention, and we often, when we hear testimony from individuals who've made allegations that there's been impropriety, when there's people outside of this building or in other parts of this building who make allegations that there may have been some impropriety, we do have, as the secretary mentioned, a uniquely open mechanism for the adjudication of those sorts of claims. And so we encourage people, if they do have these sorts of allegations, to bring them to the appropriate authorities, whether it's SEEK or the criminal authorities, where they can be properly adjudicated and we can get to the bottom of them. If there is someone who needs to be held accountable, they can be held accountable. Or if there needs to be changes to our processes, as we made in 2024, to speed up some of these investigations, prosecutions, and take certain measures to prevent certain, shall we say, allegations that there was certain areas of potential impropriety in the system, we can make those changes. But it's very difficult to do that when someone is making an allegation who doesn't bring it to either State Elections Enforcement Commission, to you, to the criminal authorities where it can be properly investigated and adjudicated. And so I think it's really important that first of all, if there are any allegations, they be brought to those authorities, but also that we rely on those authorities to actually get them to the bottom of these things, and that we deal in, when we're trying to make policy, we deal in the complete and fully adjudicated record of those allegations. So I appreciate that. Well, I appreciate all your testimony today. I appreciate all your work on this bill, and I'm really hopeful that we're going to be able to incorporate this into our program of advocacy voting for all going forward. And seeing no further questions. Oh, and one more thing I did want to say is that you did attend our last hearing. You were last. You were very patient because of the conflict, and you were here. Your staff was here. I was here, and we appreciate you being here and answering our questions and doing it, being taken out of order in that way. So, as always, appreciate all of your work and your service to the state and your testimony today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Senator Harding, you're up. Following Senator Harding, there would be Neil Ubriani, hope I pronounced that correctly, and Catherine Mercado. Senator Harding, whenever you're ready, you may begin. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but your microphone is off.
Figured Secretary would keep it on. But good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Chair Flexer, Chair Blumenthal, Ranking Members Sampson and Master Francesco, and other honorable distinguished members of the Government Administration Elections Committee. I do urge you today to oppose House Bill 5554, an act concerning the membership of the Legislation Reg Review Committee. It was established in 1972. The Legislative Review Committee is the only committee with an equal number of Democrats and Republicans, and ensures that state agencies do not exceed their legal authority, and ensures that proposed regulations do not conflict with state and federal law. It is an invaluable check on executive branch overreach. The legislation upends that dynamic aspect of what is otherwise very bipartisan in this committee. It changes the bipartisan makeup of this committee, which has worked well for 54 years at this point. This legislation upends this, and why? And that's the question I have to ask is why? Why now? It's not lost on me, frankly, that a controversial legislative proposal in the Public Health Committee could potentially allow the Health Commissioner to implement vaccine standards without the traditional reg review process. There is no good reason whatsoever to empower a single individual, the Health Commissioner, with broad and unchecked powers to create vaccination schedules and dictate the decision to so many Connecticut residents. Yet this proposal before the Public Health Committee would do exactly that, removing the regulatory review process that normally ensures policies are vetted, balanced, and fair. Now, the balance to that would be a bipartisan composition, which is currently constructed in the Regs Review Commission. But under this particular legislation, that being House Bill 5554, it would change the bipartisan makeup, becoming a partisan makeup, and really speaks to absolutely everything that is supposed to be antithetical and bipartisan about the Regs Review Committee. And again, it has worked well in this building under different majorities, different minorities now at this point for well over 50 years. The question is, why are we changing it now? Why change one of the few lasting committees in this building that is bipartisan? And I understand, there's parties that are in power today that are in the majority, but what I would warn is that may not always be the case. And so what may work for you for partisan composition today may not work for you in the future for partisan composition. I think that's exactly the reason why the Reg Review Commission is bipartisan and composed in that matter. So with that said, I've spoken in my testimony. I would ask all the committee members with 5554 as currently constructed to oppose this measure because of the reasons I listed, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senator Harding, great to
afternoon.
see you today.
Ditto.
Great job over at the CBIA this morning, by the way.
Thank you.
I noticed during your testimony that you brought up the vaccine bill that is also floating around the building and the potential of how the Regs Review Committee could end up being impacted.
Correct.
And today we have a completely bipartisan, equal representation, Republicans and Democrats. And if that were to change, that might mean significant changes to the authority to impact whatever happens with that legislation. But I also want to just ask your opinion about how it impacts other legislation. We just had a conversation with the Secretary of State suggesting that they were going to promulgate regulations as a result of the bill that's on our agenda today having to do with absentee voting, that they will set up the rules. Isn't the purpose of the Regs Review Committee being a bipartisan equal representation committee to make sure that at least the rules of the game are fair? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Senator. And first off, thank you for your work on this committee and in this building. But your question is exactly right. It's not only, you know, the vaccine schedule. It's not only the bill that I referenced out of public health. It's every single bill in which empowers a commissioner or anyone else in our state government to promulgate regulations. And the theory is that, you know, it should be looked at not from a partisan lens, but from a lens on whether or not this is legal. That's it. And so there's no good reason, in my opinion, to have a partisan lens examining regulations, because there should be nothing political or partisan about it. It should simply be making sure that the regulation is in accordance with the statute that was drafted, in accordance with the legislation that allowed them to promulgate this regulation, and reviewing it with that strictly and exclusively with that lens. And I fear that if we start changing the composition of Regs Review to a partisan composition, it will become political, like, frankly, any other committee in this building. And it's okay to have political committees that create legislation. But when you have a political committee being the final sayer for, and the final judge, I should say, for regulation, which is really just a construct to review the legality of that regulation, you start making that political. That's a very dangerous, slippery slope to go.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate that very much, Senator Harding, and I agree wholeheartedly. You know, I think, you know, I'm a Republican. You can tell me whether you agree with this or not, but I choose to be a Republican partly because I'm a little suspicious of government, generally speaking. And one thing that is a constant frustration to me is that I see us transferring, and I say us, I mean, generally speaking, the majority, but I see the legislature transferring the authority that we have as representatives of our constituents to the bureaucracy. And so there's a lot of bills that go through this place, and it's like, well, we're going to empower the commissioner of whatever state agency to make regulations or create the process for something. And in my view, Regs Review is the check on that. So do you see that this will change the way we will have to view every bit of legislation that comes through this building that empowers commissioners now to develop regulations, because now the check will vanish effectively on those regulations via the Regs Review Committee? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think you raise a very important point, because I think our founding fathers, when you crafted our government, whether it be our federal government, whether it be our state government, was that the individuals that are empowered are us, elected officials. We're empowered through the vote, through democracy, through the vote of our constituents. Our neighbors have elected us and given us the awesome responsibility of being their voice, their advocate, and their vote in this building. We're elected to office. And what I've seen in this building, often on some pieces of legislation, even in the Environment Committee is a good example, which I serve as ranking member on, is this continued loss of authority from the legislative individuals, the elected individuals in the building, to unelected bureaucrats within our state government. And so to your point, I think Regs Review is a perfect bipartisan organization to be the last check on an unelected bureaucrat implementing regulations. And I would argue and contend, to your point, that if we continue to hand over authority via regulation to commissioners in this building, it is even more incumbent upon us to make sure that the final check of the legislature is a bipartisan lens, as opposed to a partisan lens, because then at that point, it becomes completely unchecked at that point. If you have a partisan organization and composition creating legislation, handing over powers to an unelected bureaucrat, and that same partisan composition is reviewing the regulations they're implementing, it's exactly antithetical to why the Regs Review Committee sits there and has been sitting there for 54 years at this point.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate those comments. I think you put an exclamation point on your initial testimony, and that was just a much more substantial clarification. It's also interesting to note that in Connecticut, the legislature also appoints most of the judges. So effectively, a partisan entity is making every decision about every branch of government at this point, our regulatory process, everything. There are very few checks and balances remaining, and that's, in my view, one of the reasons why we need to keep this. I'll give you a last word if there's anything else you want to add. Otherwise, I am through with my questions, Mr. Chairman.
No, I think Senator, you hit on some very important points, and I do appreciate your advocacy in that regard. And I think it highlights why it's necessary to keep this committee bipartisan.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions from the committee? Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'm glad to see you here today. I just wanted to ask you a question, just sort of divulging a little bit from the bill that you're here to testify on, but also related. I think the bill you're testifying on speaks to a bill or a committee of the legislature that gives our legislature an ability to be an equal branch of government. And I think sometimes the structure of the legislature lends itself for us to be slightly less than equal in some ways. And so I just wanted to ask you, since you're here, I hope you don't mind, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. This is not a partisan question. But do you think there are other things we could be doing to strengthen the legislature as an equal branch of government? Again, I think Regs Review performs an important role in that, in checking on state agencies that answer strictly to the executive branch, and therefore the governor and his office. I think back to, I think it was a big mistake getting rid of the Program Review and Investigations Committee. I think that body played a key role in oversight of the functions of state government. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts about that. Frankly, I'm just hopeful we might have some bipartisan consensus on ways to strengthen the legislature as an equal branch of government. Thank you.
So, and thank you, Chairwoman, for your question and for your work as well. Yes, I mean, I think that we currently have another government oversight committee, which what my thought when it was originally created would be more of a oversight committee over the state agencies and departments that the governor oversees, et cetera, which I think would give more legislative authority and responsibility to us back in the legislature. So I think that's an important aspect. If there's ways to strengthen that committee, to allow that committee to do the work necessary to investigate what needs to be investigated, I think it would create a broader aspect of authority and responsibility on the legislature. It also would create an important check on in balance in government here, where you don't have a governor, and this is any governor, this is not speaking to this particular governor, usurping some authorities and maybe not tackling some responsibilities on state agencies that can be tackled by the legislature, frankly, with an oversight. I also would argue, too, that, and I think Senator Sampson alluded to it, is, we do have the ability to override regulation through legislation. And so if there's an opportunity where we believe regulation is being utilized in a manner that's ineffective or hurting our constituents, I would argue that we should be taking further authority in our ability to create legislation to override that regulation. I think far too often we allow state agencies to implement regulation which we may disagree with and don't take steps necessary to override it when necessary for our constituents. So I think those are two aspects that we can look at, but looking procedurally at committees, if there's a way we can give the oversight committee more authority, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And do you is your notion that the oversight committee would be in partnership with our auditors of public accounts and perhaps working I'm trying to focus on you, Senator, despite the chaos to my right, that they would work in partnership with the auditors of public accounts and almost in a PRI type model, but that being a new
I find, and I know you've reviewed these reports and audits too, Senator, a lot of times it doesn't get the discussion it should. And some of the things, frankly, that I've seen in governmental waste or really lack of oversight with some of these agencies is alarming. And it's not the sexy topic to cover, so you don't really get it exposed from a media perspective. But nevertheless, it's still our job as legislators. And so, yeah, I would absolutely love to see the committee, particularly the Government Oversight Committee, work more hand in hand with the auditors and see what their reports are exposing, and then ask the necessary questions to ensure that it doesn't happen again. That's the most important part. Mistakes are made. We're all human. However, we need to learn from those mistakes and ensure that legislation or regulation is implemented to prevent things like this from happening again.
Thank you. Thank you for that conversation, and thank you, Mr.
Chairwoman.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Further questions from the committee? I had a couple quick questions. And I appreciate you being here, Senator, and answering all of our questions on this. You kind of alluded to this earlier, but the way people in the world generally have this kind of idea about what a regulation is, it's just some sort of government guidance. But what actually goes before the Regulations Review Committee are regulations in the legal sense, legislative rules that carry the force of law, correct?
Correct.
And those legislative rules are derived from statutes that we pass. The governor doesn't, or the agencies don't just get to write stuff. They have to interpret what we pass and kind of fill in blanks and deliver force of law. Is that fair to say?
You and I took the same admin law class in law school. You got a better grade than I did, probably, but
I don't know about that.
The answer to your question is correct. Yes.
But yeah, so I guess the question I would have, or one of the questions I would have is, you have a situation where a statute might have been passed by a majority in the legislature.
Correct.
The governor interprets it, or the governor's
staff,
designees or commissioners interpret it. They issue a regulation, and then the objective of regs review is to say, was it within the scope of what we passed? Is it correct in terms of how it's interpreting our law? And I guess my question is, if a majority passes a law and the lodestar of legislative meaning is legislative intent, do you see anything discordant with then the minority having a completely equal voice in saying what that law means when it's being interpreted by the executive?
It's a good question. Yes, and the reason why is because it's not policy based. So there's clearly, if you have the majority, you've been elected to have the majority in this building, you're going to have the last word on policy. You're right, and that's the reason why the committees that are partisan are composed in a partisan manner, because there's more in the majority than the minority, and therefore for policy based decisions, absolutely. But regs review, and I think you've even referenced this, Mr. Chair, is not a policy based organization. It's an organization constructed simply to examine whether or not this is within the confines of the law. And anyone that asserts an objection to the implementation of a regulation cannot be citing policy reasons as to why they disagree with whatever is being passed or promulgated to them, correct? So I think that's why it's different, and that's why it's necessary to have a bipartisan composition, because frankly, it's not policy driven. It is driven simply in accordance with the law, which should be driven in a bipartisan manner.
Well, I would agree with you that that's how things are supposed to work. But of course, on the committee are legislators, and legislators make decisions for all sorts of reasons. And it certainly could be the case that someone could reject a regulation for policy reasons. Wouldn't you agree?
I would,
whether or not they stated them officially.
So it's not, but we were in a courtroom, I'd object to speculation, but yeah, I mean, is it a human nature at times that you may not like the policy aspects of a regulation and therefore may have more of a bend towards not approving it for that reason? Of course, right? I mean, we are legislators. I get that. However, I think, and I think I alluded to it in my testimony, we've had this composition for 54 years. We've gone through multiple large majorities for one party, large majorities for other parties, rather even majorities and minorities, and it's generally worked. I can think of very few instances in my review of it in which the committee has not worked on a bipartisan basis. And again, I think that, frankly, I think we're making similar arguments for different reasons, maybe. And the reason I say that is this. I think that you inherently make the committee political and policy driven when you make it partisan. And I fear that we're going to be doing that by changing the construct right now. I think changing the construct to a partisan construct almost sends a message to that committee that you're no longer a legal regulatory review committee, but a policy driven committee. And I think just that alone inherently makes it less policy driven and takes it away from inherently what should be in its nature, which is not policy driven at all. And I think that's the argument that I'm making, that if we send the message to that committee that you're going to be a partisan composition, similar to how other committees in this building work, I think it indicates to them that there is a policy base to how they're voting. And I think that's not what the committee is there for.
One other question I had was, I think a lot of our discussion today has made assumptions about the majority and the party holding the governor's seat as being the same one. And that's been true for the past
almost
7
20
years. Or no, sorry. Yeah, longer than that. Almost 16 years, I guess, at this point, 15 years. But for a long time before that, it was not the case. There was significant majorities for one party in the legislature, and then the opposite party had the governor's office. And I guess the question I would have is, in that situation, you have a governor of a different party interpreting what the legislature has passed, maybe not in line with what the legislature intended. And couldn't you see a situation there where the fact that there is strict bipartisan representation be one where the minority in the legislature could essentially work with the governor to disempower the legislature in terms of interpreting that law and the power of regulation?
I don't. And the reason why I don't is because the legislature always overrides, or legislation overrides regulation. So, I mean, I think, I understand it's more convenient to have a regulatory process and have regulation promulgated rather than pass legislation. But I mean, ultimately, the legislature is the final authority. If a governor implements regulation and that governor, let's say, is a Republican and there's a Democratic majority in the legislature, the Democratic majority can override that governor, whether it be strictly through legislation. And so that's what legislation is there for. Legislation is there for to either override regulation, which is not in congruence with what the intent of the legislature is there for. And it's also there to, as you mentioned, promulgate regulations. I would argue, though, that, you'd create a situation, let's take another example. And this, I don't think this would be good for any governance structure. If you create a partisan composition of regulations review, you'd almost make it impossible in some ways, if it becomes partisan, for a Republican governor, let's say, to pass regulation that's simply followed in accordance with the legislature, right? So if you create a composition that's a partisan composition to regs review, you may have a construct in which, if they're looking at it from a political lens, as you mentioned, which is sometimes inherent in what we do as policymakers, in which a Republican governor who's just simply trying to follow the legislation by promulgating regulations in accordance with the legislation would have a very difficult time following the legislature's will based upon the fact that the composition of regs review is partisan. And so I think that's the reason why it's even more important that it remains bipartisan. There's an equal number. And generally, I think even better heads will prevail in terms of doing what their job is to do, which is simply follow the law, not a policy-driven review.
Well, I appreciate your answers and the discussion, and I'm not going to belabor the issue too much more because, I think we're probably enjoying this conversation, but maybe not a whole lot.
I would agree. Yeah, this is a lot. This is fun. So,
but I guess I guess we've got a weird idea of fun, but I agree, and I appreciate you being here. I guess I could envision a scenario that is kind of the opposite of what you're saying, where the legislature passes a law in negotiation with a party, with governor of the opposite party, and the governor just says to him or herself, you know what, I'm going to issue regulations that are my version, even after it's heavily negotiated. It comes back, and then you don't have the 2/3 majority. The legislature tries to pass legislation, governor vetoes it, and you have a majority, but not the 2/3 majority. So I think,
very heavy-handed governor you're talking about there.
We've never had one of those. But in any event, I think I see it in terms of institutional interaction and dynamics. I think there's a number of different ways it can come into play. I really appreciate you being here for the discussion. And
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for being here. Thanks. Next up, we have Neil Ubriani, followed by Catherine Mercado, followed by Stephanie Tomaszewski.
Thank you, Chair Flexer and Blumenthal, Ranking Member Sampson and Master Francesco, and members of the committee. My name is Neil Ubriani. I'm Chief of Policy at Responsive Gov Action. We're a nonpartisan organization working to improve government efficiency and accessibility. I'm here to testify in support of HB 5544 and SB 491, two bills that will improve voter access and administrative efficiency in Connecticut's elections. HB 5544 would give municipalities the option to hold local elections alongside state elections in even-numbered years. This is a pragmatic and flexible reform. It does not mandate consolidation, but simply allows municipalities to choose the schedule that works best for their voters and their election administrators. Holding municipal elections alongside state elections can significantly increase participation in local races. Turnout in even-year elections is typically much, much higher than in off-cycle municipal elections, meaning more voters will participate in selecting local officials. Cities across the country have seen turnout increase by nearly 40 percentage points after consolidating elections. Consolidation can also reduce administrative costs by allowing towns and cities to run fewer standalone elections while making better use of existing election infrastructure and staffing. And the flexible approach in this bill, allowing municipalities to decide whether consolidation works for them, is already used in a number of states across the country, including Colorado, Minnesota, Texas, and Florida. I also want to express support for SB 491, which implements no-excuse absentee voting. Connecticut voters approved the constitutional amendment authorizing no-excuse absentee voting in 2024, and SB 491 appropriately implements that policy while incorporating several administrative best practices used across the country. First, the bill creates a ballot tracking system, allowing voters to follow their ballot from application through acceptance or rejection. Ballot tracking has become a standard feature in almost all states and helps build voter confidence while reducing administrative inquiries to election officials. Second, the bill establishes a notice and cure process, allowing voters to correct certain errors, such as missing information on their envelope before their ballot is rejected. These processes, again, which are used in the overwhelming majority of states, significantly reduce ballot rejection rates caused by small mistakes that are especially common among first-time absentee voters. Third, the bill allows earlier processing of absentee ballots, helping election officials manage higher volumes of mail ballots and supporting faster and more orderly reporting of results. Finally, the bill simplifies several administrative processes associated with mail ballots, including the absentee ballot envelopes and application materials, which can reduce voter error and streamline processing for election officials. Taken together, these reforms will help Connecticut successfully implement no-excuse absentee voting while ensuring the system remains secure, efficient, and easy for voters to use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony here today. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee. Thank you again for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Catherine Mercado, who will be followed by Stephanie Tomaszewski. And after Stephanie will be Antoinette Spinelli. Catherine, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Mercado. I'm a resident of Mansfield. I'm here today to express my deep concern about HB 5554. This bill proposes to change the membership and leadership structure of the Regulation Review Committee, a body specifically designed to provide balanced oversight of state agency regulations. The current bipartisan structure of this committee is not accidental. It is a safeguard that ensures that no single political majority can fully control the regulatory review process. Checks and balances like this are essential to preventing the concentration of power and ensuring that decisions are made through deliberation, compromise, and accountability. Equally important is the role that bipartisan leadership plays in maintaining public trust. When oversight bodies are structured to include shared authority across parties, it reinforces the idea that decisions are being made with integrity rather than a political advantage. Safeguards like the Bipartisan Regulation Review Committee exist to protect the integrity of our system, not to be adjusted for convenience or control. Once these checks are weakened, they are difficult to restore. This bill appears, whether it's intention or not, to be disingenuous. It presents itself as an administrative change while undermining long-standing bipartisan oversight and consolidating control with a single political majority. Last week, hundreds of Connecticut residents testified before the Public Health Committee on HB 5044 and SB 450 regarding changes to the regulatory review process in regards to mandates. And thousands more submitted testimony written in opposition. Again and again, testimony expressed genuine concern over the consolidation of power, and here we are doing the same thing again. It would appear that this bill is being placed on the agenda less than 2 days after that public hearing is no coincidence. Whether or not that was the intention or not, the public is concerned and paying attention. People are not only watching, but actively discussing what is happening at our Connecticut State Capitol. Holding multiple public hearings affecting the same communities on the same days creates confusion and contributes to a growing perception of unfairness and mistrust in government. Public trust is already being strained. This bill risks eroding it even further. A vote against HB 5554 would demonstrate a commitment to fairness, balance, and the responsibility entrusted to you by your constituents. For these reasons, I urge you to reject HB 5554.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to switch things up a little bit from what I said a moment ago. We're going to hear from Judith Degraphenreed. I hope I've said that right. And Judith, if I haven't, 34. Oh, nope, sorry, not Judith, 34. Amy Millardy. We're going to hear from Amy Millardy. And then forgive me, Judith, don't panic. It's not your turn for a little while. Sorry about that. We're going to hear from Amy Millardy, and then we will hear from Antoinette Spinelli and Pete Smith together, who will share their 3 minutes. And then we will hear from Richard Souza. So Amy, welcome. There's a little button in front of you. When you press it, the floor will be yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amy Millardy. I was born in Connecticut. I have siblings and family members in 5 different voting districts. I received all my education here, and I hold a master's from Sacred Heart University. I'm here to record my opposition to HB 5554, an act concerning the membership of the Legislative Regulation Review Committee and agency reports concerning a review of regulations. I oppose changing the composition of the Regulatory Review Committee and support to keep the long-standing bipartisan Regulatory Review Committee that has been in place since 1971, I believe. I believe this bill also removes the long-standing bipartisan co-chair requirement, and I oppose this as well. I see no compelling reason for this bill whatsoever. With my last few minutes of testimony, I'd like to make a public service request to Connecticut-born and independent journalist Candace Owens. Candace Owens, when you're done exposing corruption at the federal government, please come home and begin a deep dive in Connecticut government. I suggest a 3-part series beginning with the Education Committee, followed by the Public Health Committee, and lastly here with Bill HB 5554 regarding government manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you so much, and for the time.
Next, we will hear from Antoinette Spinelli and Pete Smith, who will be followed by Richard Souza, who will be followed by Katharine Zigmont. Welcome. When you're ready, the floor will be yours.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Annette Spinelli from Waterbury, and
I'm Pete Smith, City Clerk from Milford, and we are both the co-chairs of the Legislative and Elections Committee of the Connecticut Town Clerks Association. We're here today to testify on two bills. Very quickly, SB 491, which there was a lot of testimony on previously. We just wanted to say that we're supporting that. The Secretary of State has various recommendations. The bill that she talked about is very similar to the bill we testified on last week, 5001. Just to reiterate, we support the idea of a single envelope absentee ballot system, which will reduce the most common causes of rejected ballots, such as failure to sign the inner envelope. Her approach also allows for ballot curing, since the voter signature will be visible to the town clerk upon the return of the absentee ballot. And we also support the improving the application process and improving ballot tracking. So the only thing I'd say to wrap that up is that when and if there is money in the municipal election grants, it's important that some of that money can be accessed by the clerks, because the change in the absentee ballot process will in fact put our office as the first early voting cycle. The other bill that we wanted to testify on is HB 555. This is the Address Confidentiality Program. Connecticut town clerks fully support efforts to protect individuals who are at risk or in danger. We handle sensitive and personal information every day, and we take that responsibility seriously. However, shielding or removal of land records is a complex issue that requires a thoughtful solution to find an approach that protects the individuals while also preserving the integrity and functionality of Connecticut's land record system. Connecticut land records are built on an open public access and clear uninterrupted chain of title. We are not aware of any model in any other state that actually removes or shields the recorded property records from the public in the land recording system. The judicial branch implemented a program last year for judges that gave clear direction to clerks and provided liability protection to clerks as well. In addition, when we look at today's bill, we anticipate that other groups will want to join in the future and look for similar protections. It's important that we do this in a deliberative and collaborative approach. We're looking, and for these reasons, we're respectfully requesting and recommending we establish a working group with all of the shareholders, including the victims advocates, the town clerks, Secretary of State, real estate professionals, legal experts, and develop a long-term system that actually accomplishes the goal of this bill. Again, we're very empathetic to, or we understand what is trying to be accomplished, but land records are a rather difficult system, and the importance of land records has been, understood for literally hundreds of years.
Forgive the interruption. Can you please summarize, because your time has elapsed?
I'm summarized.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Yes, Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for being here. Got to give my shout out to Pete from Milford. I'm sorry I wasn't in person last week when you were here to testify as well. Just one question for both of you or whoever. Just reading through Senate Bill 491 in Section 6, talking about how the ballots, once your ballot is cast with the town clerk, it is cast. Is that usually the process, or that's a change?
Go ahead. Well, what you're doing is right now with absentee ballots are, the best way to think of it is they're provisional, in the context that once you return an absentee ballot, it can actually, the voter who delivered the absentee ballot can request that it comes back. So in other words, if they want to not vote by absentee, remove their ballot, and then go and vote in person, they're able to do that or make a change. But that's only because the reasons change. So in other words, currently you have to check one of those 6 reasons. If one of those 6 reasons changes, that gives you a reason to come and pull your ballot back. I think the idea is once this becomes permanent and there is no excuse, it will actually, your ballot will be cast. The other thing that is interesting on absentee ballots, if in fact not being flip or anything, but if you pass away before election day, your ballot does not count. Your vote does not count because you have passed away before election day. So that absentee ballot is removed. This will actually make it similar to what early voting is, and the vote will be cast.
Thank you. And thank you. Pete assembled me and the other town clerks in my area to go over some of these, and I appreciate that work and the work that you do to go through and really read all these bills that we do every session. So thank you both for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I just have a couple of questions and comments. First of all, your point about election resources that are given to municipalities and making sure they're shared with the town clerks. Have you submitted that to the Appropriations Committee, General Government A subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay, and they have that in written. Okay, great. And then on your points about the property records, I'm hesitant to say, yeah, let's sit around and study this for another year, because we heard some compelling testimony earlier this morning about why this proposal is so important. We've heard the reason it's here before us is because we've heard other stories that are very compelling. And I think with a lot of public records, this is a conversation we have in this committee a lot. I don't know that as a society, we had a thorough and meaningful conversation about what it means for things that used to be behind a closed door in a town hall that you could only access from 9 to 5, suddenly being at everyone's fingertips at any hour of the day. And the kinds of information that you can quickly find about people online from property records can really put people in danger. And so I know that earlier today, Representative Blumenthal threw out somewhat of a compromise. Do you think there's an ability for your offices to maybe in the short term retract some of this information from your online records and perhaps not do so in the hard copy records that you keep in your vaults and in your offices?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do feel that redacting certain information may be the best approach for the land records, given that we have to still have the chain of title, the document would still be there. With the judge's bill last year, they will identify each record that needs to be redacted, because with land records, it's very tricky. It's very fluid. You can be getting records in from various entities. The individual may not know that a bank recorded a release of mortgage, or they got solar panels. Different types of documents come in all the time. So it's a little bit tricky, very tricky for land records, to say the least. And I think that redaction would be beneficial, a more beneficial approach to trying to make this bill a little better.
Yeah, Senator, if I could just follow up, I actually think that's one of the challenges we have is that the judicial bill is doing exactly that, where you are redacting from the web, basically. And so folks understand it, the original documents are still in the vault. They're still recorded in land records, but a person would actually have to come in, understand what tends to be a little complicated way to find the original records. We actually think that would make our life easier instead of having different systems for different records. And that's a little bit what we were talking about. We really need to make sure it's not one way for one group and a different way for another group. If we're going to start doing this, we really need clarity and consistency in order to make it work for everyone.
I guess, so that leads me to ask you, what are the one ways for some of these other groups right now?
The one group that we have that's being implemented is the judges. And basically what they did is everything is off. In other words, we will get a notification from the judicial branch, from an office within the judicial branch, that this individual who lives in your town wants their name redacted from the document. And so what it does is we basically have the ability to redact a name from an online record. And so you can't go into the system and punch in someone's name, nothing's going to pop. So that's really affecting the online system. It's not affecting the hard copy document of the book that's in the vault.
Okay, so why can't you do that with this group that we're proposing here?
I'm saying we can. That would be
okay.
that would be a much better system
Okay.
in terms of being able to implement.
Okay.
I'm not saying no, I'm saying, yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, so I think, I personally would like to move forward with that if we can, because, I mean, frankly, it doesn't sit well with me, and judges do very important work. I have great respect for the work that they do. I'm lucky to serve on the Judiciary Committee and see somewhat up close the work that they do, but it wouldn't sit well with me if we were able to make this kind of change and give this protection to judges, people in powerful positions, and not be able to step up for people whose lives at times are very much in danger.
Yeah.
And not be able to make this change that could potentially save someone's life who's enduring the kind of abuse that domestic violence is. So,
And I think that's what we were attempting to say in the beginning. We understand that this is a problem. It's more about the implementation system. And the one thing that I would add is that, and these can clearly be worked out and we can talk about specifics, but I think we need, the way that the bill is created, the Secretary of State has a role. I think that role would be important because we would have to get notification from someone that this person qualifies, this name has to be redacted. The more information that's provided to us, the more likely it will be accomplished properly, instead of, somebody coming in and just putting their name on the table and say, take my name off. Well, it's not as simple as that.
right. Okay. Thank you. And I appreciate the dialogue here today and the dialogue moving forward. And thank you again for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Richard Souza, who will be followed by Katharine Zigmont, who will be followed by Michelle Gilman. Is Richard here? I don't see Richard. I'm going to try Richard one more time. And Katharine, if you're here, if you want to step forward and get ready, we'll let you go before Richard, because he doesn't seem to be here. So after Katharine, come on up, Katharine. We will hear from Michelle Gilman, who will be followed by Caitlyn Argentina. Welcome, Katharine. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the GAE committee. My name is Katharine Zigmont. I reside in Reading, and I oppose HB 5554. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in the regulatory process. I do not support changing the structure of this committee. The Democrat supermajority in the Connecticut legislature already has the power to create and pass policy. We need the Legislative Regulatory Review Committee to remain an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans to maintain some level of checks and balances. After decades of this committee structure working as a backstop, there is no need to restructure to mirror the party proportions of the legislative body. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. It isn't broken. The majority party members should be chosen by the majority party leader, and the minority party members should be chosen by the minority party leadership, rather than changing the structure so that the Speaker of the House gets to dictate the entire membership of the committee. In a representative government, we elect our representatives to be our voice, to make decisions for constituents. With an overwhelming percentage of written testimonies opposed to HB 5554, it will be beyond obvious that you do not care about the will of the people if you vote yes. In a short session marked by gross government overreach, this bill may be the most egregious power grab. I do not want unregulated entities making decisions that affect our daily lives, so please honor our request to preserve this bipartisan safeguard and vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, thank you again for your testimony. Next, Richard Souza, are you here? Going once, going twice. If you come back, you're going at the end. Okay, thanks, Richard. Next, we'll hear from Michelle Gilman, who will be followed by Caitlyn Argentina, who will be followed by Ben Weinberg. Welcome, Commissioner Gilman. When you're ready, the floor will be yours.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the GAE committee, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I am Michelle Gilman, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, and I'm actually joined by Ernestine Weaver, who's senior legal counsel and policy advisor with the Department of Administrative Services as well. Attorney Weaver was also on the speakers list, so she helps to shorten that list for all of you as well, which I know you all enjoy. Ernestine is a subject matter expert on the bill before you, so happy to have her answer any questions for the committee today. So today I'm pleased to summarize testimony on behalf of the Department of Administrative Services, the Department of Labor, the Department of Social Services, and the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. This is joint testimony for Senate Bill 486, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Administrative Services concerning criminal background checks of employees with access to tax records. In summary, this bill is really being mandated, so to speak, by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and we've been working very closely, in particular with DESPI, regarding the requirements for this legislation. The FBI manages the National Criminal Background Records System, also known as NCBR, and anyone processing federal tax information, otherwise known as FTI, must conduct an NCBR search. And so because those check results are highly sensitive, the FBI grants access to the NCBR system only to entities authorized by statute. Public Act 23-204 established the frequency of criminal background checks for state employees and applicants who handle FTI. In accordance with those federal requirements, background checks for those employees must now be conducted every 5 years, where previously they were every 10. So as I previously indicated, the FBI has now notified Connecticut that additional statutory changes are necessary to meet federal requirements. To allow for these changes, we've been granted an extension until the end of this calendar year. But the proposal before you outlines the statutory changes needed in order for us to be compliant with those federal requirements. Specifically, the proposed language will allow DAS Bureau of Information Technology Solutions employees who handle NCBR and FTI for the DSS and DOL agencies who are under required statutory authority for this work. And without the change, the FBI will suspend DSS and DOL's access to NCBR, which is critical. So as a result, these agencies would face costly restructuring and service disruptions, which certainly none of us want. And this proposal would really codify the current practice that's in place now. It's been reviewed by the state police and the respective agencies to ensure the continuation of the current practices in place. And again, this would keep us compliant with the FBI. So with that said, we appreciate you hearing this bill before us and urge passage of Senate Bill 486, and happy to take any questions as appropriate before the committee.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you all.
You too. Have a nice day.
You too.
Let's see. Next, we will hear from Caitlyn Argentina, who will be followed by Ben Weinberg, who will be followed by Michael Mercado. Caitlyn.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, you're remote. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome, Caitlyn. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I oppose HB 5554. I am from Weathersfield and my name is Caitlin. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place for
Sorry to
decades.
interrupt you. I'm so sorry. For some reason, your testimony is not coming up on our screen. Is your camera on?
Let me check.
I think you're going to get a request asking you to put your camera on.
Let me see. I didn't see a request. I saw
You may have
Oh,
the wrong camera selected on your computer. It's okay if ultimately you can't figure it out, but it would be great if you can try.
sure. Anything yet or no? Do you want to go to the next person and then come back to me?
No, I think we could just let you go. I'm just trying to figure out why you're not coming up on the screen, Mr. Clerk. No,
Okay.
I need her face. I mean her black box. Why isn't the black box at least coming up to demonstrate that she's the one talking? All right, Caitlin, try talking again. Let's see what happens.
Okay,
There you go. Go right ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
that's okay. So I'll start from the top again? Or not
Sure.
necessarily?
Or you can
Okay.
start. You can start from the middle. It's fine. We were
Okay.
all
Okay. This balance has been in place for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in regulatory process. When only one party controls decision-making, there's a greater risk that policies will reflect a narrower viewpoint and overlook the concerns of large portions of the population. Including multiple perspectives can improve transparency, build trust, and reduce the chances of extreme or one-sided outcomes that may not serve everyone equally. I would like to take a moment to read a Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of the word transparency. Transparency denotes an individual or system that is free from pretense or deceit and readily understood. I do not support changing the structure of this committee. It should remain an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans, as it has been since its establishment. Voters are watching this as an election year. Please honor our request to preserve this bipartisan safeguard and vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony and for your understanding of the technical difficulties. Next, we will hear from Ben Weinberg, who will be followed by Michael Mercado, who will be followed by Maria Smith. Welcome, Ben. When you're ready, the floor is yours. Okay, Ben's not here. How about Michael? Michael, are you here? Okay, Maria. Maria Smith, are you here? Maria, when you're ready,
Yes,
you can begin.
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm very sorry. I'm trying to do this from my car, which was not intended. So, thank you very much for hearing my testimony. Is it still morning? No, it's good afternoon, chairs and co-chairs of the GA committee and members. Thank you. My name's Maria Smith. I'm from Canterbury, Connecticut. I'd like to begin by saying that I strongly oppose House Bill 5554. This bill seems to attempt to solve a problem that does not exist. The bill is pretty straightforward, and it removes the checks and balances that have been in place in our regulatory system for decades. The changes proposed in this bill are deeply concerning, and it seriously makes me question why this bill is even before us, especially during a short session. In a state that is essentially under one-party rule, this is the last bipartisan checkpoint that ensures accountability, transparency, and fairness in our regulatory process. I have watched the Connecticut legislature put forth one bill after another this legislative session that will seriously impact the constitutional freedoms that we cherish. While that in itself is causing many to reconsider who they will vote for in the upcoming election, it's actually causing people to question whether or not they want to stay within the state of Connecticut at all. The proposed change to the makeup of this particular committee would destroy the last remaining vestige of fair and balanced representation that we have. The outlined changes to the membership of this committee ultimately reflect a complete disregard for the people that you serve. In a state that has routinely chanted "No kings," this bill represents a power grab like we have never seen before. It would essentially make the ruling party overlords and the residents of this state their subjects. Nothing says "no kings" quite like placing unfettered control in the hands of one party and removing any illusion of representative government that still exists in our state. It's truly terrifying. The timing of this bill does indeed seem to indicate that it is a reaction to the overwhelming opposition to bills SB 450 and HB 5044. I believe it shows a complete lack of character by the originator of this bill. Apparently, if you don't like how a bill is received by the public, no problem, we will just change the rules. In the case of the two bills mentioned, the people made an outcry in response to the change of control structure that would allow the Public Health Commissioner unilateral authority over vaccine schedules. And suddenly, 2 days later, this bill appeared, which changes the structure of the current regulatory committee. We see the same behavior in SB 450, where an ongoing lawsuit would be nullified by language in that bill. It reflects a total lack of integrity by the ruling party. This is a disturbing trend, and we the people see what you're doing. It's a complete abuse of power. The people of this state want and deserve better. This is an election year, and I urge you to operate with integrity and do not move this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I see no questions or comments from members, but thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Mary O, who will be followed by Judith Degraphenreed, who will be followed by Chelsea Bowles. Is Mary here? I don't see Mary, so we're going to move on to Judith. Is Judith here?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Welcome, Judith. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, chairs and co-chairs. I am speaking today in opposition to
I'm
HB.
sorry to interrupt you. Similar to a person who testified a moment ago, can you try to turn your camera on, please?
Let me see. How about if you just hear my voice? Can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice. We prefer to have people turn their camera on if they're able to, but if you can't, we will
Just a
still.
second, 1 second. Just a second. Mute my audio, view profile, start video. Should I hit start my video?
Yes, that's exactly what you should do.
Ah, okay.
Excellent. There you are. Thank you, Judith. Welcome. The floor is
you.
yours again.
Hi. Contrary, I am speaking today in opposition to HB 5554. Contrary to popular belief, our country is not a democracy, but rather a constitutional republic. The founders rejected the concept of a democracy, as this form of government allocated all power to the majority, leaving the minority without a voice. Under a Republican form of government, the rights of the minority are protected against the tyranny and mob rule of a majority. This brilliant system of checks and balances has served us well for almost 250 years. For decades, the Government Administration Election Committee has respected this balance of power, with its membership split equally among the majority and minority parties. Under this proposed bill, however, the last vestige of minority representation is being shredded as this decades-long bipartisan balance is eviscerated, with the committee makeup being determined by majority rule. This proposed legislation is clearly a bad faith attempt to change the rules after constituents have exposed the dangers of centralized power at a number of public hearings this past month. In particular, the public has expressed outrage over proposed bills that strip us of our constitutionally guaranteed rights to private property, bodily sovereignty, and parental authority. Shifting from a balanced 50-50 split to a lopsided proportional model is a spineless power grab designed to silence the minority by eliminating the nonpartisan check of this majority party overreach. Moreover, because this committee's charge is not to vote on law, but rather to review laws proposed for agencies, bipartisanship and transparency must prevail. Our state government is compromised already by the unconstitutional power granted to unaccountable agencies representing no constituents. For this reason, it is incredibly important that the one fair bipartisan committee that governs regulations in the state remain balanced due to the injuries we the people are facing from unelected agency staffers. As these agencies are unconstitutionally granted authority to pass mandates, the representatives benefit from plausible deniability. I'd like to point out in 2022, the Supreme Court ruled in West Virginia versus the EPA that government agencies can only serve in an advisory capacity. They cannot make legislation, and yet they do. And we've seen these abuses in this state from the reckless policies of agencies such as PURA and the Siding Council that rubber stamp every single application regardless of safety. It is egregious to change the rules of the game, further denying the people their fair right to representation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I see no questions or comments, but thank you again for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Chelsea Bowles, who will be followed by Liza Andrews, who will be followed by Stephanie Tomaszewski. So Chelsea, I see you're online. Welcome. The floor is yours. And Liza, if you want to get ready up here, you're welcome to do that. Thank you, Chelsea.
Hi, and good afternoon. Thank you for that opportunity to speak today. I wish I could be there in person, but I have an infant and a sick 8-year-old. So my name's Chelsea Bowles. I'm a Southington resident. I'm speaking today in strong opposition to HB 5554. For decades, the Legislative Regulation Review Committee has operated with an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans. And that structure exists for a reason. It forces collaboration, and people on this committee today express they can do that well. So what's the need for this, and why put this up? Who put this up? This is the one bipartisan committee that protects the people of Connecticut from one-sided decision-making in the regulatory process. HB 5554 dismantles that. So let's be honest about what this bill does. It removes the last meaningful checks on power in the state. We already have a supermajority legislature. This just gives them further control. It's not transparent, it's not fair, and it's certainly not what constituents are asking for. I would bet a lot of them would like to see other bills put up or their legislators spending their time doing something else. The system works because it requires at least one member of another party to flip before moving forward. This ensures different perspectives are considered. And when all of you were elected to represent all of your constituents. This looks like a malicious way to drown out the other side more so than it already is. I want to be very clear that power isn't permanent. Decisions today will set precedent for the future, regardless of who holds the majority. The pendulum always swings. So the question is, do you believe in a balanced oversight or a one-party control? This is an election year. We are watching. Politics is changing, and it has been. So I am asking for you to vote no on HB 5554.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I see no questions or comments, but thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Liza Andrews, who will be followed by Stephanie Tomaszewski, who will be followed by Marilyn Melendez. Welcome, Liza. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, members of the committee. My name is Liza Andrews. I'm the Vice President of Government and Public Relations for the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I'm here today to urge your support of House Bill 5555, which seeks to expand our state's address confidentiality program to shield land records. Established in 2004, the Address Confidentiality Program is a critical program for many victims of crime, including survivors of domestic violence, who may need to relocate and have their address kept confidential for their safety. Currently, the program does not extend to land records, leaving some survivors without this protection. The bill before you is mirrored after laws in Maryland and Minnesota, which have both established effective systems for shielding land records that remove deeds and other recorded documents from public access while allowing for a bona fide title search. A summary of the process used in those states is included in my written testimony. The deed shielding procedure has been neither costly nor time-consuming for stakeholders in those states. The majority of the burden falls on the program participant to present notice to every party involved in the home buying process. We do not anticipate a significant number of program participants to request shielding of land records in any given year. Due to the financial abuse most domestic violence survivors experience at the hands of their abuser, purchasing property is often not an immediately attainable goal. According to the Secretary of the State's office, there are currently around 1,000 participants in Connecticut's Address Confidentiality Program. Minnesota has over 4,600 participants in over 2,100 households, and since making this same expansion 12 years ago, only 300 households statewide have purchased real property. We recognize that we are asking various stakeholders involved in the purchase of property to establish new procedures. We do not believe that any of these processes are overly burdensome, time-consuming, or costly, especially given that a small number of program participants will likely be able to take advantage of this protection. But for those who can, their safety and peace of mind will benefit tremendously, and they deserve that level of protection. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Menapace.
Thank you so much for being here. And I wanted to shout out because I know Safe Futures advised that I should, read your written testimony, and then you're here as well. But I was hoping, because you did talk about that you've modeled this after what's happening in Maryland and Minnesota, but I wasn't sure if those states have been able to provide really kind of like concrete data about how this has been able to be successful. Both of them are almost a decade now for this, but are you able to speak to that, of any data and how this has been able to protect people?
Well, I mean, so in Minnesota, those 300 people in that 300 households with 300 individuals in that program were able to purchase property and have those land records shielded, which they otherwise would not have been able to do.
Yeah, sorry, forgive me, through you, Chair. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't very clear. I just more meant of like that. There's good. I have no idea what is the increase in that. Is that a significant change from what had previously been happening before 2017 or 2014?
Well, before 2014, if they were in their address confidentiality program and they purchased a home, versus if you were in the address confidentiality program and you went to go rent an apartment, right? That apartment, the address of that apartment can be kept confidential. If they went to purchase a home, because land records are public documents, that's not protected.
Thank you. Forgive me, Madam Chair, for that one. I know I'm not as well versed on that.
So their abuser could walk. No, okay, I know they purchased property in the town of Newington.
Okay.
So that abuser walks into the Newington town clerk's office and asks to see the land record, and it's handed to them, and now they have the address.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Andrews, for being here, and thank you for doing this important work. I know you and I have had conversations about this in the past, and I'm particularly interested in because I do know of instances when the local newspaper, the local online patch will publish the real estate transactions in any given town, and in that way unwittingly are publishing the names and the location of somebody who is a domestic violence victim.
Mhm.
And how would the proposals that you are providing protect from that step being taken?
So I do not know exactly how a journalist comes to that information. I'm assuming it's going to check the local land records and see what deeds have been filed, right?
Mhm.
So in this case, the way this works in Maryland and Minnesota, that document is recorded with the town clerk, and a cover page is put over it that says it's shielded according to Connecticut General Statute, whatever. So that would right there cause the town clerk not to provide that information to the journalist, so the journalist would not have the information to put in the paper.
That seems like a very practical solution. Thank you very much for the work you do on this. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any. So I just have a couple of things. I wanted to ask you, in your testimony, you mentioned, I'm not sure I quite followed what you said about 300 examples in Minnesota. Can you just go through those numbers one more time?
So yeah, Minnesota has 4,600 participants in their address confidentiality program, and that makes up 2,100 households. So of those 300 of those 2,100 households have purchased property and then been able to take advantage of the protection of those land records.
Got it.
So it's just to show that there's going to be a small number of participants within our state's address confidentiality program in any given year. If it's maybe 10, maybe a dozen statewide, who are both in the address confidentiality program and purchasing property, and whose land records would now be shielded, causing this kind of different way that if you need to do a bona fide title search, there's still a way to do a bona fide title search, but it takes a couple extra days because you have to fill out a form to the Secretary of the State's office, and then they have to confirm that those records can be seen as part of the bona fide title search. So it still allows that, but that new process again, statewide, if 10 to a dozen survivors a year purchase property, it's going to be a small burden to have this new process.
But what about when this initially goes into effect?
It doesn't work in reverse. So
Okay.
if you've already purchased a home, there's no erasing the internet through the address confidentiality program. If that information is already cataloged somewhere, and whether it's not you go into the land record system, it could be out. But if it's already been captured by some of the many websites that exist that kind of capture information and keep it on those separate websites, it's already there. So it only works moving forward. If you have to already be in the program before you purchase the new property. So it's not as though everyone who already sits in the address confidentiality program will be able to get their current land records protected. Could they, from the process of the town clerk and being able to walk in and get those? Sure. But that address associated with their name is probably already captured on many, many spots of the internet, and you can't erase that.
And do you have any specific response? And I don't intend to ask you to negotiate the bill right here in this public hearing, but do you have any response to the testimony we heard a little while ago from the town clerks?
Sure. I mean, we're always open to compromise. I certainly understand their point of view that it's not practical for them to have multiple processes from multiple different stakeholders. We just know that this has worked in Maryland and Minnesota for over a decade in some instances. So that's the process we went to mirror, but we have already looked up the language that Mr. Smith was referring to, and we'll definitely take a look at it to see if it's something that would be workable to accomplish what we were seeking to accomplish.
And what about their idea of having a task force, which before you answer, I reject, because I don't think we should be waiting around to do whatever it takes to help people maintain their safety, when we have a solution that's modeled after other states that has clearly worked, it isn't that cumbersome.
I mean, from my perspective, Maryland already had this task force and they put out a report, and that's kind of what we use to build our proposal. So I also wouldn't want to reinvent those steps, but again, CCADV is always willing to have the discussions and that need to be had. So,
well, then you're nicer than me. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thanks for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Stephanie Tomaszewski. I don't see Stephanie. Is Stephanie here? No. Okay, Stephanie's not here. So that's all moot then. Okay, then we will hear from Marilyn Melendez, who will be followed by Dominic Peretta. Marilyn is not here. Marilyn already testified. Okay. Oh, that's right. She was this morning. Yes, that's right. Dominic Peretta. Is Dominic here? Dominic is not here. Linda D'Alessio, who will be followed by Drew Michael McWeeny. Welcome, Linda. The floor is yours.
Hi, are you able to see me?
Yes.
Okay. To the distinguished and honored members of the GAE, I speak in opposition to Raise Bill 491. My name is Dr. Linda D'Alessio. I have been a resident of Connecticut all my life. I am co-chair for Unite for Freedom, not a spokesperson. Unite for Freedom is a bipartisan election integrity forensic audit group. We have thousands of volunteers and auditors and are not an NGO. Having completed audits of the last 5 years within the Connecticut elections, from FOIA records obtained from the Secretary of State, own voter rolls, no excuse absentee ballots will continue to contribute to the fraud we have found. Our voter rolls are a mess, and the Secretary of State's office should be ashamed of their job performance. Some examples include, in the November 2022 election, final election results uncovered 60,000 more votes than voters who voted. In the November 2024 election, final election results uncovered almost 24,000 more votes than voters who voted. Where exactly did these votes come from? They were not in the 169 town voter total data. And before I'm told to report this to the responsive parties, this has been reported to the Attorney General, the FBI, the State and Federal Department of Justice, the Secretary of State, the SEC, and the Governor. Our audit team has had meetings with Republican leadership showing them the audit records that we have completed. We will be reporting this data throughout all 169 town boards in Connecticut, including to the Register of Voters. A clerical error? I don't think so. Further, our audit of the 2024 election rolls showed numerous violations of the Help America Vote Act, including, but not limited to, inaccurate dates of birth, inaccurate addresses that don't exist, inaccurate and incomplete names, people voting from commercial addresses, people voting from empty lots, thousands of double voters, which we have their names of, and their place of employment and their home addresses. We even found dead people who have been deceased since 2014 and a green card holder voting. All of these invalid votes and voters violate the National Voter Registration Act and Title III of the Civil Rights Act. Errors on the voter rolls comprise over 100,000 violations of these laws. Per HAVA, Connecticut is allowed 12. Our audit is based on redacted voter data. The DOJ's case is being heard tomorrow in Bridgeport Federal Court, suing for the unredacted voter rolls. Can you imagine the errors they will find? We are done with the gaslighting of how safe and secure our elections are. They are not safe, they are not secure, and they are not transparent. No excuse absentee ballots will continue the fraud that we have found in this state. Absentee ballots should be used for people who are ill, in the hospital, serving in our military, or have disability which prevents voting in person to the polls on election day. I am available for any questions. This data is courtroom ready, and the Department of Justice at the federal level has this because these are crimes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Linda, thank you for your testimony today and for your advocacy. I appreciate your persistence in your efforts to make sure that we have the most respectable and reliable and confidence-inspiring elections that we possibly can have. That's a goal that I share with you. You mentioned a lot of things in your testimony. I admire you cramming all that into 3 minutes for one.
It was very hard. It was very hard.
If there's one thing that you would lead off that you think is the most incriminating item that ought to be corrected with Connecticut's election process, what would it be? Through you, Madam Chairman.
It's hard to pick one thing, but obviously we pay Eric $25,000 of taxpayer money to clean our voter rolls, and our voter rolls are not clean. The Secretary of State bought a new voting system and transferred corrupt voter rolls to that system. I would like to know where the almost 244,000 votes came from that are not in the 169 town data. Those people don't exist. The Bridgeport case that the SEC looked at basically didn't prosecute any of the voters, you know, those votes that were cast because they couldn't find the voters. And that's because we have that many violations on our voter rolls. So somehow, you tell me, how do you end up with almost 244,000 more votes than that is in the 169 town data? And, you know, this affects every single town, and the town councils will have this data. And when I say it's forensic courtroom ready, it is. If you look at this organization, these auditors have government, they have government jobs, or they've worked for the government. We are very experienced in SQL data. I mean, it is, yeah. So it needs to be fixed. There's no more gaslighting anymore. And the stuff that has been put through this committee to try and make our elections less transparent, the only thing it does is hide fraud. It needs to stop. This has been a 5-year marathon of a lot of people that have been working very hard. And, you know, the last time I was in front of this committee, I talked about my sister-in-law's vote being stolen because she is in Demas. Okay, never voted in her life, but somehow somebody votes for her every year. And Representative Blumenthal told me to report it to the Attorney General. All of this has been reported to the Attorney General. All of this has been reported to the respective agencies. No one has done anything. However, tomorrow there is an important court case federally, and hopefully our voter rolls will be able to be opened so that we can have confidence that there is not fraud in this election. I have zero confidence because I have been in the data for 5 years.
Through you, Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Linda, what you're saying is pretty explosive stuff, frankly. And I want to just make sure that we're clear about what you're suggesting has occurred, which is that in the 2024 election, you're saying that there were nearly 244,000 votes cast in excess of the voters that appear on the voter rolls. Am I getting that correct? Can you just walk me through where that number comes from and what the process was that you used to determine that through you, Madam Chairman?
Sure. So what you do is what we did was we got records that were FOIA'd from the Secretary of State for the total voters that voted in the 2024 election. We got that in January 2025, I believe it was. And what we did was we compared her voter roll totals to the 169 town data totals. Okay, that's that little sheet that the moderators send in on how many people vote and who voted. There's a discrepancy of almost 244,000 votes. I can give you the exact number. And again, we are willing to sit with anyone at any time. Hiri Hori, who actually authored part of the Help America Vote Act, would sit with any of you at any time. He would come to Hartford and sit with you, and we could go through the audit records so that you can see this. And not only that, there's thousands of double voters. We have their names, we have their addresses. They voted from their place of employment and they voted from their homes. Now, I'm not accusing them of doing that, okay? Because I don't know how those votes got there, because there obviously is also over 10,000 deceased voters on the voter roll from 2014, and we FOIA death data from the Department of Public Health. So we have matched those voters to votes when they've been dead since, some of them, 2014, but they voted in 2024. And the green card holder that we found on the voter rolls, they changed her name a little bit, like a number, like maybe the first name was Silvana, but they actually did like AI instead of IA. Same address, same month of birth, same year of birth, and she voted. And that's illegal. And that we only had one name, okay? That's it. We weren't able to look at anything else. And this is why that federal case tomorrow needs to go forward.
Through you, Madam Chairman, thank you very much for that answer, Linda. So just following along, and every time you answer, you provide a lot of additional information, which is great, except I'm trying to just understand one thing at a time to make sure that we can fully address what the concern is and how you came up with the information that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So you're suggesting that the Secretary of State provides a certification after the 2024 election,
Correct.
and she produced a document that showed a total number of votes in the state, which would equal a total number of voters. But
Correct.
then comparing that with the individual town moderator reports, the tally is a different number. Can I ask, where do you get the town tally information? Is that also from the Secretary of State, or did you get that from the individual?
It's listed on the Secretary of State's website.
Right. And so through you, Madam Chairman, could that be a clerical error, or do you believe that there's actually that many excess votes cast beyond the number of eligible voters?
I do believe that that is correct. Okay, this has been verified through multiple auditors. Okay, not just through Unite for Freedom, but we have an auditor in Connecticut, part of our Connecticut's group that also verified the data. You know, how this is being done, what I can tell you is this, and again, I'm not here to attack anybody. Or drill down on, I'm not here to say that somebody won an election over somebody else. That's not what this is about at all. We have drilled down on the districts. We have actually been able to drill down on the districts per congressional district and Senate, okay, at the federal level. And we could tell you exactly what district has the excess votes. And the town datas will be getting that data. Because they need to know that within their district, okay, like, we don't really want to hear, you know, well, not my town, my election is clean, okay, because it doesn't matter. You could be as clean as you want for a register a voter, but when it gets up to the state Secretary of State's office, those numbers are added to. We have also seen we're in the middle of doing a vote tampering result, which we have 3 sets of voter data, and we are going to see if basically the election, in other words, if you voted in 2020, 2022, 2024, okay, so you have a vote history. We are in the middle of doing whether that vote history has been tampered with. And that's going to be something else entirely, because that means that somebody is in our voter rolls and is saying, okay, Linda, in 2020, you voted in 16 and 18, but on the 22 rolls, it shows you didn't vote in 16 and 18. We're in the middle of doing that analysis right now. And that will also be going to the DOJ.
Through you, Madam Chairman, thank you for that. Linda, do you expect that this case that you're referring to, the federal case that's going on, will uncover additional information to strengthen your argument about the other items that you mentioned as well, like the double voting and so forth? And I have a separate question to that, really, which is, you say you've reported this to numerous entities, the federal government, the SEC, the Secretary of State, and so on. What's the reaction been? Have they done an investigation? Do they seem concerned? Do they just dismiss it out of hand? What happens when you report this? Through you, Madam Chairman.
So what happened is I reported it to the Connecticut FBI, and I did not receive an answer from them. And I persisted, and I finally got a call back, and they told me that they could not confirm or deny. I called David Sullivan's office, and they told me they could do nothing without a referral from the Connecticut FBI. And then what I did is I reported it federally to the FBI, and I reported it federally to the Department of Justice. And there have been some answers to that. What I can tell you, as far as, you had a lot of questions in there, so I'm trying to like backtrack a little bit. As far as the federal case tomorrow, okay, and us finding a green card holder on the voter roll. What happened was somebody dropped their wallet, okay, in Fairfield, and somebody picked it up and brought it to the police station. And they happened to notice that the person was a green card holder, and they wrote her name down, okay? And they knew her daughter was auditing the voter rolls, and we just looked for her name. And lo and behold, it was on there with a little bit of a, like I said, a change. So I think the case tomorrow is going to find that there are illegal migrants, there are green card holders on the voter rolls. And I want to make this very clear. I am not saying they are voting, okay? I believe that most people that are here that are green card holders know they can't vote, and I don't believe they vote. However, their names end up on the voter roll, through motor voter, okay, that act that was passed in 2016 by the Secretary of State without any type of legislative approval. They are on our voter rolls and something or someone is voting for them. And again, the vote tampering will show a little bit more because your voter histories should not be changed or erased, ever. The double voters, they have 2 voter IDs, the same people. You know, Eric is supposed to clean our voter rolls. They are supposed to take dead people off our voter rolls. In 2025, the election that just passed, we got the voter roll. 10,000 dead voters are still on there. They're still there. There was an MOU in 2019 by the Department of Justice for the Secretary of State to remove the dead voters. It hasn't been done. Okay, so you violated that MOU. Her office violated that. The SEC. Okay, reported to the SEC numerous times. The SEC is useless, absolutely useless. This is what they said to me. They said, you didn't file it within 30 days of an election. This analysis took months, months and months and months, which we shouldn't be doing this. You're paid to do this. Okay? Why am I doing this? Why are the other people on our team doing this? So, because it was not filed within 30 days, they dismissed it. I filed an appeal. They dismissed it. No one wants to see the fraud. No one wants to look at the fraud. Voters have no confidence whatsoever. And it is the fault of, and I'm not going to say it's the fault of everyone on this committee, but it is the fault of certain people that wish to continue to fraud the American or the Connecticut voters out of their voice. And I have seen nothing different this legislative session.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. So Linda, I thank you for sharing that. You know, the Secretary of State was here earlier and I questioned her. I don't know if you saw that or not, but I asked a lot of questions about, you know, is there a mechanism to prevent someone from registering to vote without proper proof that they're an eligible voter? Is there a mechanism that they are going to use if this Senate Bill 491 passes, which is the implementation of the no excuse absentee voting legislation? And they have a provision in there that sets it up where the Secretary of State is going to be able to send a notice to every registered voter on the voter rolls, asking if people want to participate in becoming permanent absentee voters. And I have a concern about that because I want to make sure that those notices are actually going to eligible voters. And I asked, since we do not have a signature verification system in the state of Connecticut, how do we know who is actually filling out that form to become a permanent absentee voter, let alone the entire absentee voting system? So we don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of people that want to testify today, and I really appreciate you being before us. But before I let you go, I would just ask you to maybe share with us your concerns about the way the system is currently structured with regard to the verification of eligible voters. How many people are on their voter rolls in your estimation that do not belong there? I know back in the pandemic, I discussed this with the Secretary of State that I had numerous constituents writing me and sharing the actual envelopes that they received at their homes for people that have never lived there to their knowledge, people that have lived in their same home for 15 years, and they're getting ballot application notices sent to them by the state of Connecticut through the Secretary of State's office. And they're like, I don't even know who this person is. And there were countless other examples of folks that had passed, you know, even a decade earlier or had moved away.
Mm-hmm.
And my concern about all of this is that as confident as the Secretary of State is that everybody's honest and nobody's going to cheat, I think that when you start sending out ballot applications to random people and they show up at different addresses, who's to say who's filling them out and then ultimately getting a ballot and filling that out? And if you're going to now set up a system that allows for people to be on that list permanently, I mean, I just see the potential of it being misused. And since you're an expert on this topic, I wanted to hear your concerns, particularly if you can identify, where the shortcomings are. Who can register online? Do you have to prove you're an eligible citizen voter, or can anyone just fill it out? All the way up to who verifies that the same person actually returned the ballot that asked for it. Through you, Madam Chairman.
So there's no signature verification. When you go to our elections, it depends on where you go on whether or not somebody's going to ask you for photo ID. I can tell you that we canvassed door to door in 2021. I've been doing this a long time, and we collected, I want to say, about 500 affidavits from people that basically stated that these people did not live at this address. These people moved 8 years ago. These people moved 12 years ago. This person is dead. Never heard of that person. Don't even know who they are. And then we had some people that verified, yes, these people live here. Yes, whatever. So the 500 affidavits were sent to the SEC in 2022, I believe. They verified around, I want to say, 241 of them. Okay. So out of 500 affidavits, almost half of them were valid. So that is how corrupt our voter rolls are. Eric is not doing its job. The Secretary of State is not doing her job. And no one can add. Absolutely no one can add. You don't end up with almost 244,000 people who are not in the town data. Where did that number come from? Who are those voters? And again, we have the district data, and I could tell you whose district, who's sitting on this committee, is the dirtiest, if you would like to know that. And we would love to meet with all of you. Again, Harry Horry would definitely love to come in front of legislatures and senators that would like to see this data. We can pull up the rolls. We can show you where all of this is. We can give you names if you'd like.
Linda, thank you very much for your testimony today. Certainly interested in hearing more about this. I definitely will follow what happens with the federal case that you described. And I just want to thank you for your work and your commitment to election integrity. And I'll turn it back over to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Drew Michael McWeeny, if he's here, followed by Candy Murias, followed by Ann Minuski. Is Drew Michael here? I don't see Drew Michael. One more chance. But I do see Candy. So welcome, Candy. The floor is yours.
I apologize in advance. I have a little one that is coming up to nap time. But my name is Candy, and I'm from Woodbury, Connecticut, and I'm here to express my opposition to House Bill 554. While oversight of state regulations is important, HB 554 risks politicizing a process that is intended to remain balanced and focused on sound policy. The current structure of the Legislative Regulation Review Committee was designed to provide a level of bipartisan review and stability in the regulatory process. Altering the membership or leadership structure may undermine that balance and create a potential for regulatory decisions to become more influenced by shifting political priorities rather than consistent administrative review. Connecticut residents benefit from a regulatory process that is deliberate, stable, and insulated from unnecessary political pressure. Before making structural changes to the Legislative Regulation Review Committee, the General Assembly should carefully evaluate whether the current system is truly failing or why we are now looking to restructure that committee. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 554. Thank you for the opportunity to submit to talk today and your consideration on this perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just want to thank you for being here today. And I thought your testimony was excellent and very much on point. I'm just curious, what encouraged you to get involved in this process? Is there something about this legislation that just spoke to you that something's wrong here and you needed to speak up, or is there something else through you, Madam Chairman?
Honestly, I have never been involved in politics at all. Really, it all started in 2021, but recent vaccine policies is what kind of led me to go ahead and testify today, and the concern about that, the committee changing and what that would mean.
Thank you very much for that answer. I appreciate it. I was just curious. I know we have a lot of similar testimony today. And, I think, you get used to seeing a lot of the same folks come and testify before us, and there's a lot of new people, which I think is awesome. I think it's great that people are involved. And I think this is the kind of thing that maybe folks that are walking around, going about their business, when they become aware of, they start to question whether they should be paying more attention to their state government. So I'm very pleased that you are here and willing to testify, and that more people are indeed getting involved. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time and your testimony. Next, we will hear from Ann Minuski, who will be followed by Amanda Moriarty, who will be followed by Betsy Gara. Ann? Is Ann here? I don't see Ann. Amanda? Is Amanda here? I don't see Amanda. How about Betsy? Betsy Gara? I do see Russell Blair, so I'm going to try one more time for Ann, Amanda, or Betsy. If you're here, okay, Russell Blair, come on up. It is your turn. And after Russell, we will hear from Joanne Batista, who will be followed by Tina Ruddy. Welcome, Russell. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the chairs, ranking members, all the members of the GAE committee. I have 6 bills I want to testify on today, so I'll try to summarize some of this. We did submit statements on all of these earlier. So a couple of these are things that have come up before the committee in years past. So, I think the committee knows our position. One of these, House Bill 5548, dealing with employee addresses and higher education records. We believe this proposed exemption for records arising out of teaching or research is quite broad and, could in fact cover the vast majority of records relating to our public universities. We do believe there should be access to information about what our public universities are doing. This bill also includes a proposal calling for non-disclosure of a lot of residential addresses of public employees. That's another recurring topic that we've spoken about numerous times, so I'm not going to belabor that point. Senate Bill 492 is also the same thing, dealing with addresses. One thing I would just highlight in this legislation is this does include people in certain elected positions, and looking this morning, I saw there was a statement from SEEK and some questions about how this would affect the filings that they make publicly available on their website, financial contributions and campaign finance records. The next one I will just highlight briefly too is House Bill 5555, which is expanding the address confidentiality program to include land records. I did hear some of the testimony earlier from the town clerks, and I think if there's a way to look at what was done for the judges and implement that for this population, I think that would be maybe a good way to go, because that program does deal with the concerns about what is out there on the internet, but it still keeps intact the physical records in the town hall. So, perhaps we could look to what the judiciary has done as a model, and also that program, I don't know when the legislation went into effect, but if it's already up and running, they might already kind of have the capability to sort of share what they're doing and how that's all working. The next one, House Bill 5552, dealing with license plate reader information. We testified about this in other committees. I think the commission's position is that individual license plate information, we understand the concern there, but that other records about those systems and how they're used and where cameras are located that should be information that is still available, even if the plate information is something that is not disclosable. And I know there's been a lot of proposals about that. And I know one allowed individual drivers to get their own information if they had, copies of registration and identification. So I know that's something that's been discussed. Senate Bill 488 is the treasurer's proposal about unclaimed property fund. Our small concern there was just that it appears the language of the bill would make it so the website would have information that you couldn't get through FOIA. We think it should be website and FOIA should be the same. The last one, House Bill 5550, is a new exemption that would specifically deal with syllabi of public universities. The commission believes that, those should be publicly available. There can be interest for different populations, and that there are some exemptions in existing law that might cover, particular things maybe that people are concerned about in a course syllabi. So I'm happy to take any questions. Sorry I rushed through all that.
It's okay. You were out of time, so it's good that you rushed. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Russell, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. A lot of it's similar type of legislation, which is at least helpful for us to kind of discuss things more maybe ideologically rather than the specifics of any individual item. I share the concerns of the Freedom of Information Commission about address records, for example, for state or public employees. But I will say that, my feeling's always been that, people that are employed by government, the people on the street are effectively their employer. And just like any employer would need to know the information about their employees, that would be my argument for why that information should be remain available and FOIAble. And also the fact that I believe that the people have a right to know who the state is employing and their compensation and other factors that we've long established. There are folks that are advocating for these bills, and their argument often has to do with safety, saying that people that serve in different capacities, school teachers, for example, is one of them, that they may be in danger because their information is public. And even though I acknowledge that, I have maintained my position, I'm just curious if you and the commission have a stronger argument to make than mine about why those things should not be protected. Through you, Madam Chairman.
So one thing I think is really important to know is, the Freedom of Information Act does contain an exemption for any time an agency believes disclosure of records could result in a safety risk. So I think the commission's position is these should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And, if a Board of Education gets a request for a teacher's address and there's a concern and there's a history of the requester and the teacher, there's a process they can go through to seek a determination and say, hey, in this instance, we think there's a concern. And then that would actually, the way it works is local agencies go to the state police evaluates it. So it's not to say that, in every instance, every address would have to be disclosed, but I think, there is an exemption in the existing law. So I think if agencies are getting these requests, they can raise that. And I'll just say too, as far as I know, the last couple of years, the commission hasn't gotten a complaint about this. So there hasn't been a school that has said, we're not going to give out an address, and somebody has filed a complaint and allowed the commission to determine, okay, is that teacher's address a safety concern if it's disclosed or not? So I think our view is that, one, it should be based on the individual request and looking at all the factors. And then, beyond that, I think the other part of it that's important too is, I know it's not, maybe reflected in the legislation, but there is so much information that's out there, on the internet, and it's kind of hard, to combat that. And I think even I heard some of the testimony about, what the address confidentiality program is doing with the land records. And I think there was even an acknowledgement that, even trying to do that, it's a good step to take, but the internet is this sort of vast world of all this information. So even doing this in legislation, you still have the concern about, what is out there on the internet. But I think some of these could be addressed maybe through the safety and security determination if that's something the agency feels.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. Russell, thank you very much for sharing that. I had a basic understanding of that process, but that is very helpful. I don't know if maybe there is a way we could actually address that and make that process simpler or easier to access or make folks more aware of it. That might help solve the problem. There are certainly folks that will testify today and have testified in the past, teachers, for example, that will testify in support of that type of legislation. And I'm certainly sympathetic to their concerns, but I will tell you that normally, like on this agenda, there's probably more university professors worried about their disclosure than there are about teachers, which leads me down an entirely different path of whether or not that information should be exposed. But I really do appreciate your expertise and certainly the Freedom of Information Commission for the extremely valuable work you do to make sure that we keep this legislature and the state government accountable and transparent. So thank you very much, Russell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any, but I have a few questions for you. Just speaking broadly about the bills that you testified on, in your conversation with Senator Sampson, you just said that the internet was a vast world of all of this information. And I think the push and pull that some of the bills we've had in this committee and your agency have had over these proposals in the past, for me, they come from this notion that that vast world of all this information, so much of it came from public records. There are people in my family who've never been on the internet in their life, but you can find information about them out on the internet because the internet is populated with information that comes from public records. And I just don't think that as the internet came into use over the last 30 plus years, there was a meaningful conversation about what a document meant in someone's office, in a public building, a public record being maintained there versus public records being at everyone's fingertips at any moment of the day with such a broad scope all across the world. And so when you were talking with Senator Sampson, you said that there's a process that the commission can go through to evaluate the safety risk. Can you walk me through what that process is? Is it consistent for everyone? Like, how does that evaluation
Sure.
happen?
So let's just pick a town, Hartford. So the Hartford School District gets a request for a teacher's address under FOI. They look at the request and they say, we think we can't give this out because it would jeopardize the teacher's safety. They then go to the state police and they say, we got this request. We believe there's a safety and security risk here. There's an exemption in the law that allows them to do that.
Can I interrupt you
Yep.
for 1 second? And you might not be the expert to say this, but what would prompt that law enforcement official to say there's a safety and security
So
risk?
whoever gets, any agency that gets an FOI request, the first thing you're going to do is look and see if you have the records. And then if you have the records, you determine if there's any exemption in the law that may apply. So if you believe that the safety and security exemption in the FOI Act applies, then what that specific exemption, it's a little more complicated than some of the others. What it says is that you contact the state police, you share a copy of the request with them, they review it, and then if they agree with your determination, then they will say you don't have to give that information out. The requester does not get the address. If the requester wants to pursue it further, they file a complaint with the commission. The commission will evaluate what the state police said, and in most instances, if they testify as to what the security concern was and it fits within the exemption, the commission would say, yes, you do not have to disclose that address. So there is a process. I know it's, it could take time and it can be cumbersome, but I think, our view is that, if there is a safety and security concern, there's a way in the law to address that, on a case-by-case basis, if there is a request where that's a concern that somebody has. And also, I would just add too, specifically with teachers, because I know that's one of the things that's been talked about, that's not an issue the commission has dealt with. So I can't say what the commission, based on the circumstances in a certain case, we might say it is a safety concern to disclose that particular person's home address, based on what the evidence that was given. So there's a process, and that's sort of how it would play out.
And that process that you're describing is the state police, is that the only avenue that an individual can go to have this safety risk evaluated?
So it depends on the type of agency. So for municipal agencies, they go to the state police. For state agencies, they go to DAS. For judicial branch, they go to the chief court administrator. So it depends on the agency where you go. But any city or town, any school board, any state agency, if they get any request where they think disclosure of the records would be a risk to somebody, they can seek this process. And again, if the DAS or DESPE or the chief court administrator says, no, you don't have to give that out, then they don't have to give it out, and nothing further would happen unless the person, filed an appeal with the commission, and then they would somehow have to have they'd have to bring something to the commission that would override what the state police said. And really, in my experience in looking at these cases, the only time I think the commission would ever overrule what the state police said was if it was some totally completely out of left field determination that was not based in any real concern. But just to give like an example maybe of how this might work in practice, we had a case a couple of years ago where there was somebody who was known to the judicial branch and was asking for all this information about judicial branch employees, including certain people's phone numbers. And the judicial branch gave a lot of records to the individual. They did not give those people's phone numbers. The individual filed a complaint. It went through this process, and ultimately the commission said there were certain phone numbers of certain individuals based on the circumstances. Even though they were public employees, those phone numbers were not, did not have to be provided under FOI to that individual.
Just for clarity, though, when you're talking about phone numbers, you're not talking about the phone number of the person, their work phone number, their state or
I think
publicly issued phone number, right? You're talking about phone numbers, their home phone numbers.
I believe this was a state or a state. I don't know if it was a state cell phone or it was a state phone number. But the concern was that because of what this individual had done prior and the work that these people did, that even though it was a state phone number, it could be used as a way to harass these people and interfere with their ability to do their operation. So I think the specifics can be really important sometimes, and I know that can be hard because it does take time and there's a process to go through. But I think our view is that if these requests come up and a school district doesn't feel that they should disclose it, why don't they could test this exemption and they could go through the process, and the because we haven't ruled on these types of cases, I can't say this is what the commission would do, but we might, based on the evidence, say, hey, you don't have to give out that address, Hartford Public Schools, because of what you've told us. So I think that we just haven't seen that play out through that process with some of these new categories of addresses that we're considering.
Has the commission ever made a determination that was different than the recommendation from the state police?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I do know, I'm sure, I could do some research and see, I'm sure there's probably been times, but I know that, the way that I don't have the court case in front of me, but there is a court case where, the only time the commission would really do that, and I forget the terms, but, it's like, if it's like frivolous or, something where there's no basis, it needs to be something where, I'm struggling to think of the right word, but it doesn't make any sense, right? If they say, look, this is somebody who is in an occupation where they're dealing with a lot of people who are upset, this requester has some history, I would think that, if the state police said there's a concern, that the commission's not going to overrule that, as long as there's something there to support it, which, there would be, because if the complainant pursues it, there would be a hearing and there would be testimony about what the concern is and why the district feels, giving out an address isn't appropriate.
Do you think you could maybe do some research and find out if there are any examples?
Yeah,
And what the
I will.
details
Yeah, I don't want to say no just because there might be one, but I can do some research and send you, some of the cases involving the safety and security exemption, because and again, if any, I would just say too, if anyone's listening, if anybody needs help with this or has questions or gets a request, they can contact the commission, and I can walk people through the statute and explain the process that people can go through and help with that too. So.
Yeah, I mean, just as I'm listening to you, I'm trying to understand why that Hartford public school teacher has to go to the state police, but someone who works for a state agency or works for the judicial branch, so someone in the executive branch or someone in the judicial branch, they get to go to the top of their agency.
So it would not be the teacher, it would be the school, whoever handles the FOI request. So if the school administration gets the request, then they are it's the agency that goes to the to seek the security determination. So it's not the individual, it's the if the FOI commission got a request, it would be our executive director would contact, Department of Administrative Services. So it's not saying the individual has to do it. It's that their agency can do it on behalf of any individual if they get any of these requests.
No, but what I'm saying is, why is it that Hartford public school teacher, I would think the equivalent to the system you have set up for executive and judicial employees would be the superintendent of schools in Hartford. So why is it that someone who's
Why do they have to go to
employed by a public agency that's in a municipality, they have to go to the state police, but DAS and judicial can just say, we believe this is a safety concern, and you take that?
So I think the way that the statute was envisioned is, so even for a state agency, so for example, if you work at DOC, it's not the commissioner of DOC. Even the commissioner of DOC has to go to DAS. So even within the court, a particular judge, they have to, I know it's a little different, it's one state agency to another state agency. I'm not sure why it was chosen to be the state police. There's not really a, sort of agency that oversees all the municipalities, I guess. So they decided security in cities and towns that it would go to the state police. But the idea is that there's kind of two levels. So even within, like a state agency, the state agency says we think there's a concern, and DAS, the local people say there's a concern, and the state police. And I would also say too, I don't want to get, out in front of my skis, but if the safety and security exemption statute needs to be looked at and examined, maybe that's a way to deal with a lot of these issues that come up, because I do hear a lot about safety and security, and I try to always explain that statute to people when they ask questions. That's why we always include it in the testimony, but maybe that's something where that process needs to be made, easier, and it might deal with a lot of the different concerns we see where there's a proposed new exemption, oftentimes out of a concern for some sort of safety issue.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time and your testimony here today. I have a few more questions, but we have a lot of people still waiting to testify. So maybe we can do that offline if you've got a few minutes to stick around. But thank you again for your testimony here this afternoon.
Okay, I have to go back, but I'll email you.
Well, then I'm going to keep asking you questions.
Okay. I mean, if you want to, I'm fine if you want to keep asking questions.
No, it's okay, because I want to be respectful of those
I might not be
70
here.
people that are left.
Here, but I'm
It's okay.
available. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Next, we will hear from Joanne Batista, who will be followed by Tina Ruddy, who will be followed by Christine Rodilia. I hope I said that right, Christine, and if I haven't, you can correct me. Welcome, Joanne. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, vice chairs, and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Joanne Batista, and I am Associate Director of the Elections Project at the Bipartisan Policy Center, which is an organization that develops and advances durable bipartisan policy solutions. I wanted to talk today about the merits of election consolidation through the bill HB 5544. This bill proposes to consolidate elections by giving municipalities the option of holding odd-year municipal elections on even-year state election days. Doing so would result in fewer elections per year and would ultimately offer several tangible benefits for Connecticut. To start, there is a growing body of research that indicates voters experience fatigue when asked to participate in many different elections, and this can ultimately decrease turnout. Only 36% of registered voters turned out to vote in the November 2025 municipal election. By comparison, 58% voted in the 2022 state election, and 76% voted in the 2024 presidential. Consolidating municipal elections with even-year state elections would increase turnout for municipal elections by as much as 20% in midterm years and 40% in presidential election years. Second, election consolidation has been shown to reduce the overall cost of administering elections. Simply put, consolidation means fewer elections that would have to be funded. For instance, a recent report found that Idaho, Montana, and Washington could reduce the costs of administering elections by 57 to 88% if they consolidated their elections. Finally, an equally important but less appreciated benefit of election consolidation concerns election officials who have seen an increase in workforce turnover in recent years. Research published last year by our elections project team found that 39% of Connecticut election officials left their jobs between 2020 and 2024. And this is the highest recorded rate of turnover in at least the past quarter century. An important factor driving this turnover is the increasing complexity of election administration and the growing demands placed on election officials. By reducing the number of elections that officials need to run, election consolidation can help ease the strain on the election workforce in Connecticut, a workforce that's already tasked for administering an average of 2 elections per year. And it's not that consolidation would mean less work for election officials, it's that it could free them up to focus on other equally important tasks, such as voter registration, maintaining accurate voter rolls, and recruiting and training additional staff to planning the next election. So for these reasons, we are speaking in support of HB 55. Happy to answer any questions or provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments, but thank you again for your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Tina Ruddy, who will be followed by Christina Rodilia, who will be followed by Tom Swan. Welcome, Tina. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for saying my name right. And thanks to the 4 of you for being here. My name is Tina Ruddy. I'm here providing testimony in opposition to 5554. I'm going to start with what I don't understand. This is my first time giving testimony in front of this particular committee, so I might be missing something. But my question is this: what is the damage of having an equally bipartisan committee to review policy and legislation? I'm just curious of baseline, like what would be the problem with having a bipartisan committee? My understanding is that this regulatory committee stands to review policy and legislation passed by you and your peers on how it's implemented and actually applies to those of us in Connecticut. I'm racking my brain here, and the only advantage that comes from passing this bill is to give one political party an advantage in how all legislation is applied to the people of Connecticut, which is not an equitable proposition. It's not a secret that Democrats and Republicans see things differently. I believe we can all learn from different perspectives. So if you're all true in your efforts to make this legislature accountable and transparent here, then voting to maintain an equally bipartisan committee is absolutely essential. This confirms to us, the voters, that you support representing all of us, not just those who voted for you. I went back and forth on this, but I would be remiss if I didn't include how reminiscent this is of how some of you may feel about the federal government right now. In reading some of your frustrated Facebook posts regarding policies and decisions of President Trump, some of you have used words such as overreach, lacking accountability, lawlessness, disenfranchisement, and some more colorful words that I won't share. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it seems that a big part of this is there's no balance of power. While it might not be the exact same, many of those same principles apply here, and that's exactly what this bill would accomplish if passed. Overreach, reduced accountability, and disenfranchised citizens. Some politicians, no offense, have staunch, aggressively overbearing, and at times arrogant views on proposed legislation, and especially how it may affect their political supporters. And quite simply, I think that's amazing. There are a few things in politics that I appreciate more than watching the person you vote for get elected and then go to bat for you. Across the aisle, Senator Sampson and Representative Blumenthal both put themselves out there and truly fight for what they believe in on a grand scale. And that's pretty much all we can ask for as far as constituents go. It's a huge reason why we need both of you at this table, Republicans and Democrats, to protect the interests of all of us in Connecticut, not just some of us. Please continue to allow this to be a fair fight. Thanks for listening, for understanding how important this is, and for voting no.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. And I would just retort that I think we need more Gail Master Francescos and May Flexers than Rob Sampson's Blumenthals, but that's just me. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, don't leave. Senator Sampson would like to talk now.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I can't let Tina come to the dais and not recognize her and thank her for her contribution today and your commentary. And I'll give it away that you're my constituent and that we know each other, so that everybody knows
No
why
secrets.
the accolades were flowing in my direction. So thank you very much for the kind words. And I really did appreciate your testimony. It was extremely well thought out and very much on point. I want to ask you the same question I asked somebody earlier. I know you were in the room actually when I asked, which is like, what struck you about this specific thing? I mean, there's 100 other bills in the building today. Why this one?
Mostly because it hits on hypocrisy for the amount of inflammatory views that we see of the federal government to then create more of a polarized separation between equality and bipartisanship with, that gate of where all the legislation then becomes applied to those of us who have to abide by those policies and that legislation, whether it applies to health things, or it applies to guns, or it applies to electric vehicles, or really anything. I would just like there to be a fair fight of how that applies to Connecticut as a whole, rather than skewed from one political aspect.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Through you, Madam Chairman, I appreciate that very much. It's like politics is hard. There's no question about it. I think that the people on the street get frustrated reading the headlines. The one thing I would say to them is that there are actually a lot more bipartisan things happening that are not readily apparent. The news media doesn't find those things fun to talk about. Oh, look, the Democrats and Republicans got along today. It's like not a spicy enough headline, I guess.
Right.
But probably 75% of legislation passes unanimously or nearly so. So I think people should know that. But on the other hand, too, obviously, I want the people that I put in office to be passionate about their positions, and they should fight for those things, and they should do it to the best of their ability. So there's that balance between what you fight about and what you should try and compromise on. And I don't know. I think it's just too easy to pick a side instead of contemplate that rational people can disagree and they should be respectful of each other no matter what. Thankfully, this is a pretty good committee for that. I think we have some passionate disagreements. Senator Flechter and I probably don't agree on a lot of policy, but we've always managed to work very well together respectfully. I don't know if the process is always fair, while I'm over here opining, but we try our best, and I'm not suggesting the Republicans would be much better if they were in the majority either.
Honestly.
So I would be more fair. But anyway, I know I'm turning my question into a speech, but anyway, I wanted to thank you, Tina. I really appreciate you and your testimony today. It was, I heard a lot and read a lot of the testimony, but yours stuck out. It was very well done and a little bit different from a good perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks,
Thank you
Janet.
again for your time
Appreciate
and your testimony.
Have a great day.
You too. Next, we'll hear from Christine Rodilia, followed by Tom Swan, followed by Maria Pino. I don't see Christine. Oh, Christine, welcome. I'm so sorry. I thought you were going to be online. My notes say remote. Well, Christine, you got to tell me how you're saying your name correctly, and then we're going to hear from Tom Swan, Maria Pino, and Brittany Starks after you. Welcome, Christine. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Chris Wojcilla. Well, it's not really the correct pronunciation. It's Polish, but it's not what I'm here for. I'm here to oppose HB 5554. In my lifetime, I don't recall our nation and communities being as ideologically divided as they are now. We, the people, look to our lawmakers to set an example for breaking through the divisiveness that is fracturing our communities and to compromise. The Connecticut legislature is failing at this critical responsibility. You have a duty to show the people of Connecticut that people with opposing views can sit in a room and work out their differences like the adults you are supposed to be. The Legislative Regulation Review Committee is the last bipartisan committee left in the state. Without bipartisanship, the dominant party has all the control and has the ability to abuse that power unchecked. Isn't that the equivalent of kingship? The Constitution was crafted to create a balanced government, rigging committees so that one party has control is not balance. please vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I see no questions or comments, but thank you again for your testimony today. Next is Tom Swan, followed by Marina Pino, followed by Brittany Starks. I don't see Tom Swan. I don't see Maria Pino. Marina, there you are. Here you are online. Welcome, Marina. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Flexer and Blumenthal, Vice Chairs Honig, Morin, Bello, and Osborne, Ranking Members Sampson and Master Francesco, and members of the committee. My name is Marina Pino. I'm an attorney at the Brennan Center for Justice, a nonpartisan public policy institute that works on issues of democracy and justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We applaud the committee for raising legislation that would give municipalities the option to move their elections alongside state elections in even-numbered years. We support this democracy-strengthening policy. Last fall, cities like Hartford and Bridgeport recorded turnout rates below 5%. Waterbury's turnout rate was under 17%. These numbers are drastically lower than turnout rates in even-numbered years. Shifting municipal elections to even years can help address this problem and mitigate uneven turnout across the state. Studies in this space have consistently established that this reform is the single most impactful policy localities can make to increase voter turnout. Over 100 cities and several states have successfully transitioned to local even-year elections in the past decade, including cities like Baltimore and Austin and those across California. When San Francisco switched to even-year elections in 2024, for example, turnout more than doubled compared to the average turnout rate from the last 6 odd-year elections. We also know from several studies that voter turnout especially increases among voters who have historically faced barriers to the franchise, including younger voters and voters of color. In fact, research shows that Californian cities that have adopted this policy have seen turnout among younger voters nearly double and substantial gains in turnout among Hispanic and Asian American voters. In addition to these pro-democracy benefits, a shift to even-year elections will also help reduce election administration costs. In 2024, New York City's independent budget office found that the city stands to save an estimated $42 million every other year with consolidated elections. These cost savings matter especially now as election officials across the country face significant cuts in election administration support from the federal government. By advancing this bill, the committee will make crystal clear it is committed to bringing the state closer to a true participatory democracy for all eligible voters, including young voters and voters of color. Thank you for your continued efforts to empower Connecticut voters in the political process. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments, but thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Brittany Starks, who will be followed by Jamie Watson, who will be followed by Jamie Foster. So back-to-back Jamies. Welcome, Brittany. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Brittany Starks. I'm a resident of Thomaston. I'm a daughter, sister, aunt, friend, and a registered nurse, and I'm here in front of you today in strong opposition of HB 554. This bill is intended to remove fair and equal representation from a critical part of the legislative process and government administration by changing the Regulation Review Committee from equal bipartisan representation of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans to one based on majority control. It effectively hands full control to one party. This committee is one of the last essential bipartisan checkpoints in our government, and removing that is deeply concerning. The Regulation Review Committee does not create policy, it determines how policy is implemented in the real world. That directly impacts the lives of Connecticut residents. Because of that, it is essential that regulations are reviewed in a way that is fair, balanced, and not driven by one party. In the past, this committee has served as an important safeguard, pausing regulations that may have been unfeasible or not fully considered, such as the electric vehicle mandate. That function is not partisan, it is necessary. When equal representation is removed, so is accountability. What remains is a system where one side has greater control over how laws are carried out, and that can should concern everyone regardless of political affiliation. I can find no justification for this bill other than a consolidation of power, and that is not in the best interest of the people of Connecticut. I urge you to vote no on HB 5554, and I want to be clear that the people of Connecticut are paying attention. We hear what you're saying and we're watching what you're doing, and it's an election year. So we'll see you at the polls, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Jamie Watson, who will be followed by Jamie Foster, who will be followed by Caitlyn Van Tongeren. And I don't see any of these people here. Are there any Jamies here? Any Jamies? No Jamies. Last chance for the Jamies. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait till the end. Okay, how about Caitlyn? Caitlyn, great. Welcome, Caitlyn. When you are ready, the floor will be yours. And I will just say that after Caitlyn will be Cora Stover and then Lisa Vincent. Welcome, Caitlyn. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Caitlyn Van Tongeren. I am a lifelong Connecticut resident, a taxpayer, a homeowner, and a working mother of 4. I'm here to say this as clearly as possible. Vote no on House Bill 5554, because this bill is not subtle. This is a power grab. You're taking one of the last bipartisan checks in this state, the Legislative Regulation Review Committee, and you're trying to remove the one thing that makes it credible: balance. That is not reform. That's not modernization. That is stripping away accountability. And everyone in this room knows it. This committee exists to slow you down, to challenge you, to force real review of regulations that affect millions of people. And instead of respecting that, you are trying to eliminate the obstacle. Why? Because it's inconvenient to be questioned? Because it's frustrating to be told no? Because you don't want opposition anymore? This is exactly why this committee exists. And let's stop pretending that this is happening in a vacuum, because families like mine are living through the pattern. You took away religious exemptions first. You made medical exemptions nearly impossible for ordinary families to obtain. And now we're watching bills like HB 5044 and SB 450, laying the groundwork for broader mandates on children and eventually adults. So when you come and ask for more power without bipartisan oversight, of course we don't trust you. Why would we? You've shown us exactly how that power gets used. This is Connecticut, the Constitution state. And no, this is not a dictatorship. It's something worse in a different way. It's becoming tyrannical in how it treats its own people. Because this isn't just about power, it's about cruelty. Cruelty towards hardworking families who are trying to do the right thing. Cruelty towards parents who are asking questions and completely being ignored. Cruelty towards people who are being backed into corners and told they have no choice. That is what it feels like on the ground with 4 children in school. And now you're asking us to hand over the last remaining check that could slow any of this down? Absolutely not. If your regulations are fair, they should survive bipartisan review. If they can't survive bipartisan review, then they shouldn't be pushed through unchecked. It's that simple. You work for us, not your party, not your leadership, not your agenda, not your 5-year, 10-year plan in your playbook, us. And we're watching this very closely. I heard Senator Sampson, I think, say that many new moms and people were testifying for the very first time. And that's because it's so ridiculous that we have to finally speak up. We're watching this very closely. Like I said, we're seeing exactly what this bill does and what it could do and why it's being introduced now and quickly. And we will remember who chose to support it. So I'll leave you with this. Do not dismantle one of the last bipartisan safeguards in the state. Do not concentrate more power in your own hands. And do not pretend that this is anything other than what it is. Vote no on House Bill 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm ask a question just because I know we have so many folks to testify. And Caitlyn, I just wanted to tell you did such a tremendous job. That was very powerful testimony. I'm a little, I don't know, moved by it, actually. I'm very sympathetic to the folks that have been up at the Capitol recently and what they're going through. People in my own family who do not trust their own government. They do not know what the future holds for them. They want to stay here. This is their home. But if certain things change in the state, they will have to root themselves from their communities and the people that they know and they love. And I know many of them very much personally. So I'm very proud of you personally for coming up here to express that so very well. And you really did a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was up there last Wednesday, but like I mentioned, I have 4 kids and I work a full-time job too. I wanted to come up today, but I actually have to leave soon to go to my daughter's Girl Scouts meeting. But I have a vaccine injured child who now is autistic and has a severe autoimmune disease that's very rare. And so we are personally affected by this. And while he's lucky enough to have gotten a medical exemption because of these severe things that have happened to him from rushing vaccines at a 12-month, very young age, I have 3 other children that I also have to think about, and the financial and everyday struggles that we have to go through just to take care of his needs and now his full-time care and therapies. I would never wish that on anyone, and I wouldn't wish that on my other 3 children. So if they do push, if things are pushed through, we will have to leave. And I've lived in Connecticut my entire life. I moved my husband here. I've had 4 children. Like I said, I own a home. I pay my taxes. We both work full-time jobs. We will take all of that elsewhere to a more free state. And I wish I could say that in the state of Connecticut, which is the Constitution state. It should be the freest state. But unfortunately, we'll have to do what we have to do to protect our children, first and foremost. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time and your testimony today. I see that Jamie Foster is here, so we'll have Jamie Foster come up. Jamie will be followed by Cora Stover, who will be followed by Lisa Vincent. Welcome, Representative Foster. Whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer and Senator Sampson, Rep. Mastrofrancesco, Rep. Osborne. There's a few number of you, so I'll call you each out by name. It's a pleasure to be here with the Government Administration and Elections Commission. I am here again to talk to you about a siting council reform bill. I represent Ellington, East Windsor, and Vernon, and you heard earlier from my first selectman that East Windsor is the town that sites more renewable energy siting through solar siting than any other town. I actually believe the statistic is in New England. And I have a lot of constituents in my district who are pretty frustrated, and we have been struggling through the solar siting process. We have a lot of challenges with the siting council. And so I'd like to speak today in support of House Bill 5551. And I'd like to draw your attention to a couple of sections that would make a particular difference in my district. First, right now in line 16, a current existing statute represents that members of the siting council include people with expertise in ecology. I want to point out that sometimes ecology sounds like a term that would be wide and overreaching, but in our experience, the siting council has a pretty myopic view on how to consider environmental impacts, and that is singularly focused on siting and approval of renewable energy to the exclusion of open space preservation, which also has a positive environmental impact. I want to talk about lines 43 through 45, which add local representation to the siting council in a way that's really different than bills that have been vetoed by the governor in the past. What we are hoping to accomplish in adding local perspective to the siting council is that it doesn't have to be someone who lives in the town where the solar is being sited. But what is happening when we see renewable energy sited that's gobbling up large amounts of available space is that it is eroding the local tax base in a way that's very significant. And it is also putting an undue burden on local emergency and first responders to respond to incidences. And in East Windsor, there have been multiple cases where our fire department has responded to an issue and had to plan for, if the fire expanded, watching it burn and containing the fire. And so I have constituents who are pretty frustrated with the myopic view of renewable energies as a single sort of green halo, that we think this is good for the environment and therefore anything we do related in the renewable space is good. We're not opposed to renewable energy. We just want responsible guardrails put in place. The Siting Council was originally developed to prevent a community from bearing a disproportionate burden of the state's renewable energy goals, or having all of the incineration facilities or all of the coal-fired gas plants in one area. And what has happened now is one town bears an undue burden of the solar responsibility in the year. In lines 88 through 94, we talk about improving access to the public. East Windsor is an agricultural community, and my constituents have very practical complaints about their ability to engage with the Connecticut Siting Council, and they have had significant issues where they haven't been able to log into meetings and participate, or they've logged in late and been excluded from future participation, and their voices are not being heard. I would be happy to answer any other questions about issues related to further sections that would make help in my community. And I want to just say that East Windsor, again, is not against solar siting. We site more than any other community, but we have very little local benefit and we have a lot of local burden. And I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I'm just going to ask you a few brief questions. So I had a proposal in my district for solar siting with the solar project with the Siting Council, and I was ready to pounce on them. I listened to the hearing. They did the hearing online, and the way that they cut people off, I was really disturbed by. And then I actually watched them, and I was surprised that when they were done with everyone who spoke for the first time, they then let people go back and talk more who had already spoken, who had used up all their time. So I was sort of surprised by that. And I'm surprised to hear you say that, people have been unable to testify at all or speak at these meetings because they logged in late, when again, I was ready to pounce on them and say, how dare you, Siting Council? You should let people speak who need to hear the impact on this project and this community and this neighborhood. So do you think there's inconsistency in how the Siting Council operates, or did I just happen to catch them on a very good day?
I have not caught them on a good day yet.
Okay.
So what I'll tell you is, in my experience so far, I have had issues on every local issue where I have had constituents engage in the Siting Council. I have had a problem. We had an issue where our first selectman was supposed to get the ability to identify themselves as a party, make use of municipal representation fees paid for by the developer, and they were noticed at the wrong email address and were not able to engage. We have had issues where constituents would be emailing a Siting Council email address to participate in the meeting because they couldn't get the Zoom to work. And the way they have Zoom, they do not have in-person meetings. Everywhere else in state government, we have in-person options now. People can come in and testify. But if your neighbor is about to become a generation facility, you don't have an opportunity in your district to communicate with a person face to face. And I think that's an injustice to my constituents who mostly don't have the tech capacity to engage in this process the way I would like to see them able to engage. One of the situations, I had a senior citizen, it's an alphanumeric case sensitive login to Zoom when you get a username and password. So I had a senior citizen saying, I am typing in these letters and numbers and I can't get into the Zoom. That is a huge problem. You shouldn't have to type in a case-sensitive alphanumeric login to participate in the public information forum. Another problem that I've had is that people who put in their commentary, because it's not testimony, you're not sworn and it's a quasi-judicial body that's hearing it, that commentary is not publicly indexed anywhere. So it's incredibly frustrating for constituents who believe that they have testified before a committee. They're hearing that what they said was presented to the voting members of the commission, but it is not indexed in the public-facing websites anywhere. And I think that that's probably a FOIA violation, but I think that's a very big problem with the public accessibility of these public hearings and proceedings. There's another component of this bill, the last section, that says once you have a certain amount of solar in your community, that you get some local control back. And we made the burden to reach that incredibly high. But we have other bills that have come before this General Assembly. We have problems all the time where people say, at some point you should get the local voice heard and considered. We are trying to engage in this process and not being heard in any way in East Windsor. And so the bar is high for that public engagement, but we're saying at a certain point, when you have done more than your fair share, that you should be able to participate in the process.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. In your experience in your district, when these projects are before the siting council, what has the process been for the site walks that the council does?
I honestly am not really familiar with how the site walks for the council have gone in the proceedings. I will tell you that after the fact, where projects are cited, our local fire and EMS are telling us that they're unsatisfied with the way that emergency responses are considered. And I will also say that the siting council came out to a cited facility after repeat complaints about a noise ordinance and was there to witness the cited facility that has like the wrong sized inverters, so they emit during sunlight hours a constant high pitched screeching that the neighbors need to hear all the time. The siting council, there was representation from the siting council, there was representation for DEEP in front of this developer, and they promised us they would fix it, and it still hasn't been fixed. And the siting council basically cites and forgets these facilities. They put them in our communities. They're the only ones who have the ability to say thumbs up or thumbs down. And then when there's a problem, they're not really there to help us.
And so your experience has been that they don't even engage the first responders and the emergency services personnel in terms of their feedback of how these projects would impact how services are delivered or what kind of response is going to be necessary in the event of an emergency?
That is the way that I am perceiving it. We have a bill in public safety and in energy and technology this year to require emergency preparation with the first responders in the communities. Mind you, most of these solar facilities are being sited in our largely rural communities, and those exclusively have volunteer fire departments. And so there's a very high rate of turnover between our firefighters. There's not exceptional retention, and there's a small number of people responding to incidences from multiple communities when there's an issue. And so those folks need to be trained by the developer who's going to drain those local resources.
But that doesn't happen right now.
It's not currently the case, no.
And there's no requirement that
there's no requirement. There are some operators who are offering that voluntarily during part of their process, but that is not the case for most of them, no.
And who are the stakeholders who are involved in the siting of these projects? Is it just one individual company or?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. So there's a bunch of developers who are developing solar, and there are a wide range from like local small businesses in Connecticut who are engaging in small processes. And those are usually members of the community. And I find that they're usually good actors and good engagers in the process. And then there are huge TOs who also do transmission organizations who also do generation, who are mostly based out of state, Florida, for example, who have generation facilities in the state. And then they're citing energy here, it's being sent to other places, and they're engaging, and they don't really have any skin in the local game on how that process moves forward and if they're a good actor. But stakeholder wise, theoretically, you would imagine that there would be input from fire and EMS. You would imagine that the first selectman and local tax base would have consideration in the process. You would imagine that there's DEEP and the Department of Agriculture input. You would imagine that there's an ecology perspective in all of these proceedings. But in my experience, that does not appear to be the case. We have towns who have a very disproportionate burden to try and overcome local opposition and present that perspective at the siting council. So for example, I see over and over again my community in writ large opposing an additional solar facility being sited and being an inferior taxpayer compared to what could be there otherwise. And the local energy that they're generating isn't going for local use, and they're using a tremendous amount of capacity on the local grid. So then when a neighboring business or school wants to put in solar, there's no capacity left for them to put solar on their facility, which is unfair, and the siting council is supposed to protect against that disproportionate use. That perspective is never part of the deliberation in any way that appears meaningful. And that has been my frustration. There's no consideration of cumulative impact from what I can tell, even though they're supposed to be.
So that's really interesting. And I'm just going to ask you this one last question because we do have a lot of people still left to testify today. But so you're saying that when these facilities have been located in East Windsor, I don't know what the landscape is for your public school system in East Windsor, but I will say that, so in the town of Mansfield, and we're very proud that we had the first zero energy school built in the state of Connecticut. And there was a lot of effort and thought that went into that, into the Mansfield Elementary School. And are you saying to me that because of the level of solar projects that are already located in the town of East Windsor, if East Windsor wanted to smartly follow the lead of Mansfield and build a zero energy school, you wouldn't be able to potentially because you wouldn't be able to use solar the way that they do with the school in Mansfield?
Not potentially. If you go on to Eversource's grid capacity maps, which are available for the public, you can tell that in the towns that I represent, if anyone was looking to put in a greater than 2 megawatt facility to look at their energy generation, there would not be capacity. I had a very large dairy farm who wanted to put solar panels on the largest dairy farm in the state of Connecticut on all of their barns. They were not able to do it. There was not enough capacity in the grid for them to go to the full size amount. And that's where we want it. We want it on impervious surfaces. We do not want it on farmland. And that was a farmer doing they could have generated energy and continued to farm in that land. Not an option in that case. And there, again, there's a tremendous drain on the local tax dollars, and there is not the local benefit that I think people think, oh, there's solar, maybe we can microgrid. If we microgridded in East Windsor, we would generate 5 to 10 times as much energy as we needed. If I was able to take all of the energy East Windsor had and power all of the homes and all of the businesses in the 57th House District, I bet, I haven't calculated this, but if I was a betting person, I bet I could power my entire district off of the energy that I'm generating. I'm going to go check that math when I go home. I'll email you and let you know if I'm right.
That would be helpful. Who tells that farmer no?
So they have the process is they have to go and see if there's energy availability in the interconnection queue, and then they go through setting council. So they don't even apply if there's not capacity in the interconnection queue.
But who is the entity that declares that?
The interconnection capacity is the transmission organization. So Eversource and UI have the capacity standards, and they have maps that are on their website.
So that's why there's so many people who are never in this committee in the room. Got it. Okay, great.
I think it might be other parts of this bill that they're here for.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Next, we will hear from Cora Stover, who will be followed by Lisa Vincent, who will be followed by Lori Martindale. Welcome, Cora. The floor is yours. Cora, you just have to unmute yourself. You should see a request pop up on your screen.
Done. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for letting me know that I was muted. And thank you for letting me speak. All right, so I am in strong opposition to raised bill number 5554. While presented as structural adjustment, this proposal represents a significant and troubling consolidation of power that undermines transparency, accountability, and the system of checks and balances fundamental to good governance. At its core, this bill is a blatant power grab by eliminating the long-standing bipartisan safeguards, such as fixed party representation and the requirement that co-chairpersons be from different political parties. It allows the majority party to dominate the Legislation Review Committee without meaningful constraint. The shift to proportional representation without any structural protections for minority participation removes an essential check that has ensured fairness and deliberation in the regulatory review process. Equally concerning is the concentration of appointment authority by placing greater power in the hands of legislative leadership, particularly the speaker. The bill creates a framework in which committee composition and leadership can be shaped in a single political perspective. This level of centralized control diminishes independent judgment and raises serious concerns about undue influence over a body tasked with overseeing regulations that carry the force of law. The change that does occur in a this change doesn't occur in a vacuum. It weakens the legislative oversight for the executive branch. The Regulation and Review Committee serves as a critical checkpoint for state agencies. When that oversight body becomes dominated by one party, the risk increases that regulations will be approved without rigorous scrutiny, particularly when aligned with the priorities of those in power. This undermines the legislature's role as a equal branch of government and erodes a key safeguard against regulatory overreach. While the bill introduces an annual reporting requirement for agencies, this should not be mistaken for increased transparency. Reporting alone does not ensure accountability. Without it, balanced and independent committee to review those reports, such requirements risk becoming little more than procedural formalities. Providing the appearance of transparency without its substance. Transparency is not simply the production of information, but the existence of credible, unbiased process to evaluate it. The bill also diminishes the voice of minority party legislators and by extension, the constituents they represent. Those voices are an essential part of functioning democracy, offering alternative perspectives, raising concerns, and ensuring that decisions are not made unilaterally. Reducing their role in the process weakens representation and limits the diversity of viewpoints necessary for sound policy making. Beyond its immediate effects, the bill sets a dangerous precedent. Rules that concentrate power today can and likely will be used by future majorities to further erode institutional norms. Over time, that creates instability, and each shift in power invites additional rule changes, undermining consistency and public confidence in the legislative process. The loss of the confidence is in itself a serious consequence. Even the perception of concentrated power and diminished oversight can erode public trust. Residents and businesses rely on the integrity of the regulatory process. When decisions appear to be driven by political control rather than objective review, it raises concerns about fairness, favoritism, and the potential for corruption. Finally, the bill's revised definition of appointing authority reduces clarity and accountability in how committee members are selected. Clear, transparent lines of responsibility are essential in maintaining trust in public institutions. Ambiguity in appointment power only adds to concerns about consolidation and lack of oversight.
Laura, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time has elapsed. Can you please summarize?
Sure. So I urge you all to vote no for 5554. In the Nuremberg and 22 cells about the psychiatrist who goes after and he what's the word? Sorry.
Please try to summarize. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So with that, he is working with these people that were oversight or integrity with the Nazi party. And so what they basically said in their testimonies was that they were voted to oversee those people, and then they eroded the powers of those people. So by eroding powers, you are then creating an unjust society. So I urge you to vote no and uphold our constitutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. I see no questions or comments from members of the committee, but thank you again for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Lisa Vincent, who will be followed by Lori Martindale, who will be followed by Kate Prokop. Lisa, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Vincent. I'm a resident of Bristol, a lifelong resident of Connecticut, and a lawyer heading into an early retirement. Last week, I was here because I cared about the substance of some proposed legislation. I'm a conservative. I've accepted that I'm a minority here. And I still wanted to come because I cared about the substance. I had some concerns about integrity of the process. I was alarmed. I'm the person who sued the governor back during COVID because I felt my political speech was being interfered with, and I felt that it was unlawful and a violation of my fundamental rights about which I care greatly. Today, I'm here with grave concerns about the integrity of the process that led to the introduction of this bill, House Bill 5554. And I'm going to lay it out. We started with the introduction of some mandated vaccines, changing the language from children to residents. That was substantively important to me because I don't believe in medicine. along the way, we have a lawsuit going where people who felt their rights were violated when the religious exemption was passed into law here, they've had a lawsuit ongoing, and that's gone up to our higher courts. And it looks like the plaintiffs in that lawsuit have a hope of prevailing on a statutory religious right that Connecticut passed. And so along the way of this, Senate Bill number 450 with the Public Health Committee appeared. And what that substantive bill is an attempt to legislatively interfere with an active court case in order to influence outcome. And if Senate Bill 450 passes, then the people who've spent 4 years of their life pursuing this religious rights claim are going to lose. And they're going to lose because the law changed. That's egregious, and it's offensive to me as an attorney. It's also an offense to me as a human. So I came last week and learned that, it's a little bit worse. It's a little bit worse than that. So when I came to testify last week, it seemed that people were already aware of that, and it wasn't elevated in concern. So I came back today understanding that the Public Health Committee might change the language in the bill, because part of the language was, the original.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes has elapsed. If you could just briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
The short answer is that there is a lack of integrity to the lawmaking process here. And the right hand does know what the left hand is doing. And the citizens are paying attention. This bill is proposed to coincide with the bill that I was just upstairs on the Public Health Committee. So we'll allow the reviewing committee to still be involved, but we'll change the context of the reviewing committee and make it partisan. It's nonsense, and the people are paying attention. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Lori Martindale, followed by Kate Prokop, followed by Amy Lucier. Is Lori with us? Lori is not. Is Kate with us? Like
Kate's here.
All right, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Kate Prokop. I am the president of Connecticut Residents Against Medical Mandates, and I am here in strong opposition to a bunch of bills, but specifically today, we're going to talk about 5554. The introduction of HB 5551, 5552, 5553, 5554 as a single block on March 13th raises serious concerns about how these proposals are being structured and evaluated. Taken together, these bills function as a coordinated package. Individually, they are framed as technical changes and membership revisions, but collectively, they represent significant structural changes to regulatory authority and oversight. The statistical likelihood of 4 separate bills impacting a critical pillar of state governance, including energy, voting processes, and regulatory oversight, being introduced simultaneously by the same committee on the same day is extremely low. What this is, what we've done is really taken a look at a forensic audit of what you guys are doing here with a ton of bills. And basically, this prevents impact of these changes from being evaluated in a single comprehensive way. These bills alter regulatory scope and administrative authority that would typically trigger a much deeper physical and policy scrutiny. But those changes are divided, again, across these multiple bills and labeled as technical adjustments. So the level of scrutiny risks are being avoided. So that alone should make this committee pause. Last week, hundreds of Connecticut residents came to this building to participate in what we were told was a meaningful public process. These were engaged parents, professionals, taxpayers who took time off work, rearranged their schedules, and showed up in good faith to be heard. We came close to breaking the record for testimony submitted with just over 7,000 written submissions in opposition of SB 450 and HB 5044. The record held in the state of Connecticut was for the removal of the religious exemption in 2021, where over 8,000 testimonies were submitted. And for all of those not aware, those bills remove, again, the Legislative Regulatory Review Committee from the process of adding immunizations to the state schedule. During that hearing, we were told that the committee might reconsider that provision and that perhaps the bipartisan checkpoint would be preserved. However, 2 days later, HB 5554 was introduced. This does not remove the committee. It does something way more calculated and reconstitutes the committee in a way that undermines its foundational purpose. It replaces the bipartisan aspect with it with basically a proportionality representation of our current government, which we all know is a supermajority of Democrats. Historically, this committee was required equal representation from both parties. This bill removes that requirement. I mean, all you guys are doing is basically making a rubber stamp for the Democrats to pass regulations. You know, I can go on further and further here, but basically what you guys are doing is just totally terrible. We thought we had a small win with you, and you went around our backs in less than 48 hours and introduced this bill that completely took that small win away from HB 5044 and SB 450. You know, quite frankly, May Flexer, Senator May Flexer, I've been trying to get a hold of you for 5 years. You had more constituents in your district than any other senator in the state. Over 1,200 people in your district used religious exemption.
Would you please briefly summarize your testimony? We also avoid.
Sure. So, you know, basically, I completely oppose the removal of the bipartisan aspect of this committee. It completely circumvents the purpose of this committee, and it is a change that would essentially just give all of you more power that you don't need. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Prokop. Questions from the committee. Representative Mas Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kate, thank you so much for coming in today, for testifying today. I really appreciate your advocacy, and I certainly, myself and members of at least this side of the aisle, I know, share your concerns deeply. And I think you made some good points about this bill. You know, sometimes legislation is passed in this building that there's consequences that people don't actually realize. You know, they may read the bill and say, oh, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but there are a lot of consequences that come with passing something like this. And you had mentioned, and you kind of brought it all together with those 4 bills, and how this passing of this legislation would affect not only the issue that you're talking about when it came to the testimony everybody came in and testified against the other day with the vaccines and the homeschooling, but you also brought up a good point in combining actually these 3 or 4 bills together. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yes, hold on one second. I apologize for that. So essentially, you know, what happens here is, like I said, the statistical probability of these 4 bills being introduced at the same time, given to the same committee, is like 0. It's a loop that ensures that the cumulative impact of these changes, the total elimination of bipartisan oversight, you know, it basically just makes sure it's never audited by just breaking it down into so many small pieces. You're not going to look at the fiscal impact, and you're not going to, you know, really look into the serious impacts that this is going to have when you pass all these things together. That's how I feel. I think that, you know, perhaps the most significant structural weapon in this plan is it modifies section 4-170 of the general statutes to change the membership again of the LRRC. And historically, this has just required a unique makeup of equal parties, you know, 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. You know, this replaces this proportionality based on the chamber's strength, and it's wrong. I mean, in 2026, we had 102 to 49 in the House and then 25 to 11 in the Senate. So this bill just makes the LRRC a rubber stamp for the executive branch. It completely defeats the purpose of what this committee is supposed to do, which is go through a process of deciding if a new regulation is appropriate or not for the state through a 50-50 representation. Nothing is going to be able to be blocked by the minority party anymore. Nothing. We might as well just run Democrats in this state, as far as I'm concerned. Furthermore, the bill mandates that each agency submit a report by January 1st, 2027 on progress on reviewing their regulations, which provides a mechanism to, again, systematically repeal any remaining bipartisan protections under the guise of efficiency. So this is just a beginning as far as I'm concerned. And we are watching very closely Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate, for that. And thank you for elaborating on it. I do agree. I think this one committee that we have is the only one we have left here in the state that truly is bipartisan. I've heard testimony from other people saying that it truly is bipartisan. It has worked well. There's members of this committee that actually sit on that committee. And at a time in our country and our nation when people yearn for more bipartisanship, we need this. And unfortunately, we are trying to dismantle it. And I think that's very unfortunate. But I appreciate your testimony for coming in, Kate, and your advocacy for all that you have done for the issues that I believe in, that you believe in. I think we all, most of the members on our committee agree with you on. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gail kind of stole my thunder, but I wanted to just thank you, Kate, for your passion and your advocacy. You're very good. You move mountains, as a matter of fact. And thanks to you, a lot of people in the state are aware of this bill proposal that might not have otherwise been aware. And not just this issue, but a lot of others ones as well. I wanted to just ask you a quick question about the language of the bill, which is, you mentioned the interconnected legislation that is happening throughout the building and the court case that's pending and everything else that's going on. Do you see that this legislation, even in a vacuum, creates a problem for fairness or equal representation through you, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Well, so I'm very excited to share that we have members of our board in Washington, D.C. right now sharing what's happening in Connecticut with federal congressmen, because quite honestly, the Attorney General doesn't care. All of these bills, or a large majority of the bills that I've been lobbying in opposition to, are Governor Ned Lamont's bills. So no one here is listening at the state level. So we've taken this to the federal level, and we are sharing the information that this sets a very dangerous precedent, this SB 450, where the legislature is usurping the process, the judicial process. So they are changing a law during an active lawsuit to win said lawsuit. That sets a dangerous precedent regardless of what the topic is. And people around the country are watching this now, and you, sir, do have national attention on this. So I'm very proud to say that our organization is behind that effort. And you will be hearing more about this from some big congressmen very soon. Because again, this is very wrong and it sets a dangerous precedent. I have looked throughout the country for a lawsuit that did this, where again, it changed a law during an active lawsuit. Can't find one in the last 30 years anyway in this country. But Representative Vincent Candelora did share with me that there is a current state statute in place that protects us from said things happening. That being, again, that you're not legally allowed in the state of Connecticut to change a law during an active lawsuit to win said lawsuit. So more on that soon. And again, we are bringing federal attention to all of this, which I'm very excited about. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you for being with us and for sharing your testimony.
Thank you. I just want to remind you all that it's a voting year and you guys have inspired more people to run than ever before. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Amy Lucier, followed by Mary Brinsco, followed by Vincent Pace. Mary Brinsco. Vincent Pace. followed by Ariana Fine, followed by Kate Shanley.
I'm actually Kate Shanley. Vincent Pace is not here. Do you want me to wait for my slot or? All right, thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, just hit the microphone. Just hit the button. So yeah, the silver button there. There you go. Good to go.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer again, and Representative Blumenthal again. Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and other members of the committee that might be listening. Thanks for the opportunity to provide this testimony today. My name is Kate Shanley, and I am Manager of Transmission Siting for Eversource Energy. I'm offering testimony today for Eversource in opposition of raised bill number 5551, an act concerning proceedings of the Siting Council and other requirements concerning certain utility expenditures. In reviewing this bill, Eversource identified several areas of concern. As detailed in my submitted written testimony, several provisions in the bill are either undefined, in conflict with existing state or federal law, duplicate processes and requirements that already exist, or undermine the council's purpose and legislative mandate. For example, in Section 2, the requirement for applicants to provide data of earned and authorized return on equity on related projects, along with those estimates and calculations as to a specific project's return on investment or impact, has no bearing on the council's legislative purpose under the statute. The council does not set rates, it does not allocate costs, and it does not determine the rate-making treatment of transmission investments. Similarly, language in Section 3 directs that no electric distribution company shall recover through rates any direct or indirect costs associated with promoting the company's application before the council, and it lists a number of cost items that are excluded from recovery. This language directly conflicts with other state law requiring an applicant to expend such costs, such as notice and engagement in a municipal consultation. And further, the Federal Regulatory Commission has jurisdiction over the recovery of costs incurred to advance and secure approval of electric transmission infrastructure projects. This bill conflicts with the Federal Power Act of 1935, as well as state law, which acknowledges that a state cannot block recovery of project costs that fall under the jurisdiction of FERC. Section 3 inappropriately allocates costs for hiring staff for the Office of Consumer Counsel to be paid for out of the system's benefits charge. This represents a significant departure of the intended purpose of that charge. Staffing for the OCC, like staffing for any state agency, should be addressed through the normal state budget and appropriation process. And finally, proposed language that requires the council to be bound by the approval, disapproval, or conditions issued by a municipality fundamentally alters the council's role and allows a municipal veto. The council gives meaningful weight to municipal perspectives, as I know full well, and frequently adopts conditions offered by the municipalities in its decisions. And I think I almost might be out of time, so I'll stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shanley. Questions from the committee? I had a couple. First of all, it sounds like you had a little more to go, so I just want to make sure that if there was anything else that you were missing that you didn't
Nope.
want to fill in. Okay. I had a couple questions. You commented earlier about how the Siting Council does not set rates, but isn't it true that approvals by the Siting Council have a significant effect on rates in that they allow projects to go forward that will ultimately be reimbursed by the ratepayers?
That is true. The council's mandate is to balance the environmental impacts, the need for the project, and the cost of the project. So holistically, in terms of the cost of the project relative to other design features or even project alternatives, the council will review those and examine those in its deliberations until making a decision, and will frequently challenge the applicant and even alter some of the design in order to achieve that balance.
Okay.
But it does not set the rates themselves.
Understood. And I'm assuming you view those decisions and considerations about cost as appropriate ones.
Not always.
Well, not the specific, not necessarily the decisions they make, but the fact that they're considering, they're entering those considerations.
That particular mandate of the Siting Council, I think, showed incredible legislative forethought over 52 years ago, when a lot of infrastructure was being constructed in the state and elsewhere, because I think that actually the Connecticut system that balances those three different aspects of a project is a role model that is now being emulated in rulemaking, in siting in Massachusetts.
And could you explain to me the conflicts you identified with the Federal Power Act?
I'm not the witness for that specifically. That would be Vincent Pace, and unfortunately, he's not here today.
I appreciate that. It would be helpful to understand those conflicts. I have your written testimony, but I may have some questions about it as we
We'd
go
be
forward.
happy to have Government Affairs set up a meeting to discuss that.
Sounds good. And with regard to the Consumer Council provisions, is it just the fact that it's funded by the system benefits charge under the legislation that you object to, or is there something else?
That it's funded by the charge, particularly in that section when it specifically calls out that staffing for Pura is prohibited from being funded by that charge. So it seems that it would be in conflict with that original statement in that section of the law, that it would fund the OCC, but not Pura, but it specifically prohibits funding for Pura staff.
Okay. I guess I'm a little confused why that would be, I guess why you would care about where the funding came from for OCC
Instead of
versus,
the state of Connecticut, I care where everything is funded.
well, why Eversource would care.
In terms of Eversource, we just like to see, I think that there's been sometimes a pattern or occasions where money that's been allocated for or earmarked for certain functions or systems or other types of needs have been diverted and allocated to other purposes. And that's not, I think, interest in either myself or Eversource interest.
And do you have any objection, regardless of the source of the funding, to the, and I'm asking on your behalf of asking you on behalf of Eversource, but do you have any objection, notwithstanding the funding source, to the expansion of the Office of the Consumer Council?
I think that every agency should be funded to meet the mandates and obligations that they're tasked with. And that's not a decision I would make. I don't have enough knowledge to be able to render that opinion, but the processes that exist for making those determinations, I'd like to say that I have faith in.
Okay, well, thank you for your answers. Appreciate your testimony. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being here with us today. Next up is Ariana Fine, followed by Jennifer Willette. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Followed by Alex Knop.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana. I oppose HB 5554. My letter is a bit on the strong side, so I apologize. As a Stratford resident, I oppose the nefarious ways the top Democrat leadership are manipulating the legislative committees across multiple bills to fulfill an agenda. HB 5554 is yet another piece of their, and hopefully not the majority of this committee's, plan when added to HB 5468, SB 450, HB 5044, and SB 6 bill roster of manipulation and stripping away rights instead of focusing on the failures of our state agencies and defending religious freedoms. Please open your eyes to how your leadership is spinning you. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. I do not support changing the structure of this committee and getting rid of this vital check and balance. It should remain an even split, as it has been since the committee was established. As a now former Democrat who served for 10 years on one of the larger DTCs in this state and had to walk away, I am watching this election year. Please honor our request to preserve this bipartisan safeguard and vote no on this bill. For those legislators who are hopefully on the fence about these now 5 bills, I beg you to look at the big picture of what these bills control as a whole. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Jennifer Ouellette, followed by Alex Knop, followed by Carlton Newell.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer. You said it right, Ouellette. I am a resident of Connecticut, the Constitution state. I am here today remotely because I believe that title still means something, and I'm deeply concerned that several bills currently before this legislature threaten to make it little more than a name on a sign. Let me start with this bill, House Bill 5554. The current law governing the Legislative Regulation Review Committee explicitly requires equal party representation, a built-in check to ensure that no single political party can dominate decisions affecting all Connecticut residents. This bill strikes that language, removing the guarantee of bipartisan balance. This committee has long stood as the exception, one of the few bodies in our legislature whose membership is evenly divided by design. Eliminating that protection is not a technical correction, it's a power grab, plain and simple. Why does that matter now? Because of what that committee is being asked to oversee. House Bill 5044 removes the current regulatory review process for adult vaccination policy and transfers decision-making authority directly to the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, a political appointee. It eliminates required legislative oversight for future changes and establishes a framework for an adult vaccine schedule to be set administratively without a vote of your elected representatives. House Bill 5044 does not immediately mandate vaccines for adults, but it does create the legal structure that would allow for future mandates, including workplace mandates, to be implemented without requiring approval from the Connecticut General Assembly. This is not a hypothetical. This is what the bill text does. And then there's Senate Bill 450, which would further expand the authority of the Public Health Commissioner, while also removing certain legal protections that residents currently rely on when raising religious objections to vaccine requirements. Connecticut already eliminated religious exemptions for school vaccines in 2021. Parents who believe that removal violated their religious freedom have been pursuing legal action under the state's Religious Freedom Restoration Act, a law that has been on the books since 1993. This bill would strip away their ability to bring that claim. Last week, 500 people, including myself, signed up to speak at the public hearing on House Bill 5044 and Senate Bill 450. The vast majority of those who testified were opposed, calling these measurements examples of government overreach and erosion of religious freedom. The people of Connecticut are speaking. The question is whether this legislature is listening. I want to be clear. This is not about being anti-vaccine. This is about who holds the power to make these decisions and whether the people of Connecticut retain any meaningful voice in this process. When you remove equal representation from the review committee, you concentrate authority in a single
ma'am.
unelected
Minutes
office.
elapsed. If you could please briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, sir. You're eliminating religious protections and allow vaccine procurement from sources outside the CDC all at once. You're not modernizing public health. You're dismantling the checks that democracy depends on. Raising multiple bills in a short budgetary year is concerning, and it makes it harder for constituents to track multiple moving pieces. We are the Constitution state. I urge you to protect bipartisan committee protections. There's no urgency to do this, and acting like it is concerning to every person in Connecticut. Protect our rights, please, and vote no on this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there
Thank you.
questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Alex Knop, followed by Carlton Newell, followed by Ankuda Pan. I see Alex on the Zoom. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Blumenthal, members of the committee. My name is Alex Knop. I have the privilege to be co-chair of GAE committee from 1999 to 2001. And I'm here today to urge you to oppose House Bill 5544, which is an act allowing municipalities to hold municipal elections in conjunction with state elections. I regard this bill as an election wolf dressed in a budget sheep's clothing. Right now, elections in Connecticut are held on a deliberate calendar cycle. Municipal elections are held in odd years. State and presidential elections are held in even years. And this has the purpose of emphasizing that local elections should be separate from state and national elections because of different issues, priorities, public participation, and candidates. The purpose of this bill, 5544, which I urge you to oppose, is to break apart hundreds of years of this democratic scheduling tradition in Connecticut by enabling localities to move their odd year municipal election date to an even year to occur in the same time as state and presidential elections. The main problem with this bill is that it will diminish, if not even destroy, local democracy in Connecticut by deprioritizing local issues at the expense of state and national issues. Political scientists, as I say in my written testimony, have a term for this. So-called first-order elections are where the preferences relate to the level of government. So in a local election, a first-order election would look at performance of local candidates, tax rates, education outcomes, and so on. A second-order election is where voters vote based not on the sort of issues and candidates at that level, but because of a national party affiliation. And we've had that in Connecticut recently. People may vote against President Trump, for example, in a local election. In 1984, people voted in favor of President Reagan, and the landslide became a second-order election in state legislative races, and the majorities in the House of Representatives and Senate changed. In my mind, we ought to try to make each level of election meaningful for voters on those issues and not try to save a few dollars in election administration by reducing the priorities of local government in Connecticut so that they would become similar to votes for state and national office. To me, this is another way that local election gets diminished. I think we ought to find ways to strengthen it. In 1986, don't forget, the voters abolished the so-called party lever, in which in an election in the machines, a voter in Connecticut could pull one lever and cast a vote for all members of one party up for election that year.
Mr. Knop, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time has elapsed. If you could please just briefly summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Sure. Also, I think by allowing this to be a local option, it would cause a lot of confusion because some towns might do it, some towns would not. And I think election law is one of those places in state law where we need to make sure we have uniform election rules And certain things can be done at the local level, whether to have a mayoral 2-year or 4-year term. But in terms of when elections are held, I think that ought to be a statewide issue, that I support statewide regulation, and I'm against local option for this kind of election law. And again, I urge you to oppose 5544.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? I have a question. So first of all, nice to see you, Alex.
Thank you, man.
On Zoom. So I guess one of the issues that people have been concerned about, who are interested in this bill, is the fact that our local elections are so low turnout. There's lots of complaints about the level of turnout for national and state elections, but in local elections, we're often looking at 15, 20% turnout. We had a major contested mayoral race in 2021 in Stanford, and we had a 35% turnout, which was huge for that sort of race. And so I guess, what would you say to the folks who think, well, these elections have become essentially invitation-only elections. They're not representative of the interests of the people who live in these communities. What would you say to those criticisms of our current system?
Well, I think there's some truth in that. The question is this the right solution? And the problem is that implementing this kind of solution means that you may increase the turnout in the Stanford mayoral election, but the outcome of that election will not be determined by Stanford issues, but rather by state and national issues. I remember a number of years ago, we had a race for probate judge here in Norwalk, and your former colleague and my former colleague and friend, Larry Cafaro, I thought was a ideal Republican candidate, would win in a landslide. And because of a general, I think, anti-Trump feeling that year, he lost. I mean, it was astounding. But that was an example of where state and national preferences overwhelmed kind of local issues and candidates. And I think that's the danger of that solution. Sure, your turnout in Stanford would increase, but the result would not reflect the choices that candidates for mayor face. I ran for mayor in 2001 in Norwalk and increased the turnout significantly by 15% in the Democratic Party, because I targeted Democratic voters who didn't come out to vote in mayoral elections, but who did vote for president. So we had a situation in Norwalk, for example, where Democratic candidates for president would win and Republican candidates for mayor would win. And the turnouts were very different. So I focused on turnout. I think other candidates can do the same. And I think that's a better solution than saying we're going to subordinate local interests to state and national party affiliations in order to increase turnout. I mean, I think, generally you're right. I'm a big localist, and I think that the more we do to support local issues, promote local elections, create better local media, those are all grassroots steps that we need to take. And the fact that they aren't being taken, that media is consolidating, becoming more regional, I don't think this really serves the local interests well. And I'd rather see us take the other route so that we don't lose the benefit of local participation and local priorities in elections.
Well, thank you, Alex. Appreciate your thoughts on that. I guess unlike most of us, you have run local elections or run in local elections, although they were in Norwalk, so.
Well,
a little partial. I guess we don't have anyone else on Norwalk in this committee now that
Could I just say that we love Stanford being part of the greater Norwalk metropolitan region, so we're very happy.
I don't know if we're going to be able to have you back, Alex.
Well, Representative Johnson will take care of that.
Them's fighting words. It's good to see you, and thanks
you.
as always for your testimony. Next,
Chair, if I could, apologize,
oh,
Chair. My hand was up.
never mind. Sorry.
I heard
There
Norwalk.
you
May I
are.
speak?
Boy,
That's all
Stanford,
right.
Stanford again trying to ignore Norwalk. Come on, Dominique.
Never.
Well, Mayor Knop, just thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you. And Norwalk is still in the House, so I appreciate all your work.
Good for you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson.
Thank you.
Next up is Carlton Newell, followed by Ankuta Pan, followed by Ashley McGrath.
Good afternoon, members of the GEA committee. I'm here primarily to speak to HB 5554, but I also want to voice my opposition at this time to HB 5001, expanding absentee voting in the state. I'd like to put that on hold. I would strongly caution the committee members to pass that without further discussion and evaluation, and thereby maintain election integrity within this state. Like I said, I'm here primarily to voice my strong opposition to HB 5554, which would substantially change the makeup of the Legislative Regulatory Review Committee. This is arguably one of the most important bodies in our state legislature, as it reviews and either approves or denies regulations which affect the citizens of Connecticut, regardless of their party or political affiliation. Since its founding in the early 70s, this body has effectively carried out this task regardless of who was in the governor's office or which party held the majority in the legislature. Why is there suddenly a push to change that now? This body has served as an essential part of the checks and balances necessary for a representative government to function in the best interests of the people of Connecticut. The founders of our country and our state recognize the importance of these checks and balances, and this committee is an important part of that, ensuring that the minority party continues to have a seat at the table and to ensure that the majority party is not pushing regulations which disregard the deeply held values of those in the minority party. Last week, I signed up to remotely testify and also submitted written testimony in the Public Health Committee opposing the transfer of the decision-making power regarding the vaccine schedule from this committee to the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health. Yet, here we are a week later, facing a bill that would change the makeup of the LRRC and weaken representation by the minority party. Right now, the majority party is the Democrats, but what will you say when and if it changes to Republican? Will you be asking for changes then? It is not lost to me that many of those chanting "No Kings" are fine as long as the king is on their team. But even a child knows you don't change the rules in the middle of the game. Once again, I strongly oppose this bill and implore you to leave one of the few truly bipartisan committees in place as it has been for the last 55 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up, we have Ankuta Pan, followed by Ashley McGrath. And Ms. Pan, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Ankuta Pan, and I live in Wallingford, and I oppose HB 5554. The Legislative Regulation Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in the regulatory process. On numerous occasions, starting with mandates during the pandemic, the elimination of religious exemptions for school-age children, and continuing with legislation aimed at regulating homeschoolers and other aspects of life in Connecticut, the Democratic Party has supported policies that, in my view, take away our freedoms. Therefore, the Democratic Party doesn't represent my values. My home country is Romania, and in 2024, the presidential elections were canceled, and certain candidates were banned from running because they were part of the opposition. These actions were against the law and the Constitution, yet they were carried out because those in power had full control. Even though Romania has been considered a democratic country for more than 35 years, these actions resemble those of the communist regime when the only party on the ballot was the Communist Party. Is that the example we want Connecticut to follow? I certainly hope not. In our town of Wallingford, after the 2025 election, Democrats gained control of the town council after 15 years of Republican majority. In my opinion, one contributing factor was the Republicans had fewer candidates on the ballot, 7 compared with 9 Democrats. This illustrates how important balance is and why power should not rest in the hands of one single party. For these reasons, I do not support changing the structure of this committee. It should remain an even split of 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans, as it has been since its establishment. Please vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next, we'll have Ashley,
Thank you.
followed by Madeline Bodenit. Hopefully I got that pronunciation right, but feel free to correct me. Is Ms. McGrath with us? I don't see her on Zoom. So whenever you're ready, you may begin. Madeline.
Good afternoon. My name is Madeline Bodenay. I'm a resident of Wallingford, and I stand in staunch opposition to HB 554, a bill that would eliminate the last bipartisan checkpoint in the Hartford legislative process. I'm a relatively new resident here in the state of Connecticut, only here for 18 months. And while I love many parts of this beautiful state, I am appalled at the state of the state. Our motto is the Constitution State, a fact that seems to be either forgotten or flatly ignored. There is no hiding the fact that HB 5554 is a Democrat-pushed bill, as it effectively gives them complete power with no oversight or check. I say this not as a Democrat, not as a Republican, not as an independent, but as a teacher and student of history. It is hypocritical at its very best. It is frustrating to hear the party that chants "No kings" try to crown themselves as kings. It is very frustrating to watch the tenets of our country crumble in front of my eyes. It is frustrating to tell my children that the very things and the very rights that brought their father to this country from France are crumbling. And they are crumbling first here in Connecticut. Let me say this. By passing HB 554, you are effectively cutting out any dissenting voice, opinion, or vote. Time and again in the last 3 months, I have seen how very little respect and regard there is for an entire population of Connecticut residents, be it taxing farmers into oblivion, removing all sorts of medical or homeschool rights of the people. Do you truly despise us so much that you want to remove our voices altogether? Do you really hold us in such contempt that you feel the despotic need to lord over us to such a degree that we are quashed beneath egos and agendas? Earlier, I asked if you had chosen to forget or ignore the fact that we are the Constitution State. We are a constitutional republic. We are not a pure democracy. A constitution exists to give voice and rights to all, not just the majority. This seems to be forgotten by the party that claims to fight for the underrepresented, those that have no voice. The caveat is that those underrepresented minority voices must agree with the party that claims to support it. If the minority does not agree with the majority, like it happens here in Connecticut, then the minority is ignored. Let me just wrap this up. Let me be clear. We see through your half-truths and clever turns of phrase. You fool none of us. You are unnoticed. We see the hypocrisy, the rules for thee and not for me, the erasure of the people. We see the flaunting of power. We see how you oppose and despise the hard-won rights secured by our forefathers. We see you. Never forget that as our elected representatives, you work for us. Look yourselves honestly in the mirror. Please look me in the eye and all of us in the eye, and then courageously choose to oppose HB 554. Please, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baudonnet. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Master-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for coming in today. You know, I've been watching you all day long, standing there with your baby, so quiet, so good, just kind of swaying back and forth. And it's really touching that, you know, you're so committed and so determined to have your voice heard, that you spent the whole day there with your child. And such a good baby until the last minute I heard him make a noise. But he's entitled.
Still a good baby.
He's still a good
Representative
baby.
Master-Francesco.
He's absolutely entitled. He's been so quiet all day long. God bless you. And your determination. And I certainly agree with your testimony. And I really just wanted to compliment you for hanging in there today. It's not easy, you know, being a parent. You did mention to me that you are a teacher. Are you currently teaching right now through you, Mr. Chairman?
Currently, at the moment, I'm not teaching. My husband is an educator at Choate Rosemary Hall, one of the 8 top-tier schools in this country.
It's okay.
I went through private school. I've gone through public school. I have taught in public schools. I have sat in a classroom with less than half the size of this room, with 35 students, 2 aides, and 6 high school freshmen that don't speak English. I have taught in private schools where there is theoretically more money, and I have taught at top-tier boarding schools. I have taught the full breadth, and I come here because I see this committee, this 7-7 split, as the only bastion of fairness, because having taught in every capacity, I'm choosing to homeschool my children. And downstairs, the homeschool vote just passed, meaning that homeschoolers are losing their voice and their rights here in Connecticut. I would sit here till forever because I truly believe in the history and the importance of the American legislature and the American checks and balances. I grew up in Washington State. I cried the first time I stood at the bridge in Concord because I've been obsessed with U.S. history my whole life, and particularly the Revolutionary War. And those men, they themselves would weep if they saw what was happening in Connecticut today, just today. We are spitting on the blood, the bodies and the monuments of the men and women who fought and died for us. I am a history teacher, and that is why I am here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, your passion is awesome.
You should have seen my
Here.
original. This is like all crossed out. This is the PC version.
It's determination and conviction that you have that really move mountains. And that's why we have the greatest country in the world, because of determination, not only from you, from our veterans, from so many people. And that's what makes the world go around. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, for the questions from the committee. Seeing none, appreciate your time and your testimony.
I just want to thank Representative Osborne, who saw me leaving. It was just to stretch my legs, but it meant a great deal that she ran out to catch me to make sure that I would be able to say this. And I'm glad to be here in person instead of on Zoom like I was last week. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Next up is Christine Rowland, followed by Sachin Pandya, followed by Amber Webster.
Am I on? Yes, okay. To the members of the committee, my name is Christine Rowland, for the record, and I am from Ansonia, Connecticut. So today, I'm actually off from work this week. And I had a really nice spa day planned today, full self-care, ready to go. And I had to scrap it. And I had to scrap it because for the second time in 7 days, I had to come here because I cannot sit silent when the ruling party continues to extend their blue stranglehold on our rights and our freedoms. I am here to vehemently oppose HB 5554. There's been a lot of fantastic testimony. I don't need to, go over what the bill says. I was here last week on the 11th. I was one of the 15,000 signatures against HB 5044 and SB 450. I was one of the 7,000 pieces of written testimony in opposition. And I was thankfully, by the grace of random numbers, actually one of the individuals that was able to speak in person against the bill. And I had this like moment of faith that thinking with this overwhelming opposition to these two bills, maybe something good will come out of this. And we heard chatter that maybe they'll keep the regulatory commission in place. And then 2 days later, you come out with this zinger of HB 5554. It's troubling because it removes the meaningful bipartisan participation from the Regulatory Review Committee, and it's basically just stacking the deck in the ruling party's favor. And if that's what your intention is to do, then why bother having this regulatory committee in the first place? If you're just going to stack it in your favor, it's theatrics, and we see right through it, and it's completely insulting. The other thing I want to keep in mind that, the rules that you set today apply tomorrow, and that we're paying attention, and not if, when this state flips red and the Republicans hold the majority, and it'll probably happen sooner than you think based on the chatter that's going on with all these bills that you're trying to push through. Now you're going to be subject to your own law, and then you will be the minority. To many residents, this maneuver feels like a good faith governance. It looks more like a legislative temper tantrum to make sure that the ruling party always gets their own way. I urge you to please vote no against HB 5554. And that's my time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Sachin Pandya, followed by Amber Webster, followed by Jody Gill. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay, thanks. Good morning. My name is Sachin Pandya. I'm a law professor at the University of Connecticut, and I'm here in support of HB 5548, specifically Section 2 of that bill. That section exempts from the state's FOIA law records arising from faculty teaching and research on scholarly issues, something many other states already do, including Rhode Island, Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey. For details, I'll refer you to the written testimony, which is quite extensive. Here, I'm going to make 2 points, and then I'm happy to answer your specific questions. First, this bill is not a broad exemption for university records. Rather, the bill reduces the risk of people using FOIA requests against faculty to disrupt research and teaching they don't like. Since 2005, because of the Court of Appeals decision in Fromer, it is undisputed governing law, not even disputed by the FOIA Commission, that our FOIA statute was never intended to cover an instructor's research and teaching records, that while public universities count as public agencies under that law, individual faculty members don't. The problem is that research and teaching records are routinely sent or stored using university computers, servers, equipment, or cloud storage, and to that extent, arguably maintained or kept on file by the university itself. not something the legislature could have predicted when they wrote the statute in 1975. This bill closes that loophole. As a result, if the FOIA request comes in, the burden is on the university to use the exemption to show that each record requested arises out of faculty research and teaching on scholarly issues. If not, the exemption doesn't apply. And the bill expressly says that a university's financial records are not exempted in any case. In short, the bill's opponents are overstating what this exemption does and doesn't cover. For details, ask me about it in the Q&A. Second, just as in the past, the FOIA Commission in testimony today, both written and oral, argued that existing FOIA exemptions are enough. I believe the B19 safety risk exemption was the one invoked. But as I've testified in my written testimony, they're quite wrong about the underlying scope of the law for each and every FOIA exemption they invoke. Again, for details, take a look at the appendix of the written testimony. And if you want, ask me about it in the Q&A. I've testified to this effect for similar bills for the past 3 years, and now once has the FOIA Commission disputed my legal analysis. I'll leave you to draw whatever adverse inference you wish. And so for all those reasons, I urge you all to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Amber Webster, followed by Jody Gill. Next up is Jody Gill, followed by Jennifer Newman. Is Jody Gill with us? Is Jody Gill with us? No? Okay. Jennifer Newman, followed by C. Marcella Karowski. Is Jennifer Newman with us? No. I do see C. Marcella Karowski. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And whenever you're ready, please turn on your video and you may begin your testimony.
Hi there. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right, thank you. Members of the committee, I'm Marcella Karowski. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I oppose HB 5554 because I do not support changing the structure of the Regulatory Review Committee. Having a bipartisan committee is a valuable checkpoint that ensures accountability in the legislative process. I find it interesting that this is proposed in the same session that contains bills that would remove religious protection laws and would give authority to the Public Health Commissioner. Thank you for your time and consideration. God bless you all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
All right, thank you. Bye, Representative.
Goodbye. Next up is Mark Lundy, followed by Leslie Wolfgang. Mark Lundy with us. Okay. Leslie Wolfgang, followed by Jocelyn Delancey. I do see Leslie Wolfgang. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Wolfgang, and I am the Director of Public Policy for the Family Institute of Connecticut, and I respectfully oppose raised bill number 5554. This bill raises a fundamental question that should concern members of both parties. Should oversight of a state agency regulations remain bipartisan or become subject to single-party control? For decades, the LRRC has operated with a deliberate balance, equal representation from both major parties and co-chairs from opposite parties. That structure was not accidental. It was designed to ensure that regulations affecting every resident of Connecticut are reviewed with fairness, credibility, and broad input. This bill removes those safeguards. It replaces equal representation with proportional representation and eliminates the requirement that leadership be bipartisan. While that may sound like a technical change, in practice, it fundamentally alters the character of the committee from a shared oversight body into one that can be controlled entirely by the majority party. And that matters regardless of which party holds a majority today or tomorrow. Regulations carry the force of law. They affect businesses, municipalities, schools, healthcare providers, and families across our state. The review of those regulations should not be perceived as partisan or political, should be trusted. Bipartisan structure builds that trust. It forces collaboration. It ensures that concerns are heard before decisions are made. And perhaps most importantly, it protects the integrity of the process from shifting political winds. This becomes especially important when regulations touch on deeply contested and sensitive issues. For example, Connecticut currently has regulations and policies that place certain limits and guardrails around abortion practices, including conscience protections for doctors, limitations on third trimester abortions, and infants born alive. If the Regulatory Review Committee becomes controlled by a single party, those regulations could be more easily weakened, reinterpreted, or eliminated without meaningful bipartisan scrutiny or by extremism in any one controlling party. And so that is precisely why this committee has historically been structured to require balance. This is not about abortion alone. It is about ensuring that on the most sensitive and consequential issues, decisions are not made unilaterally, but are instead subject to broad-based legislative oversight. And I'd also like you to consider this as less of a left or right issue or Republican versus Democrat. This is really a legislative branch versus executive branch issue. The current makeup of the LRRC protects against partisan pressures from the governor or the executive branch in reviewing regulations. So again, I respectfully urge the committee to reject Section 1 of this bill, or at a minimum, preserve the bipartisan composition and leadership requirements that have long ensured fairness and credibility in the regulatory review process. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Take care.
Next up is Nicholas Tampio. Oh, no, sorry. Jocelyn Delancey, followed by Nicholas Tampio, followed by Danielle Bollinger. Is Jocelyn Delancey with us? I do not see her on the Zoom. No. I do see Nicholas Tampio. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Great. Hello, my name is Nicholas Tampio. I live in Ridgefield, Connecticut. I'm a professor of political science at Fordham University. I oppose HB 5554. I think it is important to maintain the bipartisan structure of the Legislative Regulation Review Committee. Part of my thinking is because I teach American political thought, and part of my job is to teach students about the principles upon which this country was founded. And I teach students the Federalist Papers. And Federalist 10 says it's natural for people to form groups of like-minded people, factions. And sort of the art of government is, how do you structure government to have factions in the right balance? So clearly you want the majority faction to have a lot of power, but the key is, how do you protect the rights of the minority faction? And so it's two things. It's, how do you prevent civil war, right? How do you stop the worst thing from happening, which is the revolts, which have racked republics throughout history? But it's also, how do you create civic friendship? How do you feel like everybody in the republic belongs, has a say, that even if they lose today, they have a chance tomorrow? And the solution of the government is, the solution of the Federalist Papers is checks and balances. It's dividing up power in all sorts of different ways to make sure that the minority has a say, that they're still in the game, and sometimes even a veto power. And so Federalist 51, they talk about dividing between federal and state and different houses within the legislature. But it says that it may even be necessary to guard against dangerous encroachments by still further precautions. And that's at least how I interpret this bipartisan Legislative Regulation Review Committee. I've been studying the history, and it's really just trying to make sure that both parties have a say, that one party is not allowed to just run roughshod over the other. But I'm not making my argument because of James Madison, although I love James Madison. I guess the question I just want to say is, do you want people in the minority party in Connecticut? Right now it's Republicans, 5 years it could be Democrats. Do you want them to feel at home in the state? And if you want them to feel at home at the state, that they are valued members whose voice matters, then you should vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicholas, I just wanted to thank you for your excellent testimony and giving props to my favorite founding father, James Madison, as well. I think what you brought up is so very important, which is the reason why balance exists is to make sure that everyone's voice is protected and that you prevent the ultimate evil of rebellion, revolt, civil war. And I know there's a lot of very frustrated people that have submitted testimony on this bill. And I think they're continuing to get more and more frustrated with the majority's actions lately. And I don't want to get into any of that. It's not my place to speak about it on this committee. But if you're reading the newspaper or even any of our social media postings and so forth, I think that there's definitely a narrative that's been more and more prominent over the last several months. So I really do value your commentary, and I don't know that I have a question, but I would offer you the opportunity to add on anything to your testimony you think that you may have missed or want to make a point of, since you were limited to only 3 minutes.
That's fine. I mean, I'm an old-fashioned liberal. I believe in liberty, and I teach Alexis de Tocqueville and John Stuart Mill in the Federalist Papers. And it's so tempting when you've got the victory to press your victory and to push for every to defeat your opponent on every different score, right? And you just push through a bunch of bills that you can hope can just lock in your side's victory. And I kind of I'm kind of wish the majority party in Connecticut was just looking a little down the road and saying, we're going to have to live with all of these people in the state. And, are all of these victories necessary? Do we really want to make it so hard for people in the minority factions?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, very, very well stated, Nicholas. You can imagine how I feel serving in the minority of this legislature every day that I've served in office, and there are a great many victories that the majority takes that are completely unnecessary, even on simple, superficial, procedural motions and so forth. It's somewhat interesting, but your comments are well taken, and I think they're worth listening to, and I hope that the majority is listening as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Danielle Bolliger, followed by Ed Hawthorne, followed by Christina Broshak.
Good afternoon, committee members, almost evening. My name is Danielle Bolliger, and I live in Windsor. I'm here today to strongly oppose HB 5554. In my almost 58 years, I had never testified in a hearing until last Wednesday, and yet here I am again. I recently retired last November, and this was not on my bucket list for retirement. Never thought I'd be back again so soon, but I'm concerned and angry about what this bill represents. I'm also angry it came 2 days after thousands of people testified in person and in writing against other bills we oppose. The timing of this bill feels really suspicious. The Legislative Regulatory Review Committee has long served as a bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties. This balance has been in place for decades and helps ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in regulatory processes. It requires cooperation and forces lawmakers to consider perspectives outside of their own party. HB 5554 would dismantle that balance. This bill is a power grab that would allow the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate to choose all the members of the committee, giving the majority even more power and guaranteeing one-party control. Connecticut's legislature is already controlled by a Democratic supermajority. Don't Republicans and independents deserve representation? The Regulatory Review Committee is the last bipartisan committee left. Removing it is overreach and stacking the deck for the majority. Last Wednesday, many people's testimonies, probably representing all party affiliations, weren't heard because the Public Health Committee hearing was voted by Democrats to end at midnight. Voices were silenced. That is not democracy. That resembles a principle of communism and has no place in a free America. I and many of your constituents are angry, feeling misrepresented, dismissed, and helpless when we see the legislators ignoring our concerns. We want transparency, fairness, and our voices to be heard, considered, and respected. This is an election year and voters are paying attention, especially regarding where our representatives stand on this bill. Your decisions matter as to whether or not you're reelected. Majorities can and do change. Your vote may set a precedent that you may regret in the future. Removing bipartisan safeguards is narrow-minded regardless of who is in power. I urge you to vote no on HB 5554 to preserve the bipartisan safeguard that currently stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Ed Hawthorne, followed by Christina Broshak, followed by Mark Lundy.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and of course my state rep and my state senator, Representative Master Francesco, Senator Sampson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of unions representing approximately 250,000 working people here in the great state of Connecticut. It's on their behalf I testify before you today concerning two bills. First, SB 487. An act concerning the use of fiscal intermediaries by the state agencies for payroll services. This mainly involves about close to 15,000 personal care assistants or PCAs that are represented by SCIU 1199. These people do God's work. They ensure our elderly people with disabilities are able to stay in their homes. They show up to work every day for very little pay, and they're paid through fiscal intermediaries that often do not pay them on time, do not pay them correctly, or simply don't pay them at all. And these are people that do not make a lot of money, normally have 2 and 3 jobs, and they struggle when things like this happen. So recently we've changed the fiscal intermediary, and the same problems have persisted time and time again. I think we can all agree, no matter what our party affiliation is, if you go to work, you should be paid on time, you should be paid the correct amount, and frankly, you should just be paid for the work that you do. What we're asking to do is, just to go back, even a short delay means missed rent, overdue bills, food insecurity. What we're asking is to put some teeth behind it when these things happen and to have some penalties. It would introduce accountability by requiring state contracts with fiscal intermediaries to include financial penalties when payroll is not processed accurately or on time. This will incentivize stronger oversight and ensure that these people that struggle day after day and literally do God's work are paid what they should be paid. Next bill is HB 5548. It's about protecting public employees while preserving transparency. Under current law, the home addresses of most public employees can be requested or disclosed. That means any disgruntled individual can obtain a worker's personal residence information. In the era of increasingly heated political and cultural debates, we always say we want to be civil. It's not really as civil as it should be nowadays. We need to protect these people's personal information. FOI, we already have exemptions for law enforcement officers, firefighters, judicial employees, correctional officers, and certain other state workers. What this does is extends the same protection to all public employees unless their residence is a condition of employment. It does not diminish government transparency. It does not restrict access to the information the public needs to hold government officials accountable, but failing to act may drive more people to the private sector and out of the public sector, and we may be missing out on folks that, really do value their job. Thank you for your time. I hear I'm getting buzzed, so I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have because I know it's been a long day for you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Questions from the committee? With regard to the fiscal intermediaries bill, what kind of delays have we been seeing in payment, and what, if any, reasons have these fiscal intermediaries provided for the failure to timely pay these workers?
There's been multiple reasons. In November alone, over 5,000 PCAs received paychecks that were short, incorrect, or missing entirely. 5,000 PCAs. That's not a whoopsie, that's a severe problem with this. Also, 4 months later, most correction checks are only now being issued. So it wasn't like, oh, we forgot to pay you on Friday, we paid you on Monday. We're talking 4 months at this point, and 150 workers still have no resolution in sight. This is a massive problem for low-wage workers that are out there doing a job, quite frankly, that is physically and mentally draining every single day. They deserve to be paid just like we all do. When you do work, you deserve to be paid on time and the correct amount. And all we're asking is to put some teeth behind this, to have these fiscal intermediaries maybe think twice before putting this on the back burner, and actually having some skin in the game to make sure that these people that deserve to be paid actually do.
Thank you for that information. Frankly, that's shocking, especially for low-wage workers who may be living paycheck to paycheck. I don't understand, if your job is to arrange for the payment of people, why you can't manage that. And I think if you can't manage that, then you shouldn't be in that business, and certainly the state should not be engaging you to do it. It's frankly inexcusable, and we should be doing something about it. So I thank you for your testimony today, and appreciate bringing this issue to the fore and putting a human face on it.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the work that you do.
Thanks, Ed. Next up, we have Christina Baroshak, followed by Mark Lundy, followed by Drew McWeeny.
Hello?
We can hear you, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Chairperson Blumenthal, ranking members Sampson and Mastro Francisco, the members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Christina Baroshak, and I live in Southbury, Connecticut. I respectfully oppose Raise Bill 5554. The Legislative Regulations Review Committee is responsible for approving or disapproving regulations proposed by the state agencies before they take effect. This is DMV, DOT, DEEP, DSS, DCP, DOH, DOC, DPH, a wide range of agencies and regulations that impact all people in our state. The committee is designed to be a check on administrative power in Connecticut and has long been structured in a bipartisan way, so both parties participate in reviewing of agency regulations. This raised bill seeks to change the structure to majority control instead of bipartisan. It might be worth reviewing what bipartisanship means for this committee. It means equal members of opposing political parties cooperate. They need to work together to achieve common goals, provide financial oversight, and flag problems. By requiring compromise, the results of a bipartisan committee are more balanced and stable policies. Why would the people of Connecticut want the checks of administrative power in majority control? Does the public not want to encourage debate, diverse opinions, and support the voices of minorities? Perhaps this legislation is not for the public benefit. I suspect it's for the ease of the majority. Legislatures are not here to make broad laws that are regulated by agencies. They are here to manage budgets and to provide oversight. You are a representation. You represent your constituents and the public good. This bill is not for the public good. Our system of government relies on checks and balances. Please preserve this tradition, especially in our nation's 250th year, a time we should all reflect on and stand for what makes our country great. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Ma'am, random question, but any relation to Matt Baroshak?
Yes.
What is it? If you don't mind.
He's my brother-in-law.
Oh, excellent. Cool. Well, give him my best, one of my Marines back in the day. So not a common name, I just noticed. So appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being with us. Doesn't appear to that we have any questions for you. So, but thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next up is Mark Lundy, followed by Drew McWeeny, followed by Ron Lizzie.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Mark Lundy. I'm from Guilford, and I will try to keep this short. I'm joining you today to urge you to vote no on HB 5554. Real quick, if you shift the way that the panel is made up, you could potentially disenfranchise about 2/3 of the registered voters in Connecticut. That's basically it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here, sticking with us to share your testimony. Next up is Drew McWeeny, followed by Ron Lizzie, followed by Barbara Rudini.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. To the Honorable Committee, my name is Drew Michael McWeeny, and I'm an Assistant Professor of Early Childhood Education and the Program Chairperson of the Early Childhood Education Department at CT State Community College, Norwalk. I'm also a PhD candidate in education at the University of Hartford. I am writing to oppose HB 5550, an act concerning a technical change concerning government administration and exempting course syllabi from disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. Public institutions exist to serve the public, and I believe the materials that define the instruction that students receive, such as course syllabi, should remain accessible to taxpayers, parents, and students. At an institution of higher education, a syllabus is defined as an academic document that outlines the following, including but not limited to course objectives, standards, the assigned readings, grading criteria, expectations, institutional policies, etc., etc. A syllabus is given to students at the beginning of a course and acts like a legal contract because it does not give students the opportunity to fight a professor and claim something otherwise when that professor's syllabus was very clear as to what the expectations are and how the courses will run. Of course, there are always faculty members that are not just incompetent but can't write a syllabi correctly. However, in one instance since I started teaching college, it helped me avoid penalties and a discrimination concern that arose. A syllabus is highly important because it is part of a student's course of study, and it is part of the documentation that indicates how a student is meeting the requirements for their degree that he or she is pursuing. And the institutions that are awarding degrees are being funded by taxpayers and tuition-paying families. Therefore, when tax dollars support an institution, they have a right to know what's being taught. In many states, syllabi are routinely disclosed through open record requests without issue. Transparency in these documents allows prospective students to make informed decisions about what and where they want to study. It also allows current students to see what they are going to be learning to make decisions as to whether the content meets their needs. It also ensures that faculty are held accountable, and it ensures faculty is not teaching inappropriate content. The core principle of the Freedom of Information Act laws is to compel a publicly funded institution to operate transparently unless there is a very compelling reason for secrecy. A syllabus is one material that guides instruction, and any material that guides instruction is part of official operations. And because it is part of official operations, then it should not be exempt from disclosure, because preventing syllabi from disclosure contradicts the very purpose of open records laws by limiting transparency about publicly funded instruction. And I personally oppose this bill because I want to make sure that if there are horrible faculty members working at publicly funded institutions, which they are, I want them fired and exposed. Our students deserve teachers that are professing their content as experts in their field, not anything that happens to be motivated by a personal desire to get students to think the same way they do just because they feel strongly about something, especially if it has absolutely nothing to do with their field. And I'd just like to conclude by saying people who support this bill are going to say that syllabi should be protected because they represent intellectual property or could expose faculty to political pressure. However, syllabi, and let me be clear to those faculty members that are listening, they're not scholarly works. They are administrative documents that summarize the course structure and assign materials. So therefore, they are not intellectual property. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this bill. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, sir. Questions from the committee? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Drew, it's very nice to see you. Thank you for coming in at this late hour. I know you were on Zoom earlier, but you took the trip up, and I appreciate it very much. I'm just looking at your testimony, and I'm wondering, through your experience, have you seen any pushback or concern from your colleagues about giving up this information for freedom of information? I'm just curious of why. Why is there such a concern that they don't want this information going through Freedom of Information? Would you have any idea?
Yeah,
For you.
I can tell you that I hear this from a lot of people, and they say they're so like defensive about this. And I'm like, what is there to hide? If you're teaching the right stuff, just release it to people. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why it's so hard for people to just accept the fact that your salary's coming from tax dollars. So people that pay your salary have a right to know that you're not teaching them baloney. So to answer your question, Representative, I can't give you a reason for why some of these people are so like outraged that they have to disclose, this type of information. I couldn't tell you the reasons why, but I do know there is a lot of pushback, and it's mind-boggling that if you've done nothing wrong, and if you are teaching the right things, then what's the point? Just show us. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I can't figure out why there's so much pushback on it. Would you know, is there anything in the syllabus when they're teaching, are they biased to more one to the left or to the right? Is it pretty much in the middle? Like I'm just curious what's going on.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So I'm happy to talk about that. So there is a important thing to note is that faculty will tend to use the word tenure, and they'll say, well, I have tenure, I have tenure, I have tenure. And I just want to be very clear that tenure doesn't mean your job is protected, because God forbid, if I go and hit a student, I'm fired tomorrow. Tenure just means that if you are professing your content, so for example, in my case, I'm early childhood, so I do teacher education for birth to age 5. So people that are going into the public schools to be preschool teachers, daycares to be toddlers. So if I'm professing or teaching a specific piece of content that is directly related to the field. So for example, I'm teaching a social and emotional learning class for infants and toddlers currently. And one of the viewpoints that I push in that course is that social and emotional learning should be taught at home, not in the classroom, because parents, mom and dad, are responsible for raising their kids. So of course, that viewpoint is going to get a lot of outrage from people that obviously can't understand that we need to have a lot of opinions to kind of grow the conversation, to be open-minded and stuff. But that's an example of how, yes, it sounds a little bit outrageous because it's like, oh my gosh, social emotional learning, we got to make sure our kids are emotionally healthy. Yes, but it's within the field of early childhood. And as someone that is pedigreed in that field, I have a right to be able to have those conversations and put those views forward because it's within my field. So therefore, that's where tenure comes into play, because it protects me from those people that are so butthurt about, oh, well, you said this, how dare you say that? So that's what tenure really means. It has nothing to do with job protection. And when it comes to the syllabi, at least the people that I work with are just exceptional, where they are putting in content that is specific to the disciplines. I have seen at other universities, Central Connecticut as one of them, because I came from there, where there were faculty members that were teaching in one discipline, and then they're inserting their political opinions disguised as units of study. And I just think to myself, I'm like, the whole goal of higher education is to get people to think. And if you, as a professor of your field, as an expert of your field, is getting people to think the same way you do, then what the heck is the purpose of higher education? It goes completely against what higher education was founded by. So that would be my answer to your question as to, I don't know why people are so, crazed about this, but in addition to the syllabi.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Just real quick, I always say this, I don't believe someone's political opinion should be into the classroom. I think it should be, I agree with you, we want them to think. Whether it's a conservative view, a liberal view, whatever it is, I don't believe any of that really should be in the classroom. We try to make them independent thinkers. But Drew, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. And certainly, I'm sure we'll see you again at some point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for your work, both of you. Appreciate it.
Next up is Ron Lizzie, followed by Barbara Rudini.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Ron Litzy. I'm an author and engineer from Bethany. I have advocated for reform of unclaimed property programs for years, and my work has led to program improvements and/or legislation in 7 states, including Connecticut. My efforts have helped about 500,000 people recover over $75 million, mostly through automatic payments, including 120,000 owners in Connecticut. I oppose SB 488, an act implementing the Treasurer's recommendations for revisions to the Unclaimed Property Program and Second Injury Fund. The bill limits automatic payments of unclaimed money to at least $50. That minimum should be lower. I proposed $10, and this committee approved that 3 years ago. That's also Virginia's minimum. I believe that the minimum automatic payment should be the lowest amount that most owners would claim. Then the automatic payment saves the owner from making a claim and saves the state from processing it. Under this bill, if you had $49 in unclaimed money, the state would needlessly make you jump through hoops to recover your money when the state could just send you a check without a claim. The provision is contrary to the mission of returning unclaimed money. It's a step backwards. The Treasurer's written testimony says that he is already limiting payments in violation of the law. It's clear from this proposal that the Treasurer is not committed to the mission of returning unclaimed money, which is why the state has $1.7 billion, nearly $500 per capita. Instead of reducing automatic payments, the state should make more. The maximum automatic payment should be doubled to $5,000 to be in line with 6 other states. I urge the committee to reject this change and instead pursue the needed reforms presented in my written testimony for SB 460. Thank you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Appreciate you being here and all your work with the Treasurer and with us to work on this issue.
Thank you.
Next up is Barbara Rudini, followed by Megan Clark, followed by Donna Hemen. Barbara Rudini with us? Oh, there you are. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Oh, dear Government Administration and Elections Committee members, I'm here today to oppose HB 5554. Lord Acton famously stated that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Isn't this what the whole No Kings protests are all about? The idea of giving the majority power the power to choose all the committee members and allotting the majority party more members than the minority sounds a lot like a coronation to me. Do they not want the public, would they want the public benefits charge to pay for their crowns too? Why now is the party that champions equity suddenly pushing to eliminate equal bipartisan oversight that has been in place for 55 years? No reason to this date, not during this committee, has been provided. The public does know that the LLRCP will be voting on regulations affecting elections, FOIA, public health, pandemics, data mining, privacy, education, abortion, and a host of other hot topics. The public has witnessed the majority party's shady tactics of emergency sessions, last-minute sneaked-in bills, cutting off public testimony, and the pressure by party leaders to vote accordingly. We will never forget the July 14th, 2021 testimony of then Representative Robin Porter during the vote to renew the COVID emergency. She stated, "Something that has been really upsetting me, and I feel a tremendous need to put it on the record. I know that some of us who have decided to vote no are being told that there will be ramifications from the governor's office if we vote no. So I want that on the record because I am voting no today. I will not be bullied, I will not be threatened, and I will not be intimidated. And I take tremendous offense to the act of even putting that into the atmosphere and telling us that as individuals who have been elected to represent our districts, that if we vote a certain way, there will be ramifications from the governor's office. So with that being said, I will close with this. I am a staunch no, and I encourage everyone in this chamber to vote no. At a time when trust in government is at an all-time low, it's more important than ever to keep the equal bipartisan safeguard in place. Vote no on HB 554. I also wanted to comment on the absentee ballot system. I just think there's no political will to want to impose any safeguards. Recently, a relative had to co-sign on a renting an apartment. In order to do the application process, you had to put on a video camera while you did the application so they know that it's you. I mean, there are so many things you can do. A simple, if you wanted to do registration online or request an absentee ballot online, you can simply do that. We have the money. There's no political will to have the funds to do a simple tech thing like that. If you want to do things by mail, whatever happened to the old notary publics? They prove basically who you are. When my son, when he turned 16, got his driver's license, my husband couldn't be there. We had to have a document signed because he wasn't there in order for him to get a driver's license. It's not hard. It's common sense. There's just no political will. That's my,
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Is there any question from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks for being here.
Can I make one more comment?
Very briefly.
When during the pandemic, when the kids magically had to do, adapt to virtual learning, it's funny how the state found money to give laptops and everything so the kids can present themselves to their teachers. I think the same thing should happen with voting. If you want something, you could just use a Zoom, some kind of Zoom mechanism or something to show that you, in terms of the permanent absentee voting, that should be illegal. I mean, I feel bad for older people, like the elderly. This is like elder abuse, because at some point their cognitive abilities will subside. And when you're voting, you should have show that you have the cognitive abilities and free will that you want to vote. So you should be requesting it. So, because the older you get, your cognitive abilities definitely fail. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next up is Megan Clark, followed by Donna Hemmen, followed by Darren Bernier.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready, maybe begin.
I am in strong opposition of HB 5554. My name is Megan Clark, a 37-year resident of Harrington, Connecticut. I never cared about politics until my rights were questioned. And when I lost my job due to me choosing my life over a shot. Unfortunately, with all of the laws and regulations that have been put into legislation this year, it seems like nobody cares. The Legislative Review Committee is a long-served bipartisan checkpoint with equal representation from both parties, and I can't emphasize that enough, equal. Coming from the party of diversity, equity, and inclusion, you guys are excluding the minority. To go home, and I want every one of you, go home, explain to your children, explain to your grandchildren why you're taking the minority vote and the minority voice away. We know you're trying to cover up the waste that the Department of Health has sitting in their banks due to many vaccines on hand, $8 million to be exact, that's going to be thrown away because of poor leadership. But neither here nor there today. Those are the bills that we talked about last week. I never had to testify on anything before, and this is just getting to be ridiculous. I have to take time out of my time taking care of my father who is chronically ill because these legislators are going against our rights. I've listened to everybody talk today. They've brought up so many good points. And the one thing that's consistent is there's one party that wants constant and total control. And that's the Democrat Party at this time. You want to deny a farmer rights to put solar panels on their property. You want to deny people the right to vote where they want. You want to deny these people the right to their own health. This isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way. I do not support changing the structure of the committee. It should remain even, 7 and 7. It has been that way since it's been established, and us voters, we're watching. We the people are tired of your lies, tired of the miscommunications and the gaslighting. It's time that you stand up and do the job that you were elected to do as officials of the state of Connecticut. So in conclusion, if you decide to vote in strength of this bill, HB 5554, be prepared that you may not have a seat where you're sitting right now this next session. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any question from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being with us today. Next up is Donna Hemmen, followed by Darren Bernier, followed by Amanda Colasso Blair. Is Donna Hemmon with us? Let me see. Donna Hemmon, please put on your video and begin your testimony, if you will. We will move on to the next person. Next up is Darren Bernier.
So, my name is Darren Bernier. I live in Suffield. Moved over here from Massachusetts about 15 years ago. My wife bought the house in Suffield. And I spent most of my life making fun of Connecticut, honestly, and I still do. I don't really have any pride in coming from Connecticut when I travel abroad, and this is reasons why. Yeah, in the 1990s, I was in the Army, and I didn't think I was going to actually have to fight for my freedom for my children like I am right now. The socialism and freedom crushing laws the state is trying to impose on us right now makes me feel like I served for nothing. I started a Facebook page called CT Rise to spread awareness of the corruption in Mass and Connecticut because I moved here from Mass, and as bad as it was there, I would have been better off. I do have the ability to pack up and move, and not everybody does have this. Right now, the zip codes in myrealtor.com, well, they're all below the Mason-Dixon line. Not everyone has the ability to move just because the law changes. Quite frankly, the only thing stopping me right now is I don't want my kids to have to go through the network of making friends again. Furthermore, no American should ever have to flee the land that they spent their whole lives enjoying freedom. Connecticut, Mass right now are saying, Minnesota, hold my beer. Democrats talk about stealing land. Meanwhile, they are abusing authority, trying to steal mine. The idea that you are trying to force one-party decisions that have been historically bipartisan is the same as you thumbing your nose at our populace. You think we are all stupid, and beyond offending us, our intelligence. You are giving democracy the proverbial finger. You should stop calling yourself Democrats. It is insulting to actual Democrats of the past. I'm not a lifelong Republican. I voted on all three ways, but looking at your constituents, you really should start calling yourself the Socialist Party. That flag right there, Old Glory, if Democrats are in here only, that shouldn't even be up there. It should be a red and gold flag. You use the word Nazi for everything to the point that it's overused and diminishes its actual meaning. You say no kings. So do I. So stop acting like kings. 8-year-old little child kings. Child kings that urinate in their own Cheerios and blame the milkman. You are the true Nazi-like faction by taking away our rights, as that's what Nazis actually did. Attacking our freedoms, our religion, our new gun laws, preventing parental choice in schooling and vaccine forcing. Attacking parents trying to own our children, even though the CEO of Pfizer wouldn't take the vaccine himself. Said he was donating his dose to the poor. Since when do billionaires care about poor people? Never. It's never happened. You keep stealing from us by raising our taxes, and you give our hard-earned money to people that don't work. I am alone, and I'm not alone in shopping for a new Samsonite set. You live in a bubble and cannot relate to regular people that work. You stop some bills, and you like no taxes on tips. And despite the president, you just say, oh, we're not going to go with these are good laws that everybody else would like, so you have no problem hurting thousands of people despite the president. If you keep taking away our options, I don't know where your revenue will come from with a lower population eventually, because people in Connecticut are all moving down south. It's all over Facebook and everybody I talk to out on the streets.
Sir, your time has expired. Would you please briefly summarize the remainder of your time?
I'll wrap it up. Frankly, living in Connecticut lately feels like living in a state that's a jail. People that work are sick of people who don't. More so, we are tired of you thinking you're kings, so stop stealing our freedom. I'm not going to be ruled. That's all. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Amanda Colasso Blair, followed by Carrie O'Connell, followed by Jesslyn Ashton. I see Amanda on the Zoom. If you would please turn on your video and you can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you to the Government Administration and Election Committee for allowing the opportunity to speak. My name is Amanda Blair, and I'm based in the 3rd Congressional District of Connecticut. I'm here today speaking against Bill HB 5554. The Regulations Review Committee is supposed to focus on implementing policy that is fair to all citizens, regardless of political affiliation. This committee addresses how these policies are affected within the lives of the people. This is the only bipartisan committee left that governs regulations in our state. Unfortunately, due to the gross overreach by a specific party looking to remove this, it is no longer fair to citizens not in alignment of that specific political affiliation, and I need to address it. Those of you in the Democratic Party before me today, respectfully, do not hold my views. Therefore, you are not the voice for my views being heard. How are citizens of Connecticut who feel the same as I do going to be represented well by removing bipartisanship? Your claims to care about equality when it comes to the actual defending of, your actions speak differently. Those actions being a lack of transparency when these bills arise, as well as the majority passing policies, and now the majority is trying to take power. Similarly to how many of us felt in the rooms opposing bills at the Capitol just last week, fighting against bills as this party is trying to strip those very rights from the Americans in Connecticut. This does not appear to be fair and equal. It appears tyrannical. The residents of Connecticut have a voice to speak for ourselves of what we do want and needs to be represented in those chairs. Let me be clear, I oppose HB 554. And in this election year, I urge you to vote the same. I am a Marine veteran who has served during Operation Iraqi Freedom, and my oath for the day I enlisted is to fight against enemies both foreign and domestic. This bill to me is a domestic enemy, therefore making those in favor of this bill also a domestic enemy. We have been created by God and given a free will, so who are you to infringe on that God-given right? The majority party claims to care about people and equality, yet by removing bipartisan ability, which creates checks and balances, holding those in the seats accountable, suggests otherwise. Excuse me. While just earlier today, Representative Biggins made the statement of this opinion that there are no checks and balances for homeschooling and is looking forward to Bill HB 5468. So which is it? Checks and balances by the majority when they deem necessary, yet having none for themselves during overreach? I, like many others, have already lived through seeing people being ostracized by having different views from the majority. By removing bipartisanship, you are removing the voice of many of us and the ability of having a fair and equal approach to rules and regulations which affect the lives of those within your voting communities, which are the rights myself and other veterans fought for. Your seats exist for us, the citizens, and we, the citizens, are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Carrie O'Connell, followed by Jessalyn Ashton, followed by John Carmichael. Is Carrie O'Connell with us? I see you on the Zoom. If you could turn on your video and unmute and give your testimony whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Carrie O'Connell and I live in Naugatuck. I am testifying today in opposition of HB 5554, which would strip bipartisan oversight from the Regulatory Review Committee. This aggressive attack on our state's bipartisanship is honestly terrifying. Why does it feel like this is being done with so much urgency? Can the person who thought up this change explain to me why now is the moment to eliminate this checkpoint, which has been in place without concern or controversy for more than 50 years? What is it about this moment in time? Please vote no on HB 5554. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie, thank you for your comments today. I always like when a fellow Naugatuckian chimes in, but I appreciate your testimony, and I do share your concerns, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I always wondered what we call you folks from Naugatuck. Now I know.
I might have made that up, but that's what I use.
I'm running with it. All right. Yeah, Naugatuckers. That's
what I thought.
I don't know. Well, as chair of this committee, Senator Sampson. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Next up, Jessalyn Ashton, followed by John Carmichael, followed by Travis Woodward. Jessalyn with us. John Carmichael. I see you on the Zoom. Whenever you're ready, if you could turn on your video, unmute, and begin your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the committee, co-chairs, ranking members. My name is John Carmichael, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of GT Independence. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Senate Bill 487. GT Independence serves as the fiscal intermediary for Connecticut's self-directed home care programs, supporting thousands of older adults and individuals with disabilities who rely on these services to live independently in their homes and communities, handle payroll, tax compliance, and administrative functions to ensure that personal care attendants paid accurately and on time. We strongly support the goal of protecting workers and ensuring timely payroll. However, we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 487 as currently drafted due to significant operational and unintended risks. First, self-directed programs are complex systems. They rely on multiple inputs before payroll can be processed, timesheets, Medicaid eligibility data, authorizations, budget validations. Much of this information comes from systems outside the fiscal intermediary's control. As written, the bill does not distinguish between delays caused by payroll processing and delays caused by missing or late upstream data. This could result in penalties even when payment cannot legally be issued. Second, the bill does not clearly define what it means to fail to process payroll. Payroll in these programs includes critical safeguards, verifying eligibility for participants, confirming that they're authorized to receive those services, and ensuring compliance with Medicaid rules. Without clear definitions, organizations could be penalized for appropriately following required protections. Third, the proposed penalty structure is disproportionate. The bill requires penalties equal to 50% of unpaid wages. However, fiscal intermediaries are paid a very small per member per month fee to administer payroll. It's also important to recognize that Connecticut has strong oversight in place. Fiscal intermediaries operate under detailed contracts, audits, reporting requirements, and ongoing coordination. In closing, we share the legislature's commitment to accountability and transparency and strong program performance. Welcome the opportunity to work collaboratively to strengthen these systems. In fact, since we've been working with the state in 2023, we have done just that and stand ready to keep doing that work. But for the reasons outlined, want to register our respectful opposition to Senate Bill 487. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony. Next up is Travis Woodward, followed by Ernestine Weaver, followed by Nicole Paradise.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and members of the GAE committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hampden and an engineer for Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SCIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 5548. I'd first like to thank the committee for raising the bill. CSEA represents public employees throughout Connecticut, including paraeducators working for local school districts, people working for municipal public works departments, environmental analysts working for DEEP, and more. This is a piece of legislation that is very important to them and our whole union family. Public employees do critical work for the people of Connecticut, and I would never want that work to put any of us, our families, or our coworkers at risk because someone abused the FOIA process. Even DOT engineers are at risk of harassment. Once, while rehabilitating a portion of highway in Fairfield County, a coworker of mine was verbally accosted near the project by a resident who was unhappy about construction noise. This was not someone blowing off steam and then going about their day. This was a person who could reasonably be believed to want to take violent action against my coworker. Thankfully, in this specific case, the situation was de-escalated, but my coworkers and I still think about what could have happened. Right now, there's nothing to stop this individual from using the Freedom of Information process to find my coworker's address and seek revenge at their residence. State, municipal, and Board of Ed workers want to be added to the list of people whose residential address is blocked from release through the FOIA request process. Currently, there are people in 13 groups whose residential address is exempted. These groups include police officers, firefighters, employees of the Department of Children and Families, members or employees of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, and other people doing important work on behalf of the residents of Connecticut. The safety and security concerns that lead these groups to being exempted are also held by people working for the state, municipalities, and boards of education. We're not asking for special treatment or trying to hide from accountability, but like the other people whose addresses are exempted from release, we want to keep ourselves and our families safe. While it is true that personal information can be found in other places than a FOIA release, like an internet search, it should not be an excuse for the state to help facilitate the release of that information. The open and transparent operation of state agencies is essential to our democracy and the foundation of the idea of government, but by the people, for the people. However, that does not mean the home addresses of the workers covered by HB 5548 needs to be accessible through the FOIA request. HB 5548 will not harm state, local, Board of Ed operations, or the ability of the public to hold our government accountable. It will, however, protect the people who work tirelessly to make Connecticut a wonderful place to live and raise our children. I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony and encourage you to support HB 5548.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Nicole Paradise, followed by Sharon Troutman, followed by Brandon Nash.
I think this is on. This is my first time testifying. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Paradise, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm born and raised in Connecticut, residing in East Windsor, and a working mother of two and wife to a volunteer firefighter. I participated as an intervener in the Connecticut Siting Council process for a large-scale utility solar expansion project in our town. I support Bill 5551, Section 9, and will focus on my experience with the Siting Council process. Over the past year, I learned a complex legal system as a regular citizen hoping to protect my town. What I witnessed is deeply troubling. Let me be clear. We are not against solar or renewable energy. We are against the industrialization of irreplaceable prime farmland and a process that fails to protect it. 2,330 locals voiced their opposition in our petition. We submitted testimony, evidence, and expert concerns, and still, the outcome felt predetermined. When you look at the data, the Siting Council approves nearly 90% of their projects, which reinforces that perception. Why? Because the system favors the developer. The developer controlled the timeline, limited extensions, and their council controlled how information was presented and challenged. Residents were expected to navigate that system in real time without council. That is not a level playing field. A council member with agricultural expertise was removed from the vote at the request of the developer for a perceived conflict of interest. The public was never notified. Since no replacement was provided, that expertise was missing from the final decision. Because this project was labeled as an expansion, our town was denied access to funding we would have received under a new application, which was expected for a project of this scale and size. We have already spent thousands of taxpayer dollars on legal fees and must spend more to appeal. Meanwhile, state guidance for siting solar on agricultural land remains unfinished. So projects are being approved on prime farmland without clear standards. That is a regulatory failure. We are told these projects will power thousands of homes, but the energy is sold into regional markets while our community absorbs the full impact. Loss of farmland, environmental change, and public safety and fire concerns. These are not solar farms. They are industrial power plants built on farmland. Calling these solar farms is an insult to real farms and to the farmers who work them. Our town is projected to host around 30% of the state's grid scale solar. That is not balanced. Another project is already moving forward in our town, and neighboring communities are next. We are told farmland will be protected, but now we have neighborhoods at risk of being surrounded. That is not protection. So I ask you, reform this process. Finalize agricultural siting standards before approving more projects. Stop procedural loopholes that override local planning. Set limits on overconcentration. And ensure public participation actually matters, because right now residents can do everything they are asked to do and still not be heard. This is not just about one project. It is about whether Connecticut will protect its farmland or continue to sacrifice it under the illusion of progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Ms. Paradise, what efforts in your situation did the citing council make to reach out, solicit feedback, or explain in lay terms what was going on to your local populace?
So they provided us the opportunity to participate as an intervener in the process, which allowed us to present interrogatories to the developer, which meant, asking questions, getting answers. The reason we don't feel heard is because a lot of what we said didn't hold as much weight as or we actually don't even know how much weight it held. And so the process didn't feel transparent. We were really kind of learning legalities as we went along. And so it just felt like a battle we were never meant to win. As I mentioned, the developer had the edge the whole time. They led the process, and we were just there to voice our opinions and participate, but that was about it. It didn't truly feel like we were heard at all.
Okay. It sounds like there was no real explanation of why your concerns were disregarded.
Well, they do provide you a lot of links to a lot of websites with a lot of legal jargon that I am still learning a year later, and it's a very difficult process for regular public participants.
Appreciate that. And we received testimony from Eversource indicating that the bill's requirement that a Eversource testified that they believe that the bill's requirement that a municipality hold a public information session represents an unwarranted mandate on the municipal governments and intruded on local authority. Do you think that your municipality would have found that an intrusion, or would that be something that they would have liked to have had before the decision was made?
I'm not sure I follow what you said. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Can you
So
say
were
that
there any
differently?
public information sessions, anything like that?
We actually asked the developer in our interrogatories, which just means questions, whether or not they were going to plan to hold a public session. And they actually said that they were in fear of some of the things that they had read online. And so I challenged them because they actually had an Excel chart of how many people had basically sworn in their emails to them. And there were two. Literally just two. And so they're talking about, Facebook groups or things they're hearing on social media. And that was the reason they never held a public meeting. And then we challenged them again. Well, what about Zoom? And they never went. They didn't want public participation.
Do you think a public hearing, or excuse me, not public hearing, but a public information session would have been helpful?
Yes, absolutely. Because the developer would say along the way that they would take our feedback, but we got into this process so far after the fact. And even the fire department, they would talk to one person in the fire department and not the entire staff, like talk to the fire marshal in one piece and then the fire chief in another. And everybody, they just weren't talking to the right people at the right times. And they were only kind of doing it in reaction to what we would bring up during the hearing, just after the fact, to satisfy the fact that we've brought up, like, you haven't had these conversations yet. So it just, everything was done in reaction to what we would bring up and way too long after the fact.
Okay. And sorry, I know you said before, but what town was this in?
East Windsor, which
Okay, East
holds
Windsor.
the largest industrial scale solar in all of not only Connecticut, but New England. And it's on its way to 30% of the state's renewable energy.
Wow.
Which is oversaturation and then too much of a burden for one community to bear.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony and for bringing these issues to our attention.
Thank
Appreciate
you
you
for
being here.
listening. And thank you, Jamie, for supporting me and being here because I was very nervous.
You did great.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next up is Sharon Troutman, followed by Brandon Nash, followed by Joe Carabez. Is Sharon Troutman with us? I see you on the Zoom. You just turn on your video and begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
For some reason on my phone, the video doesn't work. I testified last week and it wouldn't work either. So let me try again.
All right. Give it the old college try. And if you can't make it work, you can just go ahead.
It doesn't seem to be working.
All right. Why don't you just go ahead then?
Okay. Well, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Sharon Troutman. I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident. I live in Middletown, and I'm a CCDL and a CTRAMM member. I'm here today because I strongly oppose the HB 5554. As well as, well, sorry, tripping over my notes. Our founding fathers built our Constitution with checks and balances to ensure fairness in government. To quote James Madison, in framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, to control itself. This bill is a clear and blatant power grab by the majority party to remove equal, balanced, bipartisan review, which has been in place since 1971. For 54 years, this committee has given elected representatives of the people equal bipartisan votes, 7 Democrat, 7 Republican. Its makeup should not be stacked to give the majority party more power. This is an attempt to subvert the people's rights to a fair, balanced, and representative government. We, the people, will not stand for this outrageous attempt to subvert our rights. This is an election year. You work for the voters, and we will hold you accountable. We will actively work to remove from office anyone who votes for this bill. I urge you to vote no on HB 5554. Thank you. God bless the USA. God bless Connecticut. God bless you all, and carry on.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your patience in waiting for your turn to testify today. Next, we have an in-person Brendan Nash. Is Brendan here tonight? Brendan Nash, not seeing Brendan. We're going ahead to Joe, I'm going to mispronounce this, Carabase. Joe, are you present here tonight online? Not seeing Joe. We're going to skip ahead to the next one up is Elise Capello, followed by Jacqueline Gara, then followed by Michelle Guibert. Is Elise present tonight? Not seeing Elise. We're going to move ahead to Jacqueline Gara. Jacqueline, are you present? Great.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Can you turn on your video to be with us tonight?
I'm having some technical difficulties. It's been giving me a hard time. Am I able to do audio only?
You are, but it is always preferable if we can have the faces of everybody who's testifying before us. If you're able to turn on the video, does it give you an option to do that?
It does, but my reception is very terrible, so it keeps freezing me out because I'm away, and I'm afraid I'll lose more connectivity.
Understood. Please proceed then.
My name is Jacqueline Gara, and I'm here in strong opposition to HB 5554. This bill raises serious concerns because it risks weakening one of the key checks and balances in Connecticut, the Legislative Regulation Review Committee. This body was intentionally designed to be bipartisan and balanced, ensuring that no single political majority can control the regulatory process unchecked. HB 554 threatens that balance. Even subtle changes to the structure of oversight can shift power in significant ways, reducing accountability and increasing the potential for regulatory overreach. I want to be clear. The public is paying attention. Constituents are informed, engaged, and aware of what is happening. We have seen a number of highly controversial bills come forward, including SB 450, HB 5044, HB 5468, and multiple gun-related proposals. The majority of public testimony on many of these have been in opposition. However, they've been pushed forward. When bills like this are advancing alongside changes to oversight structures, it raises serious concerns about transparency and whether the process is being respected as it was intended to be. The public is aware that this is not a coincidence in what you are doing. It is not a conspiracy if it is true. If there were full confidence in these policies, there would be no need to alter the balance of these very committee designed to provide oversight. The appearance instead is that it is of a system being adjusted to ensure outcomes rather than to ensure fairness. Additionally, many residents believe their fundamental rights, including religious liberties, are being impacted. These concerns are significant. They are not going away. They are likely to be challenged in court, and laws should not be shaped in a way that appears to be sidestep that reality. At the end of the day, this is about trust. Trust in government depends on transparency, balance, and accountability. Reject HB 5554 and preserve the integrity of this committee. Thank you.
Jacqueline, thank you for your testimony. Whoops. Thank you for your, I've got to try to mute this other one. Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Can you turn this one off? Thank you. No, we didn't actually. All right, so that should be it. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you for being with us tonight, and thank you for waiting so long to testify. Next
Thank
up,
you.
we have Michelle Guibert. Michelle, are you here tonight? Not seeing Michelle, we're going to move ahead to Christina Dustin. Christina, are you here tonight? I see you there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. There's really no words for the types of bills coming out of this session in the last few years. I'm asking you to vote no, or actually telling you to vote no to HB 5554. This is stacking the deck. This bill gives the illusion of equal voices, but it forces a Democratic win and manipulation like many of the bills that have just been proposed this session and over the past several years. It breaks trust in the tradition of 50 years of bipartisan work and respect. There is no respect. There is illusion of choice. And our voice says no to stacking the deck and manipulating solid law to pass what you want. You say no kings, but this is exactly that. A dictatorship, just with many more people in between. I'm not sure who proposed this or who told you to, but this is wrong. You are blatantly tilting the odds in your favor. It needs to stay equal. Equal meaning 7 from each party and no other interpretation. Leave the wording as it is and in its original form and drop this bill. Keep in mind, it's election season. Thousands of votes have been lost due to all the outrageous bills already this session. Stop the hypocrisy and stop disrespecting all of the veterans and soldiers that have fought for our rights. To the public listening, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. If you want these bills to stop, stop voting for the same people. The Dem majority had their time, and now it's time for change. More affordability and more freedom. Coercion and force isn't freedom and isn't America. Vote no to HB 5554 and keep the integrity and equal representation of the review committee that affects all the committees of the government. No stacking the deck and maintain our checks and balances.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Hearing none, thank you for being with us tonight, and thank you for your patience. Up next, we have Olivia Duka, who I believe is here and present with us online. I just want to get a little advance warning that after Ms. Duka's testimony, we're going to have to take a brief recess just so that we can reset the Zoom and get back to making sure this is a public hearing. Ms. Duka, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening to the employees of the citizens of Connecticut. We vote for you guys, so you guys work for us. I absolutely 100% strongly oppose the bill HB 5554. Kill this bill immediately. This legislative regulation committee is the only way to keep checks and balances on the laws created in this government. Currently, Hartford has a supermajority in everything. Excuse me, the Democrats have a supermajority in everything. This doesn't represent me or many other Connecticut citizens. You will not be voting to get rid of the one fair bipartisan committee that governs regulations in this state. It is the only way that Republicans have a say, or both parties have a say, put it that way. This committee has been around since the 1970s and has worked for over 50 years. This committee keeps some type of representation of the minority party in Hartford. Also, the minority party will always have their choice to who is placed on this committee. Having the majority choose the other side's representation is ludicrous. The appointing authority stays with each party, not the Speaker of the House. I would be there in person, but I have to work and oversee my own business. You know, making sure everything runs smoothly at my equestrian club. Now, part of my job is to make sure this government works for me and the citizens. You work for me and all of the citizens of Connecticut. We vote you in, so act like it. No to the bill of HB 5554. Destroy this bill. Notice my wording. I'm telling you what you will be doing because I'm your employer. You work for us. Why is this even a question? You need a reality check. This is America. We vote you in, so you guys work for us. Do not have this overreach of power. It's disgusting, and it shall stop now. By the way, Olivia Duka from Colchester, Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions from the committee? Hearing none, we are going to take that brief recess so we can reset the Zoom aspect of this public hearing. And just a brief heads up, as we return, next up, we will have Maria McNamara, followed by I'm going to mess up your name. I'm so sorry. Najeva Anakiv, and then followed by Melissa Miller. And so